Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Feeding. On Sunday morning, Zhu Yuantang was sleeping in. Jiang Ning got up early. He didn't eat breakfast and went all the way to Yazhou building. At the entrance, there was a security guard sitting, playing with his mobile phone. He glanced at Jiang Ning and said nothing. There were few people in the office building. Jiang Ning took the elevator and went upstairs. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw Xiao Xuangshan waiting at the door. Jiang Ning, come with me. Xiao Xuangshan led him into the company. Show you around the company? She pointed to the spacious office in front of her. No, I'm here for the materials. Jiang Ning refused. He came here just for the last material of the spiritual wood boat. When Jiang Ning arrived at Xiao Xuangshan's office, he sat directly on the sofa, while Xiao Xuangshan sat on the single sofa on the side. You mean, someone else bought the King Glossy first? Yes, I sent someone to purchase it and offered a price of 3 million. The seller said he would consider it. Generally speaking, we would raise the price twice in this case. As a result, the next day, we went to find the seller, and he told us that the item was bought by someone else for 8 million. We didn't have the chance to buy it again. I asked them to ask for the buyer's information of King Glossy, but the seller was very polite and unwilling to disclose it. Later, we paid him 200,000 before he gave us the buyer's information. Xiao Xuangshan said, it is said that the family bought King Glossy to save their elderly. At this point, Xiao Xuangshan felt that using Ling's He to save lives might not be of much use, but the other party was willing to spend 8 million. Send me a copy of the address. I'll go check it out now. Jiang Ning said. The buyer bought it to save his life, so there was no time to lose. If he went too late, the King Glossy would be used up, and his efforts would be in vain. Xiao Xuangshan didn't delay, and immediately sent the address and detailed information to Jiang Ning. I'll take you there. Xiao Xuangshan took out the car keys. No need. Jiang Ning said this and turned away. Xiao Xuangshan opened her mouth to speak, but didn't. A few days ago, the man in the community was so annoying that he almost killed her old lady, and she was sent to the hospital overnight. It was hard for her not to think of Jiang Ning, which almost proved that it was Jiang Ning who did it. Jiang Ning was very strange. The materials he usually asked her to collect were full of suspense. To others, Xiao Xuangshan always explained that they were used to develop new products, but she knew that these might really be just Jiang Ning's selfish desires, because those materials are extremely rare and cannot be used to make drugs for the whole people. However, since it was Jiang Ning's order, Xiao Xuangshan spent a high salary to form a professional team with talents from all walks of life in order to improve the efficiency of collecting materials, so that materials can be collected at such a fast speed. Xiao Xuangshan shook her head and no longer paid attention to these. In the future, when Jiang Ning made a request, she would do it. Besides, it seems to be a good thing to have Jiang Ning help her when she encounters something she is helpless in the future. Xiao Xuangshan liked this feeling very much. He only needed to control the big ship of Changqingai Group to ride the wind and waves with Jiang Ning as the backing. An hour later, Jiang Ning appeared in Nanshi. He was hidden, looked at the municipal hospital in front of him, and walked in directly. Inpatient department of gastroenterology, independent ward. An old man was lying on the bed, with a look of pain on his face, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was sitting next to him. An old doctor walked in from the door, followed by a young doctor pushing a cart. Mr. Zhu, give the old man an injection. Mr. Zhu's face was numb and his eyes were painful. Doctor. He only shouted once, but the doctor immediately understood what he meant, and shook his head gently. Pancreatic cancer is in the late stage. How can it be saved? The injections given today, each of which costs tens of thousands, can only slightly alleviate the deterioration of the disease, and cannot cure it at all. Mr. Zhu sighed in his heart, and was about to accept the reality. Give him another injection to relieve the pain. This was the last thing he could do to make his father suffer less. The doctor left after giving the injection. Mr. Zhu knew there was no hope, but he just couldn't accept it. He was the youngest child in the family. From childhood to adulthood, his father loved him the most, gave him all the good things, and taught him how to behave in the world. If it weren't for his father, he wouldn't be where he is today. Now his father has cancer and is in agony, but he can only watch. He has plenty of money and can do many things, but he can't save his father's life. In the box under his feet lay the Ganoderma lucidum that he bought at a high price. He heard from people in the circle that Ganoderma lucidum was useful, so he spent money to buy it, just to save his father's life. Jiang Ning leaned against the wall, and his spiritual sense had already discovered King Clausy. There was no camera in the ward, and Jiang Ning casually pointed out a magic circle to block the sound from being transmitted to the outside. He drove his spiritual sense and slapped the middle-aged man, and the man called Mr. Zhu fainted instantly. The old man on the bed saw his son suddenly fall down. He struggled to reach out to grab his son. That was his son. He was over 60 years old, and death was not so scary, but his son was still young and couldn't get into trouble. The old man wanted to press the bell to call the nurse. At this time, Jiang Ning's consciousness moved again, and the old man fainted. He ejected a pill, and a white pill appeared in front of the old man. This was the healing pill he always had with him, which could forcibly prolong people's lives. It was much better than the so-called King Clausy. The old man had a terminal illness and his organs were weak. This pill just happened to supplement it. He drove the pill directly into the old man's mouth, and then he cast a spell to help him refine it. This pill could not cure the old man's disease, but it would not be a big problem to keep him healthy for a year or two, and it would not be much pain. After doing this, Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to open the box and put the King Clausy into the storage ring. Then he removed the magic circle, woke up the two people, and left the ward directly. After doing this, Jiang Ning had resolved a knot in his heart. The materials for the spirit wood boat have finally been gathered. Now that I have a flying magic tool, it will be much more convenient to travel far away. Jiang Ning found an alley, showed his figure, and then walked into the ancient street of Nanxi. He bought some cakes and 2 packs of peach cakes. Peach cakes are actually quite interesting snacks. Many people don't like peach cakes when they eat them for the first time. They feel too greasy. Jiang Ning didn't like to eat them before. He hated them just by looking at them. Until later, he came to Nanxi and ate peach cakes from a so-called century-old store here. It completely changed his impression. It was crispy, soft and sweet. It turned out that peach cakes could be made into this taste. Jiang Ning packed a portion of osmanthus lotus root, which was made with lotus root slices and glutinous rice, supplemented with brown sugar and rock sugar. It tasted quite good. As for duck, Jiang Ning didn't bring salted duck. He was not used to it. I think Zhu Yuantang didn't like it either, so he brought roast duck. He packed these things and put them in the storage ring. He went to the fruit stall and picked 3 pounds of fresh cherries. Then Jiang Ning stood on the street and took a look at the scenery here. It was much more prosperous and lively than the small city of Yazhou. Jiang Ning turned around and left without any nostalgia. Although this place was nice, he still preferred the small town of Yazhou, where he had everything familiar. It was not yet 10 o'clock when Jiang Ning arrived at the dam. The sun was still good today, and Zhu Yuantang had just gotten up. Jiang Ning used a magic circle to heat up the specialties of Nanxi that he brought with him, and carried them to Zhu Yuantang's house. Hey, why did Mr. Zhu get up so early today? Jiang Ning teased. Zhu Yuantang was brushing her teeth, mumbling her little mouth, wanting to refute, but she was afraid that bubbles would come out after she opened her mouth. So she responded to Jiang Ning with her eyes. Jiang Ning gestured to the things in her hand, and Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. Based on her many years of experience, she judged that Jiang Ning must have brought delicious food again. She quickly brushed her teeth and smelled the fragrance in the air. Cakes, meat. She quickly brushed her teeth and ran over to find Jiang Ning, or to be more precise, to find the food that Jiang Ning was carrying. What are you doing? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Yuantang clasped her hands and said shyly, nothing. Jiang Ning said, my legs hurt. I want to rest for a while. Okay. Zhu Yuantang immediately brought a small stool and placed it next to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, sit down. Jiang Ning sat down, rubbed his thighs, and said, my legs are sore. Zhu Yuantang came over to massage Jiang Ning's legs again. Jiang Ning basked in the sun, enjoying Zhu Yuantang's massage, and felt very comfortable. Move the table. Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed. Okay. She moved the folding table over, put it in place, and then took the things in Jiang Ning's hand, and arranged them in order. Jiang Ning, eat meat. She tore a duck leg for Jiang Ning to eat. Too meaty, I want to eat fruit. Zhu Yuantang bit the duck leg, and pinched a big cherry, which was still covered with water. Obviously it had just been washed. She fed it to Jiang Ning's mouth. Eat fruit, this one is vegetarian. Jiang Ning closed his eyes, and ate a fruit, which was sweet. He basked in the winter sun, and felt more comfortable. Chapter 127 Party. December 29th, Sunday, the first evening self-study class was over. Shan Kaikwun called Jiang Ning to the small garden outside, took out a 50 yuan note, and handed it to Jiang Ning. I took 50 yuan from you last week, and now I give it back to you. We are even. Shan Kaikwun returned home, and asked for a week's living expenses. Since the New Year's Day holiday was on Wednesday, it was not a day off with Saturday and Sunday, so he only had one day off. Students like them who did not live in the city had to take buses back and forth to go home, and even transfer buses. So they simply didn't bother. They took a day off on New Year's Day, and stayed at school instead of going home. They would go back on Friday. Jiang Ning took the money. Okay. Shan Kaikwun chatted with Jiang Ning for a few more words, and then went out of the school. He asked his family for an extra 30 yuan this week under the pretext of holding a New Year's Day party, and he had a lot more money on hand. Shan Kaikwun decided to go out and buy Bayuksha a box of hot milk to let her feel his goodness. In the last class of the evening self-study, Hu Jun stood on the podium and shouted, there are still a few students who haven't paid the New Year's Day fee. There will be a party this Tuesday night. Hurry up, otherwise you won't have time to buy things. Tuesday, December 31st. Since the morning, the campus has been filled with a peaceful and happy atmosphere. The students have more smiles on their faces than usual, looking forward to the arrival of the evening. From time to time, some students can be seen coming in from the school gate with large and small bags, mostly boys and girls talking and laughing together. At noon break, Class 8 became lively. The class monitor Huang Zhangfei brought a set of speakers and a microphone for singing. These were unused at home, and he took the initiative to provide them to the class so that they didn't have to rent them outside, saving some money for the class. Then, the life committee member Hu Jun came in with a big red plastic bag. The bag was filled with snacks in different categories, mostly alpine or chocolate. In addition, he took out a smaller red bag with many balloons and colorful confetti. Who will blow up the balloon? Hu Jun shouted. Me. I'll do it too. Several students volunteered to blow up the balloons. Don't forget to fill the balloons with colored paper, Hu Jun reminded. Then, Hu Jun took out a lot of colored light strips from the bag. These were rendered and hung on the ceiling of the classroom. Several class leaders pulled tables and stepped on them to work. They were all busy with these things for a whole afternoon. Wait until the afternoon class. As soon as the students entered the classroom, they found that today's classroom had instantly become different from usual. There were colored light strips crisscrossing overhead, decorated with colorful balloons. Jiang Ning, it looks good. Zhu Yuantang looked up at the balloons. Yeah. The front and back blackboards were also decorated. Next to the multimedia in the front of the classroom, there was a set of speakers. On the empty table at the back of the classroom, there were a pile of bulging red plastic bags and several boxes. Jiuo Ran, the chemistry teacher, walked into the classroom and praised the class after seeing the appearance of class 8. It's really good. The classmate said, then teacher, you must come to the class tonight. Not only is the classroom beautiful, but our class's program is even better. Jiuo Ran said, okay, I will definitely come when the time comes. With a beautiful teacher like Jiuo Ran, the boys were even happier, especially some boys who were preparing to perform programs, who were full of motivation. The whole afternoon, the school and the class were filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone was looking forward to the evening coming quickly, and in this atmosphere, the afternoon class ended. Before the students went out, the life committee member Jiang rushed to the podium as soon as possible. Everyone, put away the books on the table. The tables will be pulled apart in the evening. At that time, the tables will be placed in a circle against the wall as much as possible. During the party, the students will sit behind the tables to leave the middle of the classroom empty. So under the command of Jiang, the students in the class began to move the tables, and the class was suddenly in a mess. Halfway through moving, Jiang received a phone call. Then he found Huang Zhangfei, class monitor. The cake is ready. I'll go get it. You watch the students prepare the table. Okay, go ahead. Jiang Ning had moved his and Zhu Yuantang's tables early and moved them to the south. There was a small gap between the table and the wall, just enough for a stool to sit inside. After Jiang Ning finished, he was ready to go out for dinner. At this time, Xiao Shuangshang sent a message. Jiang Ning, the company bought a lot of snacks and small cakes during the festival. I'll bring some to you. I'll send it to your class later. Jiang Ning replied, no need to go into the school. You can park at the intersection outside the 4th middle school and I'll go get it directly when the time comes. Okay, I'll be there in 15 minutes. Xiao Shuangshang didn't say much. She knew what kind of character Jiang Ning was and wouldn't force herself to be polite. Zhu Yuantang, are you going out for dinner? Jiang Ning asked her. Because of moving the tables, the class was a little dusty, and Zhu Yuantang's precious table had changed its location, so she felt uncomfortable lying down. So she said, okay, I'll go out for a walk. The lazy buns are out of the oven. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang said, I'm very hardworking. The two went out to buy food. Zhu Yuantang said that she wanted to eat moon buns. The moon buns at the gate of number 4 middle school tasted pretty good. The filling was made of fried chicken, and the spices on it were very rich. With the buns, it was very satisfying to take a bite. In addition, Zhu Yuantang bought a cup of rock sugar and snow pear, and a portion of baked dumplings. Jiang Ning and she ate about the same, and the two sat at an open-air stall. It was actually a bit cold that day. Many students brought their food to the classroom, so there were only a few scattered students at the stalls. You know, usually the stalls here are full. If you come late, you can't get a seat at all. This little bit of cold is a small problem for Jiang Ning. He casually set up a magic circle and covered his body with heating. After finishing dinner, Xiao Shuangshang called. Jiang Ning said a few words and hung up. Xiao Shuangshang had already arrived at the intersection. Jiang Ning didn't let her wait for long. He asked Zhu Yuantang first, I'm going to the crossroads to get something. Do you want to come with me? Zhu Yuantang was still thinking about going back to school with Jiang Ning, so she naturally didn't want to be separated. So Jiang Ning took her to the crossroads. After school in the afternoon, the streets outside were full of students eating. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense and saw Huang Yasu buying braised wings at the braised food stall. Zhang Kai, the sports committee member, bought a burrito at the stall on the other side and asked the boss to add more vegetables. The boss smiled and put a little more for him. Jiang Ning continued to walk forward. A car with a cool appearance stopped at the intersection. Xiao Shuangshang changed another car. Compared with the previous 800,000 sedan, this car is a coupe with the curves of a sports car. It cost her more than 2 million. So much so that the students passing by would always look at him with a little envy. Some boys who know cars would judge the price and advantages of this car in their minds, especially how many seconds it takes to accelerate from 0 to 100 meters. Xiao Shuangshang saw Jiang Ning in the rear view mirror. She opened the car door and held a square paper box in her hand. Happy holidays. There are some small cakes and small fruits, nuts, dried meat and so on. You are thoughtful. Jiang Ning took the box, which was not heavy. He was quite satisfied with the cake. Although the cake Jiang bought this time was large in size, it was bought for 138 yuan after all, and everyone in the class could not get 2 bites. Jiang Ning might as well bring his own cake. In fact, some students would bring some extra food to the New Year's Eve party. Okay, then I wish you all a happy time. Before leaving, Xiao Shuangshang glanced at Zhu Yuantang and thought that this little girl was really delicate, like a porcelain doll. but more of it was envy. Being able to be brought by Jiang Ning was enough to prove how lucky she was. Xiao Shuangshan drove away, and Jiang Ning carried the box and walked to school with Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang didn't think so much. She still remembered the cake, dried fruit and dried meat that the beautiful woman said just now. Jiang Ning, is there anything delicious in the box? Zhu Yuantang asked tentatively. Yes, why do you want to eat it? He looked over. I'm just asking. Zhu Yuantang's eyes were erratic. I just finished dinner and can't eat at all. Beef soup restaurant. Chen Xiaoyu had just bought the pancakes. She went to the store and found the table where her sister was. There were also Yang Sheng and Bei Yuxia at the table. The girls in class 8 have their own circles. Shen Qinj, Yu Wen, and Jiang Yanan are in one circle, and the Jinhuas are in one circle. The same is true for Chen Xiaoyu and the others. Chen Xiaoyu distributed the bags in her hand to them. The bags were filled with crispy pancakes and egg pancakes. The beef soup in this restaurant tasted very good, but there were no pancakes, only steamed buns, and they were not very delicious, so they usually went out to buy pancakes. During the meal, Chen Xiaoyu said, Jiang Ning's family seems to be very rich. I just saw his sister giving him something. His sister is dressed very beautifully and has a very good temperament. She also drives a very nice car. Chen Xiaoyu didn't know what kind of car it was, but she liked it at first sight. It was obviously much more high-end than the cars she usually saw. Bei Yuxia put a little chili in the beef soup and stirred it with a spoon. She said, Jiang Ning's family is not poor. Jiang Ning sat behind her, and they had more contact with each other. Sometimes when Bei Yuxia's mobile phone was out of power, she would often borrow Jiang Ning's charger. Once she took it to charge, the phone could not charge, and she thought Jiang Ning's charger suddenly broke down. When she told Jiang Ning didn't even frown. Apple's charger is very expensive, which shows that he really doesn't care about the money at all. Later, Bei Yuxia found out that it was because the phone temperature was too low and it couldn't charge. She searched the internet and found that it was true. When the iPhone was too cold, it would not charge. She used a hand warmer to warm it up before charging. Yang Sheng said, Jiang Ning seems to be from the town. I heard Shen Qinj and the others talking about it last time. Then she said, why bother with these things? Let's eat. Bei Yuxia pushed the pepper can to her. Want some? Yang Sheng saw the red pepper inside. His eyes were horrified, and he waved his hand. No, no. Bei Yuxia smiled lightly, revealing two shallow dimples on her face. Yang Sheng seemed carefree, but he didn't dare to eat spicy food or drink alcohol. It was very interesting. You are going to dance tonight? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Yes. Bei Yuxia brought the clothes to school. Then you can change in my dormitory later, and then put on a down jacket outside, so that you don't have to change in the dormitory after your performance. The sister next to her, Chen Xiqing, is a boarding student. Okay. Bei Yuxia thought so. Zaya, you have such a good figure. The girls in the class will definitely be jealous of you this time. Chen Xiaoyu said. Bei Yuxia shook the spoon, smiling. Don't they usually get jealous? 7 o'clock in the evening. On the floor, where class 8 of grade 1 is located, each class decorated their usually monotonous classrooms in various styles to welcome the new year. Before the party started, faint music could be heard from each class. Class 8, the desks and chairs that originally filled the classroom were all moved to the east, south and north of the classroom. The students sat down against the wall, looking at the open space in the middle across the table. The hosts of the New Year's Eve party were Shen Qinj, the art committee member, and An Qingfeng, the study committee member. Today, one of them was handsome and the other was beautiful, which opened the eyes of the students around them. The class monitor Huang Zhangfei and the life committee member Hu Jun, holding bags, distributed snacks to everyone one by one. Melon seeds, spiced peanuts, candy, chocolate, biscuits, and a bottle of Wangzhe. It cost a lot of money to decorate the class, and they bought a big cake. They could share these things, which was their ultimate savings. After Huang Zhangfei distributed the things, he sat in an inconspicuous position like other students. The scene continued to be hosted by Deng Qingfeng and Shen Qinj. Dear classmates. Deng Qingfeng. Everyone. Shen Qinj. Good evening. The two said in unison, in perfect harmony. Jiang, who was standing in the back row, looked at this scene and felt a little uncomfortable. How could these two people be so well matched? He had been eyeing Shenkinj since the beginning of the school year. Although he had never pursued her, he still had some thoughts in his mind. At this moment, it felt awkward, no matter how he looked at her. Jiang wanted to hear Shan Kaiquan's thoughts. He turned around and saw that Shan Kaiquan was staring at Bayuxia. He followed Shan Kaiquan's gaze. Bayuxia was wearing a mid-length down jacket, revealing a section of her calves in white socks. On the pure white socks, there was an embroidered red bow, as if to attract people's attention. Look good, Bayuxia, look good. Jiang had this thought, and immediately, he quickly looked away, silently reciting, don't look at anything inappropriate. She is my brother's target, and if I look at her anymore, I will be guilty. I can't let Kaiquan down. In the middle of the classroom, Dong Qingfeng and Shenkinj exchanged a few polite words of holiday greetings. Then Shenkinj glanced at the list in her hand and announced, next, let's welcome Wu Xiaoqi to perform basketball dance. Shenkinj complained in her heart, what a name. She always disliked it, but Wu Xiaoqi insisted on this name of the program. She respected him, and did not change it. Wu Xiaoqi, please come on stage. Everyone applauded. Pala pala pala. Although Wu Xiaoqi was usually disliked by everyone, today was New Year's Day, which was a happy day. As the first program in the class, everyone still welcomed him. Especially Ma Shicheng and others in the back row. They applauded very enthusiastically. Amid the applause of the crowd, Wu Xiaoqi took off his outer coat, revealing his basketball vest and shorts, which stunned Song Sheng next to him. Is he a ruthless person? He himself has so much fat on his body, but he doesn't dare to do this. The prelude of the music sounded, and Wu Xiaoqi walked to the middle of the classroom with a soothing rhythm. Dong Qingfeng and Shenkinj stepped aside and gave him the main court. At this moment, all the students in the class stared at him intently, expecting him to be the prelude and set off today's party. In the class, the music coming from the speakers still has a soothing rhythm. This is a 6-minute song that Wu Xiaoqi chose himself. Wu Xiaoqi threw the basketball to the ground, and the basketball bounced gently at his feet. He had an arrogant look on his face and looked down on the world. When the jumping basketball stopped and lay quietly at his feet, he stepped on the basketball with one foot, as if stepping on a piece of land. He faced everyone and spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, spreading throughout the class. The person standing in front of you now is 2009 Yazhou Daking Primary School Summer Basketball Tournament Champion and MVP Player. Chengnan 13 Primary School Basketball League Champion and MVP Player, the league's most spectacular player. 2010 Yazhou Railway Middle School, Junior High School Winter Basketball Tournament Champion and MVP Player, Best Shooter. 2011 Yazhou Railway Middle School, Junior High School Combined Basketball Tournament Champion and MVP Player, the youngest player in all participants. 2012 Yazhou Chengnan Junior High School Basketball League, Spring Festival Tournament runner-up, student Wu Xiaoqi. After a long list of self-introductions, Wu Xiaoqi swept through the audience and finally put his hand on Chan Xiao, who nodded lightly. At this time, the classmates looked at Wu Xiaoqi blankly, their mouths slightly open, and there was only the exclamation of F***ck in their hearts. Ma Shicheng was dumbfounded. Could this still happen? Shenkinj was convinced. Wu Xiaoqi, you are just performing a show at the New Year's Eve party. Is it worth taking it so seriously? Ahem. She signaled Wu Xiaoqi not to waste any more time. Wu Xiaoqi didn't care. He stepped on the basketball and lightly picked it up, and the basketball flew into his hand. Music, start. He shook his body gracefully. Obviously, no one was controlling the speakers, but the song and the speakers changed instantly, and the rhythm changed, making everyone a little confused. What happened? In the audience, CUIU asked Ma Shicheng in confusion. Ma Shicheng only thought for a second, and he said, Wu Xiaoqi used the speakers connected to his mobile phone, and he turned on the function of shaking the phone to switch songs. The classmates next to him suddenly realized. After Wu Xiaoqi finished installing He took out the mobile phone from his trouser pocket and handed it to Shen Kinj. The music became more and more urgent. Wu Zhaoqi jumped up, slammed the basketball, and beat it bang 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 to the beat of the music. The basketball moved with the beat, and Wu Zhaoqi's body moved with the basketball. Bounced the ball left and right, dribbled between the crotch, and the basketball moved across the shoulders. A series of fancy moves. When the music reached its climax, hey, groove, Wu Zhaoqi threw the basketball suddenly, and it drew a curve, and landed in the hands of Shan Zhao in the audience. Wu Zhaoqi was now without the ball, and he was about to start performing street dance. The more Guo Kunan listened to the song, the more familiar it became. He suddenly asked in surprise, "Isn't this song the theme song of the 1998 World Cup? Why did he play this song while playing basketball?" Ma Shicheng said, "Maybe he wants to tell us that there is no end to sports." Wu Zhaoqi's street dance was chic and charming, and his every move exuded art. Some girls couldn't help but turn their heads away, unable to bear to watch. "It's better to let him play basketball," Shan Kaiquan said. Finally, the song ended, and Wu Zhaoqi's show came to an end. Wu Zhaoqi returned to the audience wearing his basketball vest and shorts. Shen Kinj came up with the microphone and said, "Wu Zhaoqi's program is very good." Shen Kinj didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Finally, she said, "Wu Zhaoqi's program is very unique." Then next, please welcome Ma Shicheng to bring Cousin's martial arts. Everyone applaud and welcome him. Brother Ma is mighty. Wang Lang shouted. Brother Ma is magnificent. Under the gaze of his classmates, Ma Shicheng walked from the audience to the middle of the classroom. He was wearing performance pants that he bought online for 19.9 yuan with free shipping. He recalled the scene of watching his cousin practicing martial arts back then, so he loosened his belt. The pants were too tight, and it was not convenient for him to perform. After adjusting, Ma Shicheng looked around and thought of the various scenes since the beginning of school. He had never received so much attention as today. Although he was unrestrained in the past, it was only among a few classmates, not today when he was stared at by dozens of pairs of eyes. Ma Shicheng flipped sideways twice, and then he shouted, "Sword!" From the south of the classroom, a wooden sword flew across the air, and Ma Shicheng grabbed the hilt. He cast a friendly look at Jiang Ning, which was what he had agreed with Jiang Ning in advance. Ma Shicheng began to dance with the sword. Sure. He danced very methodically, and it was quite good looking, and it really showed that he had some basic skills. Shen Kinj breathed a sigh of relief. The second program was finally normal. However, when Ma Shicheng was halfway through the dance, someone in the audience suddenly shouted, "Who is this monster? You are so tricky, but you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert? Take a stick from me, son." Wang Lang turned over the table with a big stick in his arms. Halfway through, he accidentally tripped and almost fell. After a few stumbles, he almost crawled to Ma Shicheng. Wang Lang held the stick and fought with Ma Shicheng. Pilly bang clang, the shadows of sticks and the lights of swords. The scene was once very chaotic. The classmates were stunned. Huang Zhangfei stood up suddenly. "Stop fighting." Wang Lang stopped and scratched his head. "This is the reserved program that Ma Zhen agreed to in advance." Huang Zhangfei, he took a deep breath and said, "The program is very good. Let me go on stage next." Ma Shicheng left with a feeling of unsatisfaction. Shen Kinj looked at Huang Zhangfei. Did she mean to move his program to the front? Huang Zhangfei's program was to be the last. Huang Zhangfei nodded. He was helpless now. The first two programs were too messy and confused him. He had to stand up in advance to restore the righteousness of the New Year's Day party. Shen Kinj understood and said, "Next, please welcome Huang Zhangfei's guitar solo." Huang Zhangfei untied the bag he was carrying, put on his guitar, carried two stools, and walked to the middle of the classroom. He put the stools down, one horizontally below, and one upright on top, so that it formed an effect similar to a high stool. Huang Zhangfei sat on it. He was tall and thin, with a handsome face. White casual pants set off his figure, and under the reflection of the ribbon on his head, his youthfulness was fully revealed. Regardless of gender, everyone admitted at this moment that Huang Zhangfei was really handsome. He tried the tune, and plucked the guitar, and a pleasant sound came out. When the prelude ended, Huang Zhangfei hummed softly, which complemented the sound of the guitar. Only the guitar and Huang Zhangfei's voice could be heard in the classroom. Some girls took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures of him, and even some boys followed suit. Miro Zhe, who was sitting on the north side of the classroom, took a few photos of Huang Zhangfei. He switched back to the chat page. The latest message was from his online girlfriend Yan Ni. Yanshu, are you going to perform at the New Year's Eve party? Looking forward to your performance. Miro Zhe didn't actually perform a show. At this moment, he looked at Huang Zhangfei's appearance at this moment, and then looked at the photo he had just taken. He was so handsome. It would be great if he was that handsome. How he wanted to send Huang Zhangfei's photo to Yan Ni, and then tell her, this is me. But Miro Zhe still hesitated. He knew that, if he sent it, Yan Ni might love him more strongly, but that kind of love was deformed, and not the love he wanted. So Miro Zhe replied, today I'm the host, and I'm busy with the performance. I'm very busy. I still have time to reply to you now. Wow, Yanshu, you are so amazing. Only the better boys in the class can be hosts. You must be very good, right? Miro Zhe replied, it's just so. Okay. Then you must have matching female host. Is she beautiful? Yan Ni asked. Miro Zhe smelled a hint of jealousy, and he said, it's okay. I don't even look at her. In my heart, Yan Ni, you are the most beautiful. Oh, you are so annoying. Miro Zhe, hehe, do you like it? While Miro Zhe was chatting, Huang Zhangfei's performance ended quickly, and the class applauded like thunder. Class monitor, you are so handsome. So handsome. Wu Zhaoqi held a basketball, and Ma Shicheng held a wooden sword, sitting alone in the audience. The two of them watched those crazy girls, feeling a little indignant. It was obvious that their show was the best, but it was not as popular as Huang Zhangfei. Isn't it just handsome? What's so great about it? When Huang Zhangfei finished his song, he held up his guitar and looked at the class atmosphere that had been reversed, with a smile on his face. Fortunately, the New Year's Day party was back to normal, so that even if the teachers came to watch later, they would not think that their class was some kind of monster. When Huang Zhangfei finished, Shen Qinsh came up and said, next, please welcome Beiyuxia. Beiyuxia stood up, took off the down jacket she was wearing, and walked to the center of the classroom. The small dress, white socks, and black leather shoes complemented her elegant posture, like a white swan. Shan Keikun pinched Yuo Kunan. Brother Nan, look. Excited, as if the person on the stage was his girlfriend. Why are you pinching me? I'm watching. Beiyuxia has learned to dance since she was a child. She has excellent body flexibility, light dance steps, beautiful and elegant posture, smooth movements, and great beauty. If Huang Zhangfei is handsome in a static state, then Beiyuxia is a smart beauty. Shan Keikun stared at Beiyuxia without blinking, and his eyes were sore. She is not a human. She is a fairy. Too beautiful. Shan Keikun could hardly suppress the love in his heart. After Beiyuxia finished her performance, she bowed slightly, smiled sweetly, and walked off the stage. The boys around her stared at her with their eyes wide open. Shan Keikun shouted in his heart, confess. Beiyuxia is so beautiful. In order not to be beaten to it by others, I must take the initiative. I will confess when I go back tonight. 2 in 1 chapter. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 128 Party 8. After Beiyuxia's dance, Shen Qinsh stood in a corner of the classroom with envy in her eyes. She envied not Beiyuxia's appearance, but her talent. Unlike her hometown was in the town, and she had no conditions to get in touch with dance. There was no so-called dance training class in the town. Shen Qinsh was good at almost nothing. Vocal music, art, dance, nothing. The town was too small, and all the students there, like her, had only studied since childhood, and could not see the outside world at all. Many popular things were even outdated when they were passed to the town. So when her sister suggested that she come to Yuzhou City to study, Shen Qinsh came without much consideration. Because for many children in small towns, this would be an opportunity to change their destiny, and an opportunity to leave that backward town earlier. Shen Qinsh smiled again. It doesn't matter, as long as she catches up from now, she can surpass Bayuxia sooner or later. She was going to host a small game. Although there was a little trouble in the previous program, after the class leader Huang Zhangfei put things right, the rhythm returned to normal, and it was her turn to take control of the situation. Is Bayuxia's dance beautiful? After the wonderful dance, we need a little game to relax. Ma Shicheng and the audience hurriedly shouted, "No, we don't need it. Hurry up and do the next program. I want to see Brother Long's space walk." That's right, hurry up. Ma Shicheng changed his voice and continued to shout, playing two roles. Shen Qinji glared at Ma Shicheng. This guy's really annoying. No wonder Jiang Yanan said bad things about him all day long. She was hosting the program well, but he came to mess up. Shen Qinji couldn't do anything about him, and it was definitely not easy to argue with Ma Shicheng in this situation. She was the high-ranking host, and the resistance of a classmate was not enough to disrupt her pace. However, after Ma Shicheng finished speaking, several boys started to make a fuss, including Jiuo Kunan, Cuiu, and Shan Keiquan, as if they had made an appointment. Shen Qinji still ignored him. "Okay, then what game do you want to play?" she asked a question. Shan Keiquan raised his hand and shouted, "Truth or dare." "This is exciting." Someone agreed. Other people's secrets are always the most curious. Shan Keiquan shouted loudly, and many people looked at him. Facing those eyes, he was arrogant and fearless. Until Bayuxia looked over, Shan Keiquan immediately couldn't hold it anymore. As if he had done something wrong, he didn't dare to look her in the eye. Shen Qinji didn't accept anyone's opinion. She was just saying polite words before, but she had already thought of the program in her mind. The game is to grab a stool. Shen Qinji held the microphone. "Tell me the rules of the game. Choose 10 students, put 9 stools, and the stools form a circle. Everyone walks around the stools. When the bell stops, everyone grabs a stool to sit on. One student is eliminated in each round, and a stool is removed until only one stool is left. The prize for the first place is a big piece of cake when you cut the cake later. Okay, interested students, please sign up. The number of places is limited. First come first served." Yang Sheng pressed the table, and with a handsome move, she jumped out from behind the table. She walked to the middle of the classroom and said, "I'll do it." When Ma Shicheng saw Yang Sheng coming out, he couldn't help it immediately, and hatred and shame flashed in his heart. "I'll do it too." Ma Shicheng slapped the table, imitated Yang Sheng's movements, kicked his feet, jumped up with the force, and flipped over from behind the table. Because the movement was not cool enough, he kicked the can that Wang Langlong had placed on the table away. Wang Langlong said with a pained heart, "My Wang's a milk." Ma Shicheng was a little embarrassed. He hurried over and picked up the Wang's a milk that rolled on the ground. Fortunately, the can was not broken. He rubbed it with his hands to remove the dust on it and gave it back to Wang Langlong. "Brother Long, it's still drinkable." After saying that, Ma Shicheng walked to Yang Sheng. Although the master style he created just now was gone, he still looked at Yang Sheng with contempt. Last time he lost to the opponent in table tennis, he admitted that he was not as good as the opponent. However, this time, grabbing a stool requires not only skills, but also strength. He is a man. Several people came up from several corners of the classroom, including Cuiu, Wu Zhaoqi, Jiang Yanan, sports committee members Ankai, Pang Jiao, Huang Yasu, and Song Sheng. At this time, Zheng Lu came over and asked, "Jiang Ning, there are still places. Are you going?" "No. Wouldn't it be bullying if he went?" "Well then." Zheng Lu felt a little regretful. If Jiang Ning went, with his physical fitness, he would definitely be the first. "Who else?" Shen Qinji asked the classmates in the class. At this time, a male classmate wearing black jeans and a blue cotton coat came out. At first glance, he was more than 18 meters tall, not inferior to the class monitor Huang Zhanfei, but a closer look revealed that his body proportions were a little uncoordinated, and his shoulders were not as tall as Ma Shicheng, who was about 175 centimeter tall. Shen Qinji looked at him carefully and found that his hairstyle was very sharp, standing up high and expanding by nearly 10 centimeters, supporting his height. Shen Qinji wanted to laugh. The male classmate was Meng Jiui. He came over here and stood next to Jiang Ning. Cuiu looked at him, and Meng Jiui also looked at Cuiu. When their eyes met, it seemed as if lightning flashed. They all thought to themselves, little guy, you want to pursue Jiang Ning? You have to get past me first. Meng Jiui and Cuiu had dinner together that day. The two talked about the girls in the class, and then they unexpectedly discovered that they both had a crush on Jiang Ning at the same time. After all, Jiang Ning is tall and fair, and is considered a good-looking girl. Not everyone is Dan Caquin and dares to attack the most beautiful girl. Most boys are still very pragmatic and just want to find a girlfriend. The two thought together, Jiang Ning, I will protect you later. You will definitely succeed in advancing. I wish to protect you with my future, and wish you all the best. Shen Qinj said. Now all 10 classmates are here. Everyone stand around the stools. The game will start soon. Following her words, the classmates began to prepare. Ma Shiban wanted to stand next to Yang Sheng, but he was a step slower, so he had to go to Jiang Ning's side. Everyone must listen to the bell. The bell will not stop. Everyone keep walking around the stools. Don't stop. Start. Shen Qinj waved her hand, and a pleasant bell rang from the speakers. 10 students walked around the stools, constantly calculating in their minds to determine which stool they would sit on next. The students in the audience seats on all sides stared at them intently to see who would be the first to be eliminated. The ringing bell suddenly paused. At this moment, the 10 students sat down on the stools one after another. Jiang Ning had already spotted a stool. That stool was closest to her, and she could sit on it without almost any reaction. As she bent over, Ma Shicheng squeezed over here, gently moved her to the side, and sat on the stool himself. Jiang Ning was stunned halfway. The stool she had chosen was gone. Ma Shicheng glanced at her sideways, and moved his mouth. Damn it. Jiang Ning was about to explode, after being despised by Ma Shicheng. This was the second time. Why was Ma Shicheng like this? Shen Qinj saw that Jiang Ning was the only one still standing among the 10 people, so she announced that she was eliminated. Jiang Ning left the field in anger. She swore that she would definitely take revenge in the future and make Ma Shicheng regret offending her. How could there be such a boy? Ma Shicheng crossed his legs and watched Jiang Ning leave the field with pride. He laughed wildly in his heart. She is so bad. Weak people should not appear in the competition. Cuiu and Meng Jiui next to them were stunned. They thought a lot, but they only ignored Ma Jie. As a result, their sweetheart left the field in the first round. This is too fantasy. The game continued. In the second round, Cuiu was squeezed out by Pang Jiao. In the third round, Pang Jiao squeezed Huan Yasu out. In the fourth round, Pang Jiao killed Meng Jiui. In the fifth round, sports committee member Zhang Kai gave up competing with Pang Jiao for a position. Pang Jiao eliminated 4 people in a row. Wu Zhaoqi couldn't stand it anymore and challenged Pang Jiao. As a result, because the difference in body size was too obvious, Wu Zhaoqi left the field sadly. Pang Jiao had 5 kills so far. Wang Yanan and others cheered for Mao Zhe around him. The scene was very exciting. Many boys in the class looked at Pang Jiao first, and then at Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe felt the attention. He raised his head suddenly, hid his phone, and looked confused. In the audience seats in the east, Shan Caquin and Jiuo Kunan said, I now know how awesome Mao Zhe is. He can evenly fight with Pang Jiao. Jiuo Kunan agreed deeply. So far, Song Sheng, Yang Sheng, Ma Shicheng, and Pang Jiao are left on the field. Everyone is very curious. The game has reached a critical moment. Who will win next? Will Pang Jiao kill again? Or will Song Sheng, Yang Sheng and Ma Shicheng? Shen Qinj announced the start. Song Sheng showed his power. He couldn't stand these weak chickens and was squeezed out by Pang Jiao. In the next round, Ma Shicheng eliminated Song Sheng with his agile movements. Only 2 people were left on the field, Yang Sheng and Ma Shicheng, and entered the final round. Wang Lang in the back row said, it's open, it's open. I bet 1 chocolate on Yang Sheng to win. Shan Caquin said, what do you mean? Do you look down on my brother Ma? Wang Lang said, if Ma wins, I lose 1 chocolate, but I'm happy. If Ma loses, I can still win another chocolate, just right for my brother Ma to eat. Fuck you. I'm betting with you. Shan Kaikwon said. Center of the classroom. Ma Shicheng, hehe, watch me beat you. Yang Sheng stared at him. She didn't expect that Ma Shicheng's movements were quite agile, worthy of being someone who can perform martial arts. With you? Ma Shicheng wanted to bet too with her and avenge his previous shame, but Shen Qinj announced the start of the game. The two of them turned around a stool, turning and turning. In the end, there was only one stool left. The circle was small to begin with, and Ma Shicheng was almost dizzy from turning around that stool, and the bell didn't stop. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you doing a two-person show here? Ma Shicheng was distracted when the ringing suddenly stopped. He was stunned for half a second, and Yang Sheng had already sat on the only stool. Yang Sheng looked at him and mouthed, "Dish. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 129 Jiang Ning's Magic. After the game of grabbing stools ended, the party continued. Jiuo Kunan and Shan Kaikwon performed crosstalk. Although it was not very funny, for the current monitor Huang Zhangfei, as long as it was normal, he was satisfied. The teachers were coming soon. Don't make any more trouble. A few more performances were performed later, until Shen Qin shouted, "The next performance, let's look forward to Wang Langlang's Spasahawk." As soon as the voice fell, a commotion broke out in the back row. "Come on, Brother Long. Brother Long, we finally waited for you. Brother Long, you are the best." Last week, Ma Shicheng and his friends had eaten the fried food that Wang Langlang treated them to. At this time, when Wang Langlang came on stage, they shouted very hard and supported him. Wang Langlang was a little moved when he heard these voices, and a smile appeared on his chubby face. "I already have so many followers of Langlang. One day, I can raise my arm and drive Huang Zhangfei off the position of monitor." Wang Langlang did not enter the stage by turning over the table, but walked all the way to the end of the row of tables. At this time, the powerful music sounded, which was jazz-style music. Wang Langlang stepped forward to the beat. From the moment he stepped onto the stage, the performance had already begun. At first, he took a normal step, but as he walked and followed the music, his steps became erratic. The classmates in the class exclaimed, "Oh my god, he is not walking, he is skating." Wang Langlang slid halfway, and his stiff body suddenly twisted, like a robot, and suddenly turned in a different direction. The direction of his sliding did not change, and he was now skating backwards. Wang Langlang buckled the belt on his stomach with one hand, and the other hand was stuck on his neck. He twisted back and forth, and looked at Ma Shicheng in the back row, his face radiating a confident light, and his eyes were weird. "Did you see it, Brother Ma? This is my art." But, this is not enough. Wang Langlang changed direction, and continued to slide forward. Huang Zhangfei looked okay at first, although it was a bit strange, but Wang Langlang's movements were still qualified, and he performed that kind of weird art. Huang Zhangfei felt relieved, but then he realized something was wrong. "Wang Langlang, what are you doing here? The center of the classroom is your stage." Wang Langlang slid all the way to Huang Zhangfei's desk, his fingers buckling the belt, his eyes hiding his ambition and desire. He took another step forward, his belly against the desk. The desk was hit, and the melon seeds and candies on it jumped. After this jump, it never stopped. Wang Langlang performed his art against the desk. With his exaggerated movements, the desk shook back and forth. With Wang Langlang's crazy face, Huang Zhangfei, who was separated by a table, felt so terrified. "What are you doing?" The music became more and more exciting, and Wang Langlang's movements became more and more intense, and the desk shook more and more. Shen Qinj, the host, watched this indecent behavior, and tried to stop it many times, but she couldn't shout it out. Ma Shicheng and a few others clapped their hands on the table and laughed wildly. When Huang Zhangfei could no longer bear it, Wang Langlang licked his lips and said, "Little class monitor, nothing to worry about." Wang Langlang slid away with his moonwalk. After Wang Langlang left, Shen Qinj breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the list and saw that there was only one program left, Jiang Ning's magic. Shen Qinj didn't shout in a hurry, as there was still one thing to do. Hujun, come and share the cake with everyone. This is the last program, and everyone can watch while eating cake. The life committee member Hujun came up to cut the cake, and Shen Qinj and Dong Qingfeng helped cut it. The cake was very big, but it was still not enough to share with more than 50 students in the class. The pieces Hujun cut at the beginning were still a bit big, and then he cut smaller and smaller pieces. When it came to Jiang Ning waved her hand to refuse. Hujun thought Zhu Yuantang didn't want it either, so he skipped her. Zhu Yuantang pouted and was unhappy. At this time, Jiang Ning opened the box that Xiao Xuanshan gave him, and took out 2 cakes from it. The cakes were not big, 4 inches long, and one cake was just enough for 2 people. One was a strawberry cake, and the other was a dark chocolate mousse, which looked quite good. Zhu Yuantang looked at them eagerly. Jiang Ning ignored her, took out a knife, and cut a piece, tasted it, and it tasted okay. Zhu Yuantang came over and asked him, is it delicious? I don't want to eat it, I just ask. It's delicious, the strawberries are quite fresh. Jiang Ning took another bite and said, why, do you want to eat it? Didn't you say you had a full meal in the afternoon? Can't you eat any more? Zhu Yuantang's eyes moved, then lit up, and she said solemnly, Jiang Ning, how can you guess me? You underestimate me too much. You look down on me. I want to eat myself round, so that you can't look down on me. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang ate the cake as he wished. Jiang Ning cut a piece for Zhenglu next to him, and then cut a piece for Bayuxia. Shan Kaikun ran to sit in the back row, so he didn't have a share. The classmates in the class ate cakes and chatted with each other. Shen Qinj stood on the stage and watched quietly for a while. She held the microphone and said, okay, let Jiang Ning come on stage next. After saying this, Zhu Yuantang ignored the chocolate on her lips, took out a black hat from the hole in the table, and handed it to her. Great magician Jiang Ning, come on. She clenched her fist to cheer Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took the magic hat and put it on his head. He stepped lightly and crossed the table in front of him. His toes tapped lightly on the ground. In this way, Jiang Ning came to the middle of the classroom. He was wearing a black suit today, and with a black hat, he looked more integrated. Shen Qinj looked at Jiang Ning, a familiar yet unfamiliar face. Regardless of appearance and temperament, it was completely different from Summer. I hope you can surprise me. For this New Year's Eve party, Shen Qinj did not watch the rehearsal of everyone's performance in advance. It was originally a class New Year's Eve party, so there was no need to be so formal. Shen Qinj did not mean to look down on Jiang Ning. Whether it was his physical fitness or academic performance, he had already exceeded Shen Qinj's imagination many times. On the contrary, she was quite looking forward to the magic that Jiang Ning would perform, probably playing cards or hiding coins. Not only Shen Qinj, many classmates, both boys and girls, looked at Jiang Ning. They knew that, although Jiang Ning was usually low-key, he still had some skills. Jiang Ning turned his back to the podium and faced his classmates. He tilted his head slightly and met Zhu Yuantang's eyes. Zhu Yuantang held the cake and also imitated Jiang Ning and tilted her head. She had 2 small braids today. Jiang Ning stretched out her finger and tapped lightly. In an instant, the brightly lit classroom suddenly became dark. On this floor, other classes were still lit, but the lights of class 8 of senior 1 were off. Fuck, there's a power outage. Is there a power outage? No, the speakers in front are still on. Suddenly, a flame bloomed in the darkness. The flame grew from Jiang Ning's feet, and then like a vine, it climbed up along Jiang Ning's pants, and circled around his body. Fuck, Jiang Ning is on fire, hurry up and get some water. Hu Jun exclaimed. Ma Shichen patted him and scolded, idiot, this is magic. The flames were so cool, especially the bright flames in the darkness, which was extremely eye-catching. Flames like vines kept climbing up from under his feet, and covered Jiang Ning's entire body. Zhu Yuantang clenched her fists, fearing that Jiang Ning would play too much. She opened the milk. If something unexpected happened, she would immediately pour it on Jiang Ning to put out the fire. The flames around Jiang Ning were getting more and more, and he suddenly stretched out a hand and gently pinched it. The red flames around his body suddenly exploded, and countless sparks burst out in the darkness, almost dyeing the entire classroom. In just a moment, the flames disappeared. Ma Shicheng adjusted his body back from shrinking. Fuck, this is cool. Long, this is art. At this time, he suddenly found that a wine bottle suddenly appeared in Jiang Ning's hand. Ma Shicheng understood immediately. No wonder he can make fire. He relies on the fuel in the wine bottle. The scene just now really scared Ma Shicheng, and now he consciously figured out the reason. Jiang Ning took the wine bottle and threw out a line of water. He lit the spiritual fire. As soon as the spiritual fire touched the wine, it immediately extended rapidly. A long line of fire, as long as 7 or 8 meters, appeared in front of the classmates. Jiang Ning held the long line of fire, separated his hands, and turned it into 2 flames. He held the 2 flames, as if holding 2 swords of fire. Jiang Ning waved the fire sword and danced twice. The narrow fire sword swept over the heads of the classmates from a distance. The flames cut the balloons above the classroom lightly, and colorful confetti burst out. Class monitor Huang Zhengfei was stunned, and completely forgot to persuade Jiang Ning not to destroy class property. Zheng Lu stared at Jiang Ning intently. It was so handsome just now. Yang Sheng always felt that this magic was too cool. Controlling fire, how difficult it is. The 2 flaming swords only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Jiang Ning threw out a few bottles of wine and tapped them with his fingers one by one. Balls of flames bloomed in the air until finally 12 flames floated beside him. Jiang Ning hooked his fingers, and the red flame turned white. The flame twisted twice and turned into a firework in the shape of a rabbit. Jiang Ning flicked it lightly, and the white rabbit jumped onto Zhu Yuantang's table. Wow. Zhu Yuantang was so happy. She was born in the year of the rabbit. Jiang Ning tapped the flames one by one. The tiger, the dragon, the sheep, and the monkey. The 12 flames turned into the 12 zodiac signs. 11 zodiac signs surrounded him, but the white rabbit was the only one jumping alone on Zhu Yuantang's table. Zhu Yuantang wanted to touch it, but was afraid of burning his hands. Bei Yuxia was very close to Zhu Yuantang. She looked at the white flame rabbit in disbelief. What on earth is this? It's not that she hasn't seen others perform flame magic, most of which are the kind of rubbing a fire, or swallowing a flame. No flame magic has ever been as beautiful as Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning pressed down with his palm, and the flame was extinguished. The rabbit in Zhu Yuantang's hand also disappeared. He took a step forward, and the lights in the classroom came on. What are you doing? Who took a photo just now? Ma Shicheng asked hurriedly. The students in the back row looked at each other, and no one took a photo. The main reason was that the scene just now was too shocking. They were busy appreciating it, and the time was very short. They didn't have time to enjoy it, and it was gone before they had enough. How could they take pictures? Ma Shicheng and others were very upset. If this picture was posted on a short video platform, it would definitely shock others to death. But they just forgot it. Jiang Ning's magic was the last show. With his exit, the New Year's Eve party of Class 8 came to an end. The students were shocked by the flames just now, and the picture lingered in their minds for a long time. Until the head teacher and some teachers came. The students in the class half-jokingly said, "Teacher, you are late." Jiang Ning's program just now was really super cool. Shan Qingran was a little confused. What program? Looking at the expressions of the students, it seemed that there was really something. Magic, the fire of the performance. The students said in a flurry. Chemistry teacher Ji Yuo listened for a while and said, "It's okay. We will let Jiang Ning perform again on New Year's Day next year." Next year. Okay, we must let him perform. Jiang Ning, don't forget it. Some students looked at him. Okay. Jiang Ning smiled. At this moment, everyone was immersed in the joy of the festival, as if everyone had overlooked that the school would be divided into liberal arts and science next year, and some students would leave class 8 forever. Suddenly, a student in the back row shouted, "Happy New Year's Day! Happy New Year's Day!" Ma Shicheng roared. The atmosphere in the class seemed to be ignited, and many students shouted Happy New Year's Day, gradually making ghosts and wolves howl. In the noisy environment, Zhu Yuantang came close to Jiang Ning and shouted crisply, "Jiang Ning, Happy New Year!" Zhu Yuantang, you are happy too. Zhu Yuantang looked around and saw that no one was paying attention and whispered, "Stamp." The back row of the class was the most chaotic place. Shan Keikun shouted softly, "Happy holidays, Bayuksha." As soon as he finished shouting, Ma Shichen next to him shouted again, "To all the girls in class 8, I wish you a happy new year and a baby soon." Chapter 130 Popcorn. In the evening, in the classroom, the students first cleaned the middle of the classroom, then mobilized and began to move the tables back. Huang Zhongfei was busy for a while and put away the speakers. This was his family's, and he had to send it back in the evening. He called his parents to come over and drive to the school to take it away. Ma Shichen saw that he was almost done. He threw the broom, clapped his hands, and prepared to run back to the rented house to play games. Yang Sheng took 2 steps forward and grabbed him. "Ma Shichen, go empty the trash can." "Why me?" Ma Shichen asked confidently. Did he think that his brother Ma was so easy to bully? "Did you forget that you still owe me a dozen duty times?" "That's not today. Don't touch me. I have something to do when I go back." Ma Shichen shook off her dirty hands and hurried outside. He just wanted to go back to play games now. In such cold weather, it would be so nice to go back to the rented house to soak his feet, pour a cup of hot water, drink a sip, and then wrap himself in a quilt to play games. Yang Sheng held up 3 fingers, 3 times. "You go and empty the trash can. I'll count you as 3 duty days." Ma Shichen stopped and turned back. "Okay." Ma Shichen picked up the trash can and dragged it out of the class. He wanted to pay off his debts and gain freedom as soon as possible. By then, Yang Sheng would not think of being noble in front of him. He, Ma Shichen, would never be suppressed by a girl again. Yang Sheng looked at Ma Shichen's appearance and was very satisfied. This was simply the highest quality labor force. She divided the laborers into different levels in her mind. People like Ma Shichen were classified as first-class laborers. People like Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keikun were second class. Outside the campus, the night sky was as dark as ink, and a new moon hung high in the sky, casting its bright light on the earth. Jiang Ning was pushing a mountain bike, and Zhu Yuantang was sitting sideways on the back seat, kicking his calves. "Jiang Ning, are you tired?" "No." "Then push faster," Zhu Yuantang urged. "You eat too much, you're heavy." Jiang Ning said. "No way, I'm super light." Zhu Yuantang didn't believe him at all. Her mother said every day that she was too thin, so she had to eat more. Zhu Yuantang urged again, "Hurry up, you're too slow." The party of class 8 ended a little late. It was almost 10 o'clock now. There were not many students on the street in front of the school gate, so Zhu Yuantang wanted to experience the feeling of being pushed by Jiang Ning. "It's really nice." Suddenly, Zhu Yuantang noticed the popcorn machine in a small roadside shop. "It would be nice if we could eat popcorn at the party today, but it's a pity that Jiang Ning, the idiot, forgot to buy it. But it doesn't matter, it's not too late to eat now." So Zhu Yuantang instructed Jiang Ning, "Jiang Ning, I want to eat popcorn. You buy it for me. Buy 2. 1 is your errand fee, and I will give you the money when I get home." Jiang Ning was helpless. "You ate too much at night. You are not allowed to eat popcorn anymore." "I want to eat it." "You are not allowed to eat it," Jiang Ning advised. "No." Zhu Yuantang didn't listen at all. Jiang Ning said, "Think about how much you ate tonight." He pushed the cart and counted. Half a cake, 2 bottles of wangzhe, 4 pieces of dried meat. Zhu Yuantang snorted. "Don't nag me, I'm going to be angry." "You can be angry." Jiang Ning didn't indulge her. Zhu Yuantang said seriously, "I'm terrible when I'm angry." "Really? How terrible?" Jiang Ning looked at her. Zhu Yuantang stared at the popcorn in the roadside store and said, "When corn explodes, it will become popcorn. Guess what I will do when I explode?" Jiang Ning said, "You will eat the popcorn." Later, Zhu Yuantang kept pestering, and Jiang Ning thought about it and let her eat. Zhu Yuantang got the popcorn as she wished, but Jiang Ning didn't buy it. Zhu Yuantang took out the popcorn and ate it. In the end, she really ate too much and felt uncomfortable. She slid down from the seat. "The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I want to take a walk," Zhu Yuantang said. She got off the bike and walked with Jiang Ning for a while, but still felt a little full. This was not a solution, so she decided to exercise. So Zhu Yuantang suggested, Jiang Ning, you ride the bike, I'll push you from behind. Just now she was sitting on the bike so cool, now it was Jiang Ning's turn to experience this feeling. Zhu Yuantang was a grateful person. Jiang Ning was good to her, so she wanted to be better to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked at her petite appearance and questioned, can you do it? Do you underestimate me? I'm super strong. Today I'll let you see it. I'm going to push you up into the air. Zhu Yuantang spoke wildly, as if this was just a trivial matter for her. Seeing her so serious, Jiang Ning thought it would be interesting, so he stopped refusing. In fact, he also wanted to try it. Okay, then let you push me. Jiang Ning rode on the bike, one foot on the ground. Zhu Yuantang followed behind, pushing the back seat and exerting force. Jiang Ning's toes were in the air, and the mountain bike slowly moved forward. He didn't need to step on the pedals, and there was power. He really experienced the feeling of riding an electric bike. Jiang Ning, am I awesome? When they reached the asphalt road of the river dam, Zhu Yuantang took small steps, panting, and shouted excitedly. Jiang Ning sat on the mountain bike, blowing the pleasant night breeze. Not bad. Hurry up. Okay. Zhu Yuantang pushed the bike with all his strength. At night, number 4 middle school, men's dormitory. The small room was filled with the unique smell of the dormitory. Jiuo Kunan sat on the lower bunk in the middle, soaking his feet, while talking to Hu-jun. Jiang Ning's magic was really cool at the New Year's Eve party today. Hu-jun agreed. Indeed, I thought the monitor playing the guitar was cool enough, but I didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so cool at the end. Especially the 12 zodiac animals later. They were amazing. How did they do that? I almost knelt down when I saw it. Hu-jun was shocked. If I had that ability, I would definitely turn the flames into scorpions, centipedes, and toads. Jiang Ning wasted his talent. At this point, Hu-jun felt a little bit of resentment for not fighting for it. Jiuo Kunan couldn't help but imagine the scene. His mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Hu-jun's idea. He sighed. Magic must have principles. I watched those magic tricks on TV and they were so amazing. I couldn't imagine how they were done. Later, I saw the magician explain it himself, and then I realized that it was not difficult. And Jiang Ning's magic must be related to the bottle in his hand. Oh, and the hat. Before he went on stage, I saw Zhu Yuantang gave him a hat. Then there must be some fuel on Zhu Yuantang's table, so that the flame rabbit can burn on it. He thought he had found a clue. Hu-jun said, I really want to learn it. It's so cool. Jiuo Kunan said, I like those 2 flaming swords the most. If I learn them, I will definitely be able to show them off. I'll ask Jiang Ning how he did it. If I really learn it, I'll show you my skills. The two of them were having a heated discussion. At this moment, Jiuo Kunan felt that something was missing. He turned around and saw Shan Kaikun playing with his mobile phone over there. He finally knew what was missing. It was Shan Kaikun's voice. In the past, when he returned to the dormitory, Shan Kaikun would always speak enthusiastically and make the atmosphere hot. However, today, it was clearly the New Year's Eve party, and everyone should have been chatting enthusiastically, but Shan Kaikun was staring at his phone and didn't even participate in today's dormitory night talk. Shan Kaikun was particularly silent today. Jiuo Kunan couldn't bear to see his good brother like this, so he guided the topic. Hu-jun, which girls' program do you think was the best in today's party? When this was said, Hu-jun was still thinking, and Shan Kaikun was like a dog that smelled a bone. Do I need to ask? It must be Bayuxia's dance. It's so beautiful, isn't it? When she went up to perform the dance, I was shocked, and several people took pictures. Bayuxia's clothes and dance posture are definitely professionally trained. This kind of thing, I usually call it professional. In the class, only Jiang Ning's magic can barely compare with her program, but if we have to compare them, I still choose Bayuxia. Shan Kaikun spoke non-stop, and Jiuo Kunan and Hu-jun could only stare at him blankly. Chapter 131 appeared, The Confession of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. After Shan Kaikun finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. He was impulsive just now. Jiuo Kunan was fine, because his good brother knew that he liked Bayuxia, but Hu-jun and other students in the dormitory didn't know. Don't let them find out. In order not to be exposed, Shan Kei-kun changed the subject. Actually, Zhenglu's program is very good, and the song is very nice. I feel that she sings much better than those students with music skills in our school. I come back every day and pass by building number 5. I often hear students with music skills practicing their voices over there. They scream like wolves howling, which is very unpleasant. I really don't know what they have learned. Shan Kei-kun said disdainfully. Bei Yuxia and Zhenglu's programs are both good, and Chen Xiao's program is also good. Then Wang Yan'an's program almost made me vomit. I suggest that Wang Yan'an cover her face when she performs the program next time. Maybe I can still watch it. Shan Kei-kun praised Bei Yuxia, Zhenglu and Chen Xiao at the same time, and belittled Wang Yan'an and others. In this way, the target is confused, and the people in the dormitory will not suspect that he likes Bei Yuxia. I'm such a genius, I can even make it up. Shan Kei-kun praised his wit in his heart. Hu Jun looked at Shan Kei-kun strangely. He was finally able to pick up Jiuo Kanan's topic. I'm the same as Kei-kun. Bei Yuxia's dance is really good. I heard someone praise her in the class before. He also said that he wanted to pursue Bei Yuxia. Who is going to pursue? Shan Kei-kun said vigilantly, as if facing a great enemy. The boys in the front row. Hu Jun said. Shan Kei-kun's face was panicked. The students in the front row were all students with good grades. If he really let them pursue Bei Yuxia, he might really fall behind. But soon, Shan Kei-kun calmed down again. He and Bei Yuxia were eskmates and had an emotional foundation. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first, and they are inherently better than others. The only 2 boys in the class who made him feel threatened were Jiang Ning and Huang Zhongfei. Fortunately, Jiang Ning played with Zhu Yuantang and Zhenglu every day and was not interested in Bei Yuxia. Sometimes when Bei Yuxia asked him questions, he would directly push them to Zhu Yuantang to answer. Unless Bei Yuxia didn't understand Zhu Yuantang's explanation, Jiang Ning would point out the solution process. The rest of the time, the two had almost no intersection. In addition, there was Huang Zhongfei, and Dan Kei-kun was more relieved. Huang Zhongfei was a good person and was dedicated to his duties as a class monitor. In the past, Dan Kei-kun always looked down on class cadres and thought they were nothing. They only knew how to put on airs, and he was fine with them. But facing Huang Zhongfei, he had no opinion and was dedicated to his duties. What made him most relieved was that Huang Zhongfei was very handsome, but he had no idea of falling in love. Girls from other classes often approached Huang Zhongfei, but he always refused them righteously. In addition to these 2 people, other boys in the class competed to pursue girls normally, and Dan Kei-kun was not afraid. However, Hu Jun's words just now made him more determined to take the initiative. He originally planned to confess to Bei Yuxia tonight. Shan Kei-kun thought he was not stupid. Bei Yuxia's dance tonight was amazing. Maybe it would attract many boys' attention. He took this opportunity to intercept Bei Yuxia. He would be so proud. When talking to others, he could straighten his back. Look, I have a girlfriend. What? You have a girlfriend too? Sorry, your girlfriend is not as pretty as mine. Thinking of this, Shan Kei-kun was happy and continued to edit his mobile phone notes. That's right, the reason why he didn't participate in the chat just now was because he was writing a confession. Most girls are shy, and it is best to confess from the phone. In this way, the other party is more likely to accept it. This is the conclusion Shan Kei-kun came to after searching many strategies. He signaled Jiuo Kanan with his eyes. As a good brother, Jiuo Kanan often knew what Shan Kei-kun was going to do with just one look. He quickly dried his feet, picked up the basin, and poured out Shan Kei-kun's foot washing water. The boys' dormitory in number 4 middle school is an 8-person room with upper and lower bunks, no independent bathroom, no air conditioning, and generally speaking, the conditions are slightly poor. Shan Kei-kun lived in the lower bunk, while Jiuo Kanan lived in the upper bunk. After Jiuo Kanan poured the water for washing his feet, he came to sit on Shan Kei-kun's lower bunk. How is it? Shan Kei-kun took the phone and showed his good brother the confession quotes he racked his brains to think of. Jiuo Kanan took a few glances and was quite satisfied. I think it's okay. Why don't you find a few more people to take a look? Shan Kei-kun thought it made some sense, so he suggested, how about I send it to Jiang Ning to see? In his eyes, Jiang Ning was a very good person and reliable, and seeing that Jiang Ning usually got along well with girls, he must have experience. Okay, send it to him to see. Then I send it to Jiang Ning. Shan Kaikun was about to click send. Jiuo Kanan pressed him and reminded him quietly, wait, don't forget to change Bayuxia's name. Shan Kaikun was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Fuck, you are still careful, otherwise Jiang Ning would have guessed it. Jiuo Kanan was a little proud. Look who I am. Shan Kaikun casually changed Bayuxia's name to the name of Dong Jie, a beautiful girl from the next door experimental class 1. On the Heba side, not long after Jiang Ning got home, his phone vibrated. He clicked on questions and saw that Shan Kaikun had sent a long text. Jiang Ning, what do you think of my friend's confession copy? Jiang Ning glanced at it. The sentences were smooth and there were no logical errors, so he replied, okay, you can send it. Jiang Ning knew very well that the confession copy was actually just a formality. If the girl really likes you, these things are not important at all. If she doesn't like you, even if your confession copy is better than the poems of Li Bei and Du Fu, the hope of success is still slim. After receiving the reply, Shan Kaikun was refreshed and replied, okay, I'll ask my friend to send it. Thank you very much. I'll buy you a bottle of water later. Jiang Ning estimated that he probably wouldn't be able to drink this bottle of water. Shan Kaikun adjusted his sitting posture, and Jiuo Kanan sat on his bed, and he was actually a little nervous. I'm going to send it. Shan Kaikun said solemnly. I have made all the preparations I can. I will do my best and leave it to fate. I have tried my best. Whether it will succeed or not, I will leave it to God to decide. Jiuo Kanan, as a witness, also had a solemn expression. Shan Kaikun was willing to let him witness it, which showed how much he valued him. At this moment, Jiuo Kanan only felt that he was like the ministers in ancient times who were waiting for the prince to inherit the throne at the coronation ceremony, and he was about to witness the birth of a new era. He actually felt like he was in a good time. Jiuo Kanan uttered 4 words, like he was calling out the name of the new emperor. Send it, Kaikun. Shan Kaikun pasted the confession text into Bayuxia's chat box. With a pair of trembling hands, he clicked and sent it. Dong Jie, I've actually wanted to say this for a long time. The moment I met you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you. Your every frown and smile is deeply engraved in my mind. It's you who changed me and made me more confident and stronger. So I have to muster up the courage to say to you, give me a chance, let me be your lover. After sending it, Shan Kaikun was extremely excited and couldn't help shaking all over. He didn't even look at the message, turned off the screen, and threw his phone on the bed. He looked excited, clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable excitement. He pounded the quilt with his fists frantically, making a lot of noise. Kaikun, what's wrong with you? Hu Jun next to him saw him like this, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Shan Kaikun suppressed a smile. I remembered something happy. What happy thing? Share it with brothers? Ahem. Let me see later. If it's okay, I'll share it with you as soon as possible. Shan Kaikun looked at Jiuo Kanan, and the two smiled knowingly, with a tacit understanding, and everything was self-explanatory. In the city center, amid 2 high-end residential area, a building in the middle, on the 12th floor. In the spacious and bright, exquisitely decorated girl's bedroom, the air conditioner emits warm air. Bayuxia was reading a book on the desk beside the bed, and there were delicious snacks on the tray on the table. At this time, a questions notification sound suddenly came from the mobile phone. Bayuxia took it out and saw that it was a message from Shan Kaikun. She only took a look and frowned. What is Shan Kaikun doing? He was obviously confessing to Dong Jie. Why did he send it to me? Dong Jie is a girl in experimental class 1. She is also very beautiful, and many boys are interested in her. In this exam, Bayuxia was a few places behind Dong Jie in the grade ranking. She was planning to catch up with her at the end of the semester. At this moment, she was in a bad mood after seeing the message sent by Shan Kaikun. In fact, beautiful girls will also be compared with each other, and Bayuxia will also fall behind. Bayuxia has no intention of falling in love now, and the person Shan Kaikun confessed to was not her. She replied while holding her phone. In the boys' dormitory, a phone alert sounded. Shan Kai-kun grabbed the phone with lightning speed. He held the phone, and at this moment, he was a little timid. He was afraid. He was afraid of being rejected. But he was full of expectations for success. But he still had to see it after all. Shan Kai-kun took out his phone and saw the message replied by Bayuksha. The expression on his face rose. Seeing him like this, Jiuo-kun thought to himself that it was bad. Was he rejected? He quickly asked, what happened? Shan Kai-kun showed him the screen expressionlessly, and Bayuksha replied, excuse me, do you need me to forward it to Dong Jai? What? Jiuo-kun quickly looked at the confession text that Shan Kai-kun had just sent. Damn it. He had neglected to change Dong Jai's name when Shan Kai-kun confessed to Bayuksha. It was over. It was over. Could the message be withdrawn? This was too embarrassing. Nowadays, QQ did not have a withdraw function. What should I do? Shan Kai-kun had no choice but to ask for help. Jiuo-kun said fiercely, the arrow has been on the string and must be shot. Tell her your feelings clearly. Shan Kai-kun also thought so. Giving up halfway was really not his style. So Shan Kai-kun changed the name Dong Jai in that text and sent it to Bayuksha again. Shan Kai-kun thought that the confession text was really well written and he must make it play its due role. Bayuksha on the other side read the new message again and frowned even more. What on earth is Shan Kai-kun doing? Is he serious? If Shan Kai-kun had sent her name at the beginning, she might have really taken it seriously and then directly rejected Shan Kai-kun and stopped him from thinking about it. But now, isn't it too funny? Bayuksha was a little confused. Is this true or not? Who would confess like this? She couldn't figure it out. Coincidentally, she remembered today's New Year's Eve party. When Shen Kinj suggested that everyone play a game, Shan Kai-kun shouted truth or dare. Recalling this scene, Bayuksha felt that she guessed half right. Shan Kai-kun didn't play truth or dare at the party, so there is a possibility that he played it in the dormitory. Mainly in this case, if Bayuksha directly rejected it again, it would be a bit strange. So she replied, crying and laughing, Shan Kai-kun, did you lose the truth or dare game? Boys' dormitory. Shan Kai-kun pressed his chest. He felt that his heart was going to stop beating. He confessed so seriously, but the result was a joking reply. He felt so uncomfortable. Brother Nan? He asked Jiuo-kun for help. Jiuo-kun shook his head. It was not easy for him to give any more advice now, mainly because today's confession was beyond his control. Shan Kai-kun looked at Bayuksha's message. It was not a message, but a sharp bayonet that hurt his sincerity. He was silent for a long time and replied, haha, you guessed it all. Grin. Shan Kai-kun put down his phone and rubbed his sore eyes. He kept rubbing and rubbing. Hu-jun was a little surprised. The two of them were so mysterious tonight, and now they were rubbing their eyes again. What's wrong with your eyes? Shan Kai-kun's voice changed a little, and he seemed a little choked. The wind outside is so strong, and sand got into my eyes. Hu-jun was so surprised. There is no wind outside, and the window is not open at all. Shan Kai-kun felt even more pain, and he had a self-abuse mood. He patted Jiuo-kun on the shoulder. Brother Nan, I want to run. I want to go to the playground to run. Do you want to join me? I want to run 10 laps. Jiuo-kun hesitated for a while. It was so cold outside. He had just finished soaking his feet. It was not comfortable to go running in this weather. But seeing his good brother so sad, he couldn't bear it. So he had to say, okay, I will risk my life to accompany you today. Let's go. The two of them rushed out of the dormitory. Hu-jun couldn't understand what was going on. What was going on in the middle of the night? Hu-jun took out his mobile phone. A group friend sent him a handsome toad. He was excited. He put Shan Kai-kun's abnormal behavior behind his mind and immediately joined the group discussion. I'm late for a while. Sorry everyone. Chapter 130. To this incense has miraculous effects. At night, on the river dam, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing the golden mysterious spirit division technique. With the help of the soul-sinking incense, his spiritual awareness has greatly increased, and he has made great progress every day. Suddenly, there was a movement at the door of the main hall outside. He extended his spiritual awareness and reflected the outline of a person. Zhu Yuantang was knocking on the door. Jiang Ning did not move and gently urged his magic power to unlock the door. He sent a spell to the door. Come in. Zhu Yuantang pushed again, and the door opened, and he walked into the house easily. She trotted all the way to the door of Jiang Ning's bedroom. Jiang Ning, let's go fishing by the river tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang shouted. It's been a long time since I showed you my superb fishing skills. She sat down on the edge of Jiang Ning's bed, her little face puzzled. Jiang Ning, why is there smoke in your room? You are not smoking secretly, are you? Zhu Yuantang sniffed, and it was a little different from the smoke. This is the incense I lit. Jiang Ning pointed to the incense burner on the table. Just now, he was practicing with the soul-sinking incense to exercise his spiritual awareness. Zhu Yuantang leaned over, glanced at the incense burner, and exclaimed, "Great, I didn't expect Jiang Ning to have such a refined taste. TSK, it smells pretty good." She leaned against the incense burner and took a deep breath, sucking away all the fragrance that had just spread out, leaving no trace for Jiang Ning. She just felt clear-headed. Wow, so comfortable. Jiang Ning was very upset. Zhu Yuantang's actions would affect his practice. Although the soul-sinking incense he refined is indeed very beneficial to ordinary people, Jiang Ning teased her. Don't inhale it, the incense islet has magical effects. What effects? Zhu Yuantang often surfed the internet and knew that some incense can help sleep, while some incense can calm the mind, and there are many kinds of incense. Jiang Ning said, the effect of my incense is very magical. It helps people to diet. If you inhale too much into your stomach, you will lose your appetite for 3 days and 3 nights, and will not be able to eat. Zhu Yuantang was shocked, and immediately stopped inhaling, and then kept not inhaling and spoke. Jiang Ning, don't try to fool me, you are just kidding. Do you think I will be scared? Zhu Yuantang's voice changed, because she couldn't catch her breath. She hurriedly left the room. After several meters away, she took a deep breath. Then she pretended not to care. Your room is too stuffy, or the air outside is fresh. She stood outside the door, doubtful. Jiang Ning, you won't lose your appetite just by inhaling a little bit of fragrance? No. That's good, that's good. Zhu Yuantang was relieved. She simply didn't go into Jiang Ning's room and stood outside to talk to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I see you bought a fishing rod. Do you dare to have a fishing exchange competition with me tomorrow? Let's see who catches more fish. Jiang Ning thought about it. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Number 4 middle school has a day off. He is going to the villa in Huqi Mountain to practice flying boats. I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow morning. I have something to do. Let's go tomorrow afternoon. Zhu Yuantang also planned to go in the afternoon. She wanted to sleep in tomorrow morning. Okay, don't run away then. Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning was very busy. Every time he took a break, he would disappear without a trace, which made her feel bored at home sometimes. Before Jiang Ning was gone, she was happy all day and played by herself. During this period, she often looked for Jiang Ning to play together. It has become a habit. When Jiang Ning is at home, even if she doesn't play with Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang feels inexplicably at ease knowing that he is next to her and next to her. Once Jiang Ning disappears, even if she can play with her mobile phone alone, she still feels that something is missing and uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'll be back at noon. You ask Aunt Gu to cook more food. Jiang Ning explained. My mother is now the company's chef. Let her cook meat for you tomorrow. Zhu Yuantang promised. Immediately, she asked suspiciously, Jiang Ning, didn't you say that you would lose your appetite after inhaling this fragrance? Why do you still want to eat tomorrow? She looked at Jiang Ning, and her expression gradually became clear. This Jiang Ning secretly thought that she was exposed. Zhu Yuantang looked at him with hatred in his eyes. Jiang Ning deliberately lied to her. This fragrance is very complicated. I can't explain it to you. Jiang Ning said, well, some people will be tricked, and some people won't. Do you understand what I mean? Zhu Yuantang rolled up his sleeves and shouted, I don't understand. I just know that you lied to me. You are so bad. Jiang Ning, woo woo, look at me and teach you a lesson. She pounced on him with her teeth and claws. The next morning, before Jiang Ning left, his spiritual sense swept the bedroom next door, and Zhu Yuantang was sleeping soundly. Last night, she threw herself on her bed and beat herself up, but Zhu Yuantang was not very strong, and the beating on Jiang Ning was just like tickling. When she was tired, she ran back to sleep. Jiang Ning pushed open the door, and his spiritual power attracted a large ball of water to clean it up. After tidying up, he pushed his mountain bike out. The sun was good today, and Jiang Ning put on the scarf given by Zhu Yuantang and rode all the way to Huqi Mountain. After arriving at the villa, he parked the mountain bike and walked into the hall. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and the spirit wood board fell out of the storage ring. In addition, there were Quafeng crystal, King Lozi, and other auxiliary materials. Jiang Ning cast a spiritual fire to refine the Quafeng crystal. The main function of this material is to reduce the wind resistance of the spirit wood boat, so that the speed of the spirit wood boat can be increased. As for the King Lozi, it seems to have nothing to do with the spirit wood boat, but in fact, the material of King Lozi itself is special. After being refined by spiritual fire, its material is particularly suitable for spiritual power conduction. It can allow the spirit wood boat to quickly turn around at high speed, greatly increasing its flexibility. In fact, King Lozi is quite luxurious for the spirit boat. This kind of spiritual object is most suitable for refining puppets. The puppets refined by it are extremely flexible. Jiang Ning has asked Xiao Xuanshang to collect the materials for the puppets. Back and forth, a lot of manpower has been mobilized, and tens of millions have been spent, but they still have not been able to collect them all. Jiang Ning is not in a hurry. He will refine the spirit wood boat first to solve his travel problem. When he encounters some rare materials, he can go and get them in person. At that time, as long as he valued the materials, no one would be able to compete with him. Jiang Ning had already determined the next cultivation goal. When the herbs in the villa matured, he would refine them into pills and use them to break through to the 7th level of key training. At that time, he used the Shinyuan shuttle exploration method to explore the area above Huqi Mountain that was deprived of the laws of heaven and earth, and try to obtain fragments of the laws to quickly improve his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning cast another spell, condensing a ball of water, which turned into a curtain and covered the Quafeng crystal. With a sizzle sound, the hot wind-removing crystals merged with the water and turned into a ball of translucent liquid. Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to cover the liquid towards the spiritual wood board and spread it evenly on it. A flame walked along the surface of the spiritual wood boat to help it merge. Immediately, Jiang Ning did not delay any longer. He sent out sword energy and cut off about 20% of the King Lozi. Jiang Ning planned to find puppet materials in the future and use them on puppets. This amount was probably enough to build 3 puppets. And 3 puppets could do a lot of things for him. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and the King Lozi soared into the air. Several green sword energies surrounded it, forming arcs of sword light. The sword light cut back and forth, dividing the King Lozi into small strips. Jiang Ning used King Lozi and several other materials according to the formation he mastered to engrave the formation for the spiritual wood boat. The preciousness of the flying magic weapon lies in the many formations engraved on its surface. Flying formations, defensive formations, concealment formations, and even attack formations, all kinds of them. Various materials continued to appear in the hall. The light of the fire was uncertain, tempering the materials and integrating them into the spirit wood boat. Jiang Ning was busy like this until 11 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, a green wooden boat about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide was suspended in front of him. The surface of the wooden boat was covered by a green halo, as if it was a protective shield. In fact, this is the lowest level of spiritual light shield, with decent strength, many times stronger than bulletproof glass. The surface of the spiritual light shield is very slippery. Even if the bullet hits it, it will automatically deviate from the route and cannot hurt it at all. In this way, flying in the sky, there is no need to worry about hitting birds and the like. Jiang Ning lightly tapped, and the originally conspicuous spiritual wood boat disappeared in an instant. This is a concealment formation, which can not only avoid vision, but also avoid conventional scanning such as radar. Jiang Ning studied it for a while, and removed the spiritual light shield on the surface of the wooden boat. He sucked the spirit wood boat with his hand, and the 3-meter long boat shrank instantly, and finally became only the size of a palm, the same size as the boat model purchased online, extremely pocket-sized. Jiang Ning played with it for a while. The spirit wood boat is a magic weapon, not the life magic weapon of the giant and cultivator, so even if it becomes larger, it is only 3 meters in size. When it comes to the giant and stage, some powerful magic weapons can be transformed into extremely large ones, even 100 meters long, weighing 10,000 tons or even tens of thousands of tons. With that size and weight, even if it only flies at the speed of sound, it is enough to cause huge damage. Jiang Ning played with the pocket-sized spirit wood boat for a while, and then he released his spiritual sense to the surrounding area of more than 100 meters, walked to the courtyard, and casually put the mountain bike into the storage ring. The villa he was in was one of the villas with the best terrain in this villa area. No one looked in this direction when his spiritual sense explored. Jiang Ning threw out the spirit wood boat, and the more than 3-meter long boat was suspended in the air. He took a step and stepped onto the boat, as if it were flat ground, very stable. Jiang Ning stepped on the wooden boat, inputting spiritual power, and mysterious lines lit up around the wooden boat, just like complicated wires connected to electricity. The green wooden boat, along with Jiang Ning, slowly disappeared into the courtyard. Go. The spiritual wooden boat rushed straight into the sky, rushed into the clouds at a very short speed, and then shuttled through the clouds. Jiang Ning stood on the wooden boat, and the spiritual light shield of the spiritual boat isolated the wind pressure, and his hair did not move at all. Below were the tiny Huqi Mountain and Qinggao Lake, as well as the densely packed buildings in the urban area of Yuzhou. He kept transferring spiritual power to the wooden boat under his feet, feeling the speed of the wooden boat. With my current spiritual power, if I put all my strength into it, the spiritual boat will be about 170 meters per second. Jiang Ning calculated silently 170 meters per second is about 600 kilometers per hour, which is slightly slower than ordinary civil airliners, but faster than some small airliners. The key is that the spiritual wooden boat is more flexible. Jiang Ning stepped on it, and the spiritual wooden boat, which was originally traveling rapidly, instantly hovered in the air, like a hummingbird hovering. The strong inertia caused by it did not affect Jiang Ning, and he remained motionless. If an ordinary person sat on it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stop the boat like this. Jiang Ning thought to himself. He had practiced physical training, and his physique had long surpassed that of humans. In addition, the spiritual boat's own formation was relieved, so he dared to make such an emergency stop. The spiritual boat formation can be optimized, so that even if it hovers, it will not hurt others. Zhu Yuantang must not have flown over it yet, right? Immediately, Jiang Ning realized that he was overthinking. Zhu Yuantang probably wouldn't dare to ride this flying boat even if he died. He was afraid that he would be scared to tears. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Ning laughed. The spiritual boat changed its direction and flew towards the dam. At this speed, it arrived at the Hushu River Dam after dozens of seconds. Jiang Ning found a deserted place and got off the wooden boat. His cultivation was too low, and his spiritual consciousness could only be used for simple attacks. He could not block other people's consciousness on a large scale for the time being, so he had to keep a low profile. Jiang Ning released the mountain bike from the storage ring and rode towards the rental house. Chapter 133 What is a so-called chess character? Jiang Ning rode to the front of the bungalow and found a black electric car parked in front of Zhu Yuantang's house. He was a little surprised because Zhu Yuantang's electric car was not this color. Did Ongu change the electric car? But this electric car is a bit old, probably 3 or 5 years old, and it doesn't look good. He scanned the house with his spiritual sense and found something different. There were 2 guests in Zhu Yuantang's house. It surprised Jiang Ning. He had lived in Zhu Yuantang's house for several months and had never seen any guests in her house. Jiang Ning walked to the yard and Zhu Yuantang was standing by the pool brushing her teeth. Jiang Ning, you're back. You came back at the right time. What a coincidence. I just got up. Zhu Yuantang muttered. Brush your teeth well, the foam is flowing out. Jiang Ning reminded. Then he looked at a girl at the kitchen door. The girl was about 15 years old, 1.65 meters tall, very thin, beautiful, with a stubborn lock between her eyebrows, giving people a very special feeling. Jiang Ning glanced at her clothes. It was an ordinary cotton padded jacket of ordinary style. There was no trace of makeup on her face. She was holding a small English vocabulary book. It was obvious that she was a very hard-working girl. Jiang Ning, this is Zhu Chuchu, from our village. Zhu Yuantang spit out a mouthful of water and introduced him. Chuchu, this is the Jiang Ning I told you about. He is a very nice person. Zhu Yuantang smiled like a fool. He is my little brother. He does whatever I ask him to do. Jiang Ning first looked down at Zhu Yuantang, then smiled at Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Chuchu nodded in response. Her face was a little cold. She wanted to smile, but it looked very stiff, as if she rarely smiled. Jiang Ning ignored her and looked at Zhu Yuantang, thinking that she was a little bit arrogant. What did you call me just now? I forgot to tell you. I brought strawberry, pineapple, orange and candied haws. He took out 3 strings of candied haws like a magic trick. The reason why there were 3 strings was because Zhu Yuantang would eat 2 strings each time, and Jiang Ning was almost used to buying 3 strings when buying this kind of snack. Zhu Yuantang's eyes flashed when she saw the candied haws, and then she turned her head proudly. Just bring the candied haws. Do you think I want to eat it? You underestimate your sister Zhu Yuantang too much. Zhu Chuchu, who was next to him, looked at this scene and thought Zhu Yuantang was really pleasing. Jiang Ning said, come on, sister Zhu Yuantang, I'll give you a string. Okay, eat it reluctantly. She said this, and her hands were so fast that she grabbed the candied haws, as if she was afraid that Jiang Ning would regret it. Jiang Ning gave Zhu Chuchu a string, and then gave the remaining string to Zhu Yuantang. It didn't matter whether he ate it or not. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning had no more, so he reluctantly gave the extra string to Jiang Ning. As a result, she finished her own and stared at the candied haws that Jiang Ning had taken a bite of. Jiang Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he gave her the string. After eating the candied haws, Jiang Ning went into the kitchen. Aunt Gu smiled kindly when she saw Jiang Ning. I heard your noise just now. The meal will be ready in a while. You and Tang Chuchu go to the main room to play. It's choking here. Don't you want my help? He looked at the stove under the stove, where a woman in her 30s or 40s was sitting in front of the firewood pile. Usually, Zhu Yuantang's family cooks with a gas stove. Only when they cook some hard dishes, such as earthen pot chicken, stewed beef, and roasted big fish, will they use earthen pots to ensure the most authentic taste. In this case, one person needs to fill the stove with firewood to make a fire. In winter, the front of the stove is very warm. Every time Jiang Ning makes a fire, Zhu Yuantang will squeeze over, roast the fire with him, and throw a sweet potato in. Because Jiang Ning's fire control ability is very good, the sweet potatoes will not burn, but are very fragrant. Zhu Yuantang is very happy every time. No need, you go and play. Aunt Gu said. After Jiang Ning left, the woman sitting in front of the stove said, Sister Gu, this is the student who rented your house. He doesn't look very old. Yes, Jiang Ning is a very good child. When I was hospitalized before, he ran around and helped me a lot. Aunt Gu mentioned Jiang Ning with a kind expression and was very satisfied. Some time ago, she had a sudden disaster and almost thought that this family was over. She was hospitalized for a fracture and didn't even dare to tell Zhu Yuantang's grandparents. Aunt Gu still remembers the help Jiang Ning gave during the hospitalization. From that hospitalization, she saw that Jiang Ning was very mature in dealing with people, such as buying a fracture bracket, and behaved better than ordinary adults. She was very satisfied. To talk about something far away, Aunt Gu even raised Jiang Ning as her son-in-law. Her daughter was with Jiang Ning, smiling every day. That was her daughter, and she knew better than anyone what kind of child Tang was, and what she liked. But now the 2 children were still young, so Aunt Gu couldn't say this too early. It would be better to wait until the 2 children graduated from high school, meet Jiang Ning's parents, and settle this matter in advance. As for whether Zhu Yuantang could match Jiang Ning, Aunt Gu had thought about it, but her daughter was very smart, had good grades, was proficient in everything, and had good cooking skills, but she was a little greedy. Aunt Gu was not ambitious, and never thought of letting Tang Tang marry a rich and powerful family. She watched TV dramas, and saw that there were too many troubles in such a big family. She just wanted Tang Tang to find a boy who was healthy, and could make her happy. This child is good, tall and thin. Hua Fengmui said, how are his grades? 4th in the 4th grade of the 4th middle school, not bad. Aunt Gu mentioned this, but she didn't think anything of it. Her daughter has always been the first except for the high school entrance examination, so she doesn't care much about other children's grades. In terms of grades, her daughter Tang Tang has never lost. It doesn't matter if Jiang Ning's grades are not good. With Jiang Ning's way of dealing with people, he will be good at everything in the future. Hua Fengmei heard it and said, that's good. Seeing the expression on Sister Gu's face, she actually felt a little regretful. She regretted not renting Sister Gu's house earlier. The two married to Zhu village at about the same time. In addition, the two families lived not far away, and they usually visited each other, and their relationship improved. It's just that the fate of the two families is a bit bad. Sister Gu's husband died of illness a few years ago. Fortunately, the man had some skills, and bought 2 small bungalows near Yazhou. Hua Fengmui's family was a bit miserable. Her husband drove a tractor to the street to have a drink. He got drunk. When he came back from driving the tractor, he fell into a ditch and died, leaving a poor family. After the high school entrance examination, Zhu Chachu was admitted to Yazhou No. 2 middle school. She was worried about her daughter going to school alone. She had such an only child in her family, and her daughter was her hope to survive. She rented out a few acres of land at home, and decided to rent a house and find a job in Yazhou City, to accompany Chachu through her 3 years of high school. At first, Sister Gu asked her to rent the small bungalow next door, but Hua Fengmei didn't want to do it, because she couldn't bring herself to do it. She rented a house in the old neighborhood of the city. Although it was a little closer, it was much worse than Sister Gu's bungalow in all aspects. She used to live in the countryside, and couldn't get used to the house in the city. She came here to meet Sister Gu and to see if the house next door to Sister Gu was rented out. If not, she would rent it. Now seeing Sister Gu's look, she knew in her heart that this was completely hopeless. The sun was shining brightly at the door of the bungalow. Zhu Yuantang sat on a small stool and played games with his mobile phone horizontally. Protect Carrot 2. Jiang Ning looked at the game screen. Yes. Zhu Yuantang didn't even raise her head and tapped the screen with her fingers. After a while, she passed this level. She first looked at Jiang Ning, who was playing with his mobile phone. She looked at Zhu Chachu, who was silently memorizing words next to her. Zhu Yuantang felt that Chachu was a bit out of place. How could she study in such good weather? Chachu, do you usually play games? Zhu Chachu shook her head. I don't play games. She doesn't even have a mobile phone. Her mother works hard to make money, and a mobile phone costs a lot of money, and she has to pay the phone bill every month. Zhu Yuantang heard it, and moved the small stool next to her. Chachu, let me tell you, this game is fun. She demonstrated the game with her mobile phone, and turned into a recommendation master. Unfortunately, Zhu Chachu was not interested at all. Zhu Yuantang was a little depressed. Chachu and she were from the same village, and they could play together when they were young. Unfortunately, Chachu changed later, and became obsessed with studying. They rarely played together. Zhu Yuantang and her former good friend are drifting apart. It is difficult for her to understand why Zhu Chachu can keep learning. Can't all that knowledge be learned by just looking at it casually? Jiang Ning, shall we play chess? Zhu Yuantang moved over here. Jiang Ning thought for a few seconds, and felt that Zhu Yuantang would not be able to beat him, so he said, okay, let's play 2 games. Zhu Yuantang ran to Jiang Ning's room to get the chessboard. She brought the chessboard over, and put it on the table. The two played chess under the sun. Zhu Chachu looked at the two of them, and wanted to join in. She knew how to play chess and her skills were not low, but she had to study. Only by studying hard could she get into a good university and find a good job in the future, so that her mother could enjoy a good life, and not have to work as a waitress in a restaurant. Checkmate. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuantang laughed wildly. Can this check me? Jiang Ning asked her back. Why not? Zhu Yuantang expressed her incomprehension. It was obvious that she was about to win, and Jiang Ning must be trying to cheat. Jiang Ning rubbed his eyes. There is sand in my eyes. Blow it out for me. Zhu Yuantang stared at Jiang Ning's eyes. There is no wind? Where did the sand come from? She was wondering. Jiang Ning said, no, maybe the sand has come out. Then let's continue playing chess. Zhu Yuantang looked down at the chessboard and found something wrong. She said to herself, it seems that I can't checkmate. Jiang Ning said calmly, yes, you saw it wrong just now. You must be playing with your phone under the sun and your eyes are dazzled. Oh, I lost this game again. Zhu Yuantang sighed. I thought I could win a game against Jiang Ning, but now there is no hope. Zhu Chuchu, who was next to him, looked at Jiang Ning deeply. This boy was too despicable. Just now, he took advantage of Zhu Yuantang's inattention and quickly replaced the chess pieces, and then fooled Zhu Yuantang to win the game. This is too ungentlemanly. Chapter 134 I really only know a little. Zhu Chuchu discovered that Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang played chess very quickly. A game of chess was over in 3 to 5 minutes. It was so fast. Unlike some old grandfathers, they would hold the chess pieces in their hands and hesitate to put them down, which was really frustrating. They must have sharp minds, right? No wonder Zhu Yuantang had such good grades since he was a child. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang played another game, which was even more dangerous. At the end, the game was full of murderous intent. Zhu Yuantang felt that this game was not easy to win. She picked up the chess pieces, her eyes suddenly blinked, and pointed behind Jiang Ning and shouted, Jiang Ning, look, that yellow dog has a bone in its mouth. Jiang Ning turned around to see. Taking this opportunity, Zhu Yuantang quickly replaced Jiang Ning's chess pieces. When Jiang Ning came back, he found that the position of the chess pieces on the chessboard had changed. Zhu Yuantang pressed the chess piece down with a snap. She stomped her feet on the ground and shouted, checkmate. After shouting this, she was still not satisfied and added, dead checkmate. Jiang Ning looked dejected, his hands hanging on the chessboard, and sighed, I lost. Seeing him like this, Zhu Yuantang's face was full of pride. She was in high spirits. Hehe, you know how powerful I am. Zhu Chuchu next to her, she had seen Jiang Ning secretly changing chess pieces before, and she had complained for Zhu Yuantang. Who would have thought that these two people were exactly the same kind of people, equally cunning. It was a pity for her kindness just now. After Zhu Yuantang won a game, she felt happy physically and mentally. When she looked at Jiang Ning again, she felt like she was looking at a defeated general. However, she was very winner-like, and she clasped her fists to Jiang Ning. Today, you and I have met a worthy opponent. A general has met a talented person, and a mountain stream has met a soulmate. Not bad, not bad. Let's play again another day. Jiang Ning replied, okay, another day. Then Zhu Yuantang looked at Zhu Chuchu and invited her again. Chuchu, I remember you can play chess, right? Zhu Chuchu certainly knew how to play, and her chess skills were not bad, because her mother played a lot of chess, and she inherited her mother's chess skills, and took it to the next level. However, Zhu Chuchu was very modest, and she said reservedly, I know a little bit. Only a little bit? Then let's play. I'm a great chess player. I'll teach you a few tricks, and when you meet someone who is good at chess in the future, I guarantee that you'll beat him. Zhu Yuantang looked like a master, and didn't know what humility was. Are you so confident about this? Zhu Chuchu was speechless for a moment. She was just being modest. In fact, she was really good at chess. Zhu Chuchu leaned against the wall at the door and read English. Normally, she would have been reading, but she was a little tempted when she saw Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning playing chess. Zhu Chuchu had few hobbies besides studying, and chess was one of them. Besides, playing chess with Zhu Yuantang must be very interesting, right? She hesitated a little. Jiang Ning said, if you want to play, just play a game. It's time to eat soon, and you can't read a book now, right? Zhu Chuchu's eyes moved to Jiang Ning. Just now, when the two of them were playing chess, she was memorizing words and glancing at the chessboard from time to time. She was afraid that Jiang Ning would notice her. Okay, Tong Tong, let's play a game. Zhu Chachu closed her English notebook and put it in the pocket of her cotton padded jacket. Only one game. She said it again, so that Zhu Yuantang would not pester her to play if he lost. She sat on a small stool, with a chessboard between her and Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Chachu sat very upright, like a lady from a noble family. Zhu Yuantang seemed very casual. Perhaps because Chachu was too formal, Zhu Yuantang sat up and straightened her clothes. She straightened her face and showed a gentle smile, like a well-educated little lady. Then, like a gentleman, she put her hands in front of her and made a please gesture. Chachu, please teach me. Zhu Chachu showed a little smile. Years of family pressure made her rarely smile, but when she smiled, her thin lips were pursed and her cold face suddenly became sweet. Tong Tong, please teach me. The chess game started. After a few minutes, Zhu Yuantang slapped the table with a slap, shaking it, and she shouted, checkmate. Absolute. Zhu Yuantang was full of momentum, and she would shout out every time she got a checkmate. Zhu Yuantang looked at Zhu Chachu's linoop that was shattered by her, and she felt extremely satisfied. First she defeated Jiang Ning, and then she defeated her former friend. This was too happy. Ha ha ha, Chachu, you're right, you really only know a little bit. Zhu Chachu said nothing. She was a little doubtful about her own strength. She was obviously very good. Why did she lose so quickly? Zhu Yuantang set up the chessboard and asked, are you coming again? She remembered that Chachu said she would only play one game. Zhu Chachu didn't answer, but directly pushed the chess piece and made a move. Lunch was eaten in the kitchen of Zhu Yuantang's house. The kitchen was not big. Apart from the earthen stove, the empty space here was a bit small. 3 people sat around the square table, Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei. One was serving rice and the other was serving dishes. Because there was a stove in the kitchen, it was a little warmer than outside. Jiang Ning urged his magic power a little more, and the temperature in the room was a little higher. Zhu Yuantang took off her outer cotton jacket, revealing a little pink rabbit sweater. After being freed from the restraints, she would eat later, which would facilitate her to exert her full strength. Jiang Ning, you are closest to the door, help me put it on the bed. Jiang Ning took the clothes, which were still a little warm, and went out to the next room with them. Aunt Gu was carrying a large pot of food, and the aroma was overflowing. Zhu Yuantang swallowed his saliva. This is the fresh mutton that my mother bought at the market this morning. It is cooked with mutton and Chinese cabbage vermicelli. It tastes especially good. Eat one bite in the winter and you'll feel warm all over. Such a big pot is enough for all of us. And this winter bamboo shoots fried with bacon. This is the bacon my mother made. It's especially delicious when paired with winter bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots are more fragrant than the bacon. Aunt Gu introduced each dish, which made Aunt Gu helpless. Okay, your saliva is about to flow out. Hua Fengmei served the sweet potato porridge. Zhu Yuantang's bowl was made of stainless steel, a double layer insulation bowl. The sweet potato porridge would not get cold even in winter. This is the sweet potato that your aunt Hua brought from the village. It's very sweet, Aunt Gu said. Aunt Gu brought the steamed bun basket over again. Zhu Yuantang took a big steamed bun, but it was too hot and the hot bun jumped around in her hand. Jiang Ning picked it up lightly and took the steamed bun over. Jiang Ning, you snatched my steamed bun. If you want to eat, can't you take it yourself? I snatched it. Give it back to me. Okay, here you go. Jiang Ning deliberately delayed for a few seconds. At this time, the steamed bun was not as hot as before, and Zhu Yuantang easily took it. Aunt Gu saw the 2 people quarreling, but she didn't stop them. She just smiled and handed the chopsticks to them. In the past, she and Zhu Yuantang always felt a little miserable when they ate together. Now there is one more person, but it is much more harmonious and lively. When Jiang Ning eats at Aunt Gu's house, there is never the rule of no talking while eating, and no talking while sleeping. Sometimes talking together makes people happy. After chatting a lot at the dinner table, Hua Fengmei asked, Sister Gu, are you still working in that restaurant? When the 2 were cooking before, they talked about other things, and didn't talk much about work. No, I fell off my bike, and broke my hand before. I rested at home for a month, and didn't work there anymore. Aunt Gu said. Fell down. Is it serious? Why didn't you tell me? Hua Fengmei asked with concern. They have been together for many years. If she knew, she would go to see him. It's okay. It will heal quickly. It's normal now. Aunt Gu didn't say much about this. She just had to bear the pain by herself. There was no need to worry her friends. And she recovered very quickly. After the operation, she went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor was amazed and surprised by her recovery. Hua Fengmei saw that Sister Gu seemed to have no problem and walked normally. She thought she just fell lightly. Zhu Chuchu didn't talk when she ate. She just ate silently and only ate the dishes in front of her. Zhu Yuantang couldn't bear it. Chuchu, you are too thin. Don't you eat more? Why am I good at chess? It's because I eat a lot. Mom, get some meat for Chuchu. Aunt Gu also noticed it and took the initiative to serve a few pieces of mutton. No, auntie, I can't finish it. Zhu Chuchu refused. In fact, she wanted to eat meat. Aunt Gu's cooking was delicious, but she and her mother came here with only a bag of sweet potatoes. She was embarrassed to eat too much from other people's families because she would feel like she owed them something. My mother said that Aunt Gu's family was not well off and she was also working very hard in the city. They bought mutton and made these delicious dishes to entertain me today, and they had already spent a lot of money. Why are you being so polite when you come to Aunt's house? I used to bring Tang Tang to your house and she ate your meals every day. Don't be polite to Aunt. Aunt Gu said kindly. Zhu Chuchu had no choice but to eat a piece, which was delicious. Aunt Gu smiled. Zhu Yuantang picked up a piece of meat for Jiang Ning and put it on his steamed bun. Jiang Ning, eat meat. Aunt Gu saw this and said, it's a pity that Jiang Ning didn't eat rice today. Once during a meal, her daughter picked up some vegetables for Jiang Ning to eat on his rice. Later, when there was not enough food, her daughter took the vegetables from Jiang Ning's bowl away. Seeing this, she really thought her daughter was too naive. Fortunately, it was Jiang Ning. If it was someone else, I'm afraid she would be disgusted. Chapter 135. My luck is gone. Sister Gu, where do you work now? Hua Fengmei asked. She has been working as a cleaner in a hotel recently. That is, after the guests check out, she cleans the guest rooms and makes the beds. Working 2 shifts, day and night, is very exhausting, and it makes the lumbar spine uncomfortable. Once a woman reaches middle age, if she does not have a special skill, she either stays at home to take care of the children or comes out to do these jobs. She saw that Sister Gu looked good and asked about her work. Zhu Chuchu listened attentively. Aunt Gu had come to her house before and would talk to her mother about work, but their jobs were similar, both of which were physical work. Although Zhu Chuchu was only in the first year of high school, she knew the hardships of life, so she paid more attention to the money aspect. When Aunt Gu heard Fengmei mention this, she smiled, contrary to her usual calmness, and her tone was a little happy. I'm in Yazhou building recently. Ah, that's a good place, a landmark building in our Yazhou. Hua Fengmei was a little surprised. She asked, how is the salary of the cleaners there? Is it 3,000 yuan a month? Aunt Gu, we have been sisters for more than 10 years. Can't we expect her to do a better job? But Aunt Gu understands. It is precisely because of their relationship for more than 10 years that Fengmei knows her better than others and knows her skills. Not a cleaner, but a chef. Aunt Gu said. Chef. Hua Fengmei agreed with this. As a woman, she could only envy Sister Gu's cooking skills. She didn't expect that she found a job as a chef. It's much easier to be a chef, right? Yes, it's easy. I usually get up at 6 or 7 in the morning and come back at 2 in the afternoon. I have 2 days off a week. Now it was Hua Fengmei's turn to be surprised. In this way, I can rest 8 days a month, but she only has 2 days off a month. How is the salary? Is food included? She asked. After deducting 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, I get 5,000 yuan a month, and I get a lunch and gifts on holidays. Aunt Gu said so, and then she looked at the expression on her good sister's face, and she was actually a little happy. Aunt Gu was extremely satisfied with this job in every aspect. The company environment was good, the people were nice and polite, the food she cooked was delicious, and the boss said he would give her a raise, at least 1,000 yuan. Aunt Gu was happy to find such a good job, but she couldn't tell anyone about it, as it would make her look like she was showing off. Now that her good sister asked her about it, how could she hide it? Hua Fengmei almost didn't believe it. Was there really such a good treatment? How could it sound like a lie? For a rural woman like her, the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund basically only existed in hearsay. No company she had worked for had ever said that they would pay for it. For her future retirement, she bought insurance by herself, which cost a lot of money, not to mention a salary of 5,000 yuan. In places like Yuzhou, the salary is generally around 2,000 yuan. She usually gets close to 3,000 yuan when her lumbar spine hurts from fatigue. Unless some women go to work on construction sites or in factories, doing dirty, tiring, or harmful work, such as welding, they can get more than 5,000 yuan. But her daughter is still in Yuzhou. Hua Fengmei couldn't help but asked, do you still need someone for your job? I don't want 5,000 yuan, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan is enough. The main thing is that she has 2 days off a week, 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, and doesn't have to work night shifts, which is much better than her current job. Aunt Gu said, I'll go to the company to ask for you tomorrow. As for Fengmei, she knew that this family was suffering, and if she could help, Aunt Gu would be very willing to do so. The relationship between the two of them is not the kind of relationship where they hope that the other person will get better and better. That's not sisters, that's enemies. Aunt Gu has no bad intentions, and really hopes that the other person will get better and better. She takes the hardships that Fengmei has suffered over the years to heart. Fengmei looks better than her. In fact, if she had remarried, she could have married, but she didn't marry, preferring to raise her children alone. After lunch at noon, the sun outside was at its warmest in the day. Zhu Yuantang touched Jiang Ning, who was holding a mobile phone, with his arm. Shall we go fishing? Okay. Jiang Ning put away his phone. Just now he sent a message to Xiao Xuanshan, telling her that Aunt Gu will introduce someone to her company tomorrow. First, let's see her cooking skills. If her cooking skills are okay, let her be a chef. If not, let her be responsible for buying groceries and helping Aunt Gu. As Aunt Gu's friend, Hua Fengmei's character is at least guaranteed, and she is quite suitable for buying groceries and doing odd jobs every day. He will not be stingy and not give her a chance. All living beings suffer, and it is okay for him to choose someone to help them occasionally. Chachu, are you going fishing? Today, Jiang Ning and I are competing in fishing. You will have a good time tonight. Zhu Yuantan showed her precious fishing rod. Then I'll go and see. Zhu Chachu did not refuse. Fishing is very quiet anyway. She took her English notebook and memorized words on the side. It was just a change of place to study. Okay, Jiang Ning, get ready for me. Jiang Ning flicked her. Get ready, the river is not far away. Come with me. Jiang Ning, I'm ready. Let's go now. Have you got the bait? It's hard to dig earthworms in this weather. Zhu Yuantang said, I bought fake bait online. She showed it to Jiang Ning. There was a small metal sequin on the fish hook. Jiang Ning praised, you are so smart. Of course. The 3 of them walked all the way to the river dam. The river dam was paved with asphalt, and below it was a plain close to the edge of the Hushu River, about the size of 1.5 football fields, where many cars were parked. In the early autumn before, people often camped on the plain, and did some barbecues and other things. Now in winter, there are fewer people, and only on days with good weather, people from the city are willing to come and play. Today the weather is good, so there are naturally many fishermen on the river. On the river near the plain, 1 or 2 fishermen are sitting or standing at intervals. Jiang Ning and the other 2 held fishing rods and small stools. Zhu Yuantang on his right was cute, and Zhu Chachu on the right was the perfect interpretation of the image of a young girl. The fisherman took a closer look. Oh, this guy's not professional at all. How can he bring girls to fish? He brought 2 girls at once. Fishing should be lonely, free, and the long lost silence in the hustle and bustle. The fisherman was not envious at all, but his tone was a little sour. The big brother sitting on the fishing throne next to him sighed leisurely. It seemed that for many years, he had a girl like this by his side. Although she was not as beautiful as this girl, it was his youth. At that time, he was still young, and did not know how to fish. He was full of energy every day. The young fisherman didn't sigh so much. He picked up a stone, rubbed it, and said in surprise, "Hey, this stone is very unique. Do you know what kind of stone it is?" The elder brother's expression lit up. "I'm not sleepy when you mention this. If nothing else, I know the most about stones." The two ignored the fishing rods and gathered together to study the stones. Zhu Yuantang found a good position. Before fishing, she said, "Jiang Ning, let's see who catches more fish today. Do you dare?" Zhu Yuantang won several games of chess today and was a little proud. "Okay, then we will each eat the fish we caught tonight," Jiang Ning suggested. Zhu Yuantang gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay. Chachu, look, I'll catch a big fish for you to eat." Zhu Yuantang made a promise. Zhu Chachu now lives in the city. It's rare for her mother to get together with Aunt Gu. Aunt Gu kindly asked them to have dinner at Aunt Gu's house. After dinner, she would go to Yuzhou No. 2 middle school. Zhu Chachu nodded. "Well, I'll wait for you to catch a big fish." In fact, she felt that Zhu Yuantang was a little unreliable. Playing chess was her mistake. She underestimated Zhu Yuantang. He was much better at chess than her. Zhu Chachu was a little hit. She didn't expect to meet such an opponent today. It's just that fishing is different from playing chess. Fishing is very challenging. You need to be patient to catch fish. Zhu Yuantang obviously doesn't look like a calm person. On the contrary, Jiang Ning, who is a little taciturn next to him, looks like a very patient person. Zhu Chachu saw Jiang Ning flick the rod lightly and completed the action of swinging the rod. I have to say, it's very handsome. When she went to Zhu Yuantang's house today, Jiang Ning left the deepest impression on her. After a little contact, she found that this boy was handsome, calm, used an iPhone, wore branded clothes, and most importantly, he was really good to Zhu Yuantang, like a brother. Zhu Chachu was very observant, and Jiang Ning seemed to always take care of Zhu Yuantang intentionally or unintentionally. Zhu Yuantang swung the rod, and with an exaggerated movement, she almost threw herself into the river. Zhu Chachu was quick, and pulled her back. "Tang Tang, you." Zhu Chachu was both amused and worried. Zhu Yuantang was still in shock, and her face turned pale. "She made a mistake. A mistake. I'm fine. In fact, if you hadn't helped me just now, I wouldn't have fallen. My balance is super good." Jiang Ning praised. "Yes, she is very good." Zhu Chachu was speechless. She couldn't tell whether Jiang Ning was mocking Zhu Yuantang or praising him. "I'm going to start fishing," Zhu Yuantang said, sat on the small stool, and started fishing seriously. Jiang Ning also sat on the small stool. As for Zhu Chachu, she stood there, holding a small notebook to memorize words. After 3 minutes of persistence, there was no movement, so Zhu Yuantang looked at her and said, "Chachu, you are so beautiful." Zhu Chachu listened, but did not deny it, but said, "Tang Tang, you will be more beautiful than me in the future." "I think so too." Zhu Yuantang was very confident. Zhu Chachu just smiled. In fact, she would rather be ugly, at least not as beautiful as she is now. Although she studied in the best high school in Yuzhou, No. 2 middle school, she was still troubled by a lot of troubles because of her outstanding appearance. There were often some boys who expressed their affection for her in various ways. She just felt annoyed. At this stage, she just wanted to study hard and change her poor family situation. In fact, No. 2 middle school was much better than the junior high school in the town before. In junior high school, she was blocked on the road twice and asked to be the other party's girlfriend. Fortunately, her mother came in time. At least in these years, compared with the disadvantages brought to her by her appearance, the benefits are very few. Zhu Yuantang waited for an hour and a half. The sun moved, and she still didn't wait for a fry. She went from full of expectations to full of disappointment. She was tired. On the contrary, Jiang Ning, who was standing next to her, caught a lot of fish one after another and kept showing off to her. "Zhu Yuantang, destroy it." Jiang Ning said to her. "Hey, where are your fish? No way, you didn't catch any?" Zhu Yuantang said aggrievedly, "My luck has been sucked away by you. I want to go home. But you didn't catch any fish. There is no fish to eat tonight." I don't want to eat," Zhu Yuantang said pitifully. "Or you can wait a little longer. You will definitely catch a fish." No, I have no hope anymore. Zhu Yuantang was dejected. Then the fish you catch later will be mine? Jiang Ning suggested. It's all yours. My position today is too bad. Yes, it must be because of the position. She comforted herself like this. As soon as she finished speaking, a fish was hooked on her rod. Jiang Ning used her spiritual power. Zhu Yuantang opened her eyes wide. Luck, it must be luck. She cast the hook again. She cast it casually, and another fish was hooked. Isn't this fish too stupid? She still cast the hook, and fish after fish took the bait. Jiang Ning added, Zhu Yuantang, you said that the fish you caught are mine, so don't cheat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. What bad intentions can a high school student have? Zhu Yuantang still had fish for dinner. Because she and Ongu cooked the fish together, she thought she had made a contribution, so she only ate a little bit, which was what she deserved. After dinner, Zhu Chachu and her mother stayed for a while. Zhu Chachu had to go to Yushao No. 2 middle school for evening self-study in the evening. Time was tight, so Hua Fengmei sent her to school. Before leaving, Aunt Gu looked at the mother and daughter. Chachu, come and play often in the future, and I will make delicious food for you. Thank you, Auntie. Zhu Chachu responded politely. Look how sensible this girl is. Aunt Gu praised. Zhu Yuantang stuck to Jiang Ning. Due to the height difference, she looked like a buy one get one free gift. She waved her little hand. Chachu, goodbye. Tong Tong, you too. Zhu Yuantang wanted to add questions, but unfortunately Chachu didn't have a mobile phone, so she had to give up. Let's get together often in the future, Aunt Gu said again. Okay, Auntie. In fact, Zhu Chachu herself didn't believe this sentence. Her mother was busy with work, and sometimes she couldn't say a few words to her mother in a day. My mother only has 2 days off a month. Every time she finally has a holiday, she just wants to have a good rest and adjust herself, or clean up the house. She has no plan to go out and play. Zhu Chachu thought, the next time I come here, it should be a few months later, right? After all, everyone is so busy now that they can't spare time to get together. She sat in the back seat of the black electric car. Before leaving, she looked back at Zhu Yuantang's family. She had a very happy day today. Zhu Yuantang's house faces south. The sun is very good, and it is very warm. Although the house rented by Zhu Chachu's family is located in the city, it is on the 7th floor of an old community and there is no elevator. Every time she goes home from school, she has to climb up to the 7th floor, which is very tiring. And the house is on the top floor facing east. The sun is not good. It is cold in winter and hot in summer. When she thinks of that house, her first impression is cold. Living there is a bit depressing, unlike Zhu Yuantang's house, which is located under the river dam, with endless fields in front, and a broad vision, which makes people's minds become broad. Moreover, she liked the atmosphere of Zhu Yuantang's family very much, and even envied it. She always felt heavy at home, as if she was carrying something. Zhu Chachu pursed her lips, waved gently to Zhu Yuantang and the others, and temporarily said goodbye to this beautiful life. It's okay, everything will be fine after I graduate. One day, Zhu Chachu will live in the sunshine, and she will not be defeated by life. Not long after Zhu Chachu left, Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike out. Aunt Gu sat on the stool at the door, knitting with knitting needles, as if she was knitting a winter hat. Jiang Ning looked at it for a while. The color of the fabric chosen by Aunt Gu was very good, and her technique was also quite skillful. Does it look good? Zhu Yuantang came over and asked. You can't see anything now. Jiang Ning said. My mother's craftsmanship is super good. When she finishes knitting, I guarantee you will be shocked. Then can you knit? Jiang Ning asked her. Humph, of course I can. The scarf on your neck is the one I knitted. Jiang Ning said. Isn't it more difficult to knit a hat? It's just a hat, easy to do. When I have time, I'll show you how to do it. She straightened the scarf on Jiang Ning's neck. The scarf was a little crooked before. Jiang Ning always felt that she was bragging. Given Zhu Yuantang's personality, which could make her angry when fishing, it was really a bit inappropriate to knit a scarf. It was hard to imagine that she could calm down and spend several days knitting a scarf. If Jiang Ning hadn't noticed that the scarf was full of Zhu Yuantang's breath, it would be hard to believe. Evening self-study in number 4 middle school. Class 8. When Jiang Ning came to the classroom, there were still about 15 minutes before class. Bei Yuxia in front was studying in her seat. The seat next to her, Shan Keiquan, was vacant. He was not there, but there was a box of milk on the table. Shan Keiquan bought a box of milk before coming to the class. Although Bei Yuxia refused to accept it, he still insisted on buying it. He wanted Bei Yuxia to see his perseverance. After buying milk today, he didn't send it to her. He failed to confess his love last night and felt very upset. He and Jiuo Kanan went to the playground to run overnight. After running a few laps, he still felt uncomfortable and heartbroken. He decided to be indifferent to Bei Yuxia for a day to let her know that he was a man with a temper. Shan Keiquan walked along the classroom corridor to the back row. He first looked at Dang Qingfeng and Chen Kan, who were studying hard in the center of the classroom. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then Shan Keiquan came to the world of joy, the 4 largest seats in the back row of the classroom. Only Jiuo Kanan greeted him, and he did not receive the warm welcome he had received before. Shan Keiquan felt so desolate, and people left, and that he got cold. Since he retired from the world, there were fewer and fewer legends about him in the back row. At this moment, Cuiu was chatting with a few people. His thin face was filled with excited gossip. Brothers, I've run out of pens. I can't always ask you for support. I went to the stationery store outside to buy pens today. The small supermarket in number 4 middle school sells stationery, but many students think that stationery stores outside are more affordable, so they usually go outside the school to buy stationery. Guess who I ran into? Cuiu kept it a secret. Several people urged him, if you have anything to say, come on. You know Shenzhou, the vendor from class 9, who came to our class to sell stool mats and hand warmers. Cuiu was a little disdainful when talking about Shenzhou. That day, he was eating spicy hot pot outside and heard Shenzhou bragging to 2 social people, showing off how much money he made and his girlfriend in the experimental class. Cuiu didn't like it, no matter how he listened to it. I know, our brother Quan also bought it. Hu Jun replied. Wang Lang said, brother Quan is still rich. I can't afford those things at all. Shan Keiquan felt uncomfortable when he heard it and found an excuse. I'm afraid of the cold. Is brother Quan so weak? Cuiu added. Shan Keiquan couldn't explain it, so he had to let them assume that he had money. He originally bought it for Bei Yuxia, but she had her own money and didn't need his money at all. Cuiu continued the previous topic. I saw his girlfriend today. As soon as he said this, several boys present became interested and looked towards him. Cuiu was very proud when he saw the attention of several people. Others only knew that Shenzhou's girlfriend was from the experimental class, but they had never seen her. Now he had the honor of seeing her. What does she look like? Shan Keiquan asked. All high school students are like this. When they know someone has a girlfriend, they will ask if she is pretty. Although Cuiu looked down on Shenzhou, he still replied, she is pretty. Do you know Dang Jiai from class 1? She is only slightly worse than Dang Jiai, but she is definitely pretty. Dang Jiai. Shan Keiquan's mouth corners tilted. He is now allergic to this name and can't bear to hear it. His head hurts when he hears it. Wang Lang said in surprise, she is pretty. Ma Shicheng, who was sitting next to him, looked up at them and sank back to play games. Hu Jun's mouth corners raised a proud arc. A bunch of little brats know what is pretty? Real beauty should be plump, mature, full, not a yellow-haired girl. He sighed in his heart. It was really hard to have no math class in the evening study today. Cuiu kept an eye on all directions and noticed the expressions of Ma Shicheng and Hu Jun. He smiled coldly in his heart. Shenzhou's girlfriend likes to play games. They were sitting on a bench in front of the UK store playing games. I saw it clearly. The game she played was Subway Surfers. I saw Ma Jie playing it. Ma Shicheng raised his head again and looked over here when he heard it. Then CUIU added, which girl came to school, and her mother sent her to the school gate. Her mother looks like. Hu Jun's expression changed, and his eyes stared at him closely. What does she look like? Fuck me. Shan Kaikwon glanced at Hu Jun. He knew Hu Jun's unique hobby. He remembered clearly that when the school started, they asked Hu Jun to rate the girls in their 8th class, and Hu Jun gave a very low score. It turned out that he liked those who were over 35 years old and had a very unique taste. Shan Kaikwon despised Hu Jun, but at the same time he felt a sense of superiority. Although he was frustrated in his pursuit of Bayuxia, at least his aesthetic taste was not distorted. Hu Jun was not like this. He went astray from the beginning. Why do you care about what other people's mothers do? Why are you so weird? Can't you learn something good? Jiuo Kunan scolded him. Hu Jun knew that they didn't understand beauty, so he didn't argue. CUIU used a little trick to draw the attention of Ma Shicheng and Hu Jun back. He was proud and felt a sense of superiority in terms of IQ. Seeing that several people had turned their attention back, CUIU guided the topic in the direction he wanted. Do you think Shenzhou is worthy of that girl? As far as I know, Shenzhou used to be a mixed up person. He ranked in the bottom 20 in the last exam. As a result, his girlfriend is from the experimental class, and she is not bad looking. CUIU pulled a wave of hatred and prepared to let his brothers verbally attack Shenzhou so that Shenzhou could not do their class 8 business and could not show off outside the school. Shan Kaikwon was the first to say, he's not worthy of it. He does nothing every day and only gets girls by pleasing them. I despise this kind of people the most. Shan Kaikwon was jealous of Shenzhou for having a beautiful girlfriend. Jiuo Kunan said, Shenzhou smiles when he sells things, but he's actually a little bit bad. Last time when we were playing basketball on the playground, Shenzhou didn't know how to give up the ball after he got it. His sportsmanship is not as good as Wu Zhaoqi. CUIU nodded. When he comes to our class in the future, Kaikwon, don't buy his things anymore. Think about it. He's dating, and he's spending the money you contributed to him. Do you feel comfortable? No. Shan Kaikwon responded. He has learned his lesson now and really won't buy Shenzhou's things anymore. CUIU saw that he had successfully attracted hatred, so he continued. Brothers, let me tell you a secret. Shenzhou rented a house outside the school. He and his girlfriend played outside for a while, and then went back to the rented house together. At this point, CUIU's eyes were weird, and the meaning revealed by him was understood by several people. This world. Shan Kaikwon sighed. Although he pursued girls, he never thought about it that way. There's nothing I can do. Don't good students like boys like that? Shenzhou is fun. He's not bad looking. He makes some money from selling things, and he's good at speaking. Jiuo Kunan said, as if he was used to it. He went to junior high school in the town. In their place, junior high school and high school are in the same school. Many high school students play more than the students in number for middle school. Fortunately, his junior high school grades have always been in the top 5 in the class. His luck in the high school entrance examination was a little better, and he was able to pass the scoreline of Yuzhou number 4 middle school. Wang Lang also sighed. He felt a little regretful when he heard this. Ma Shicheng was originally interested in the girl who played games, but now he didn't say anything. Only Hu Jun was still strong, with no sigh on his face, but a little happy. For him, those things that didn't matter, he liked them more. After chatting for a while, after CUIU's topic guidance, the few people didn't say they were hostile to Shenzhou, but their impression of Shenzhou was absolutely bad. CUIU cursed in his heart. Shenzhou, you stupid dog, I'll let you pretend in front of me. I'm going to mess up your business. First, he didn't like Shenzhou, and second, because Shenzhou's girlfriend was in the same junior high school as him, and was quite popular in school. She was originally a good student. Although he didn't like that girl, he liked Jiang Ning in the class, but when he thought of a simple girl being picked up by Shenzhou and showing off to people outside, he couldn't suppress his anger and wanted to do something to Shenzhou. Chapter 137 Superb Running Skills. After the second class in the evening self-study, there was a long break. Jiuo Kunan came from the back row to find Shan Kaikwon and patted him on the shoulder. How many laps did you run today? It was very cold in winter, and it was also cold to sit in the classroom. Many students like to go to the playground to run during the long break of evening self-study, which can not only exercise their bodies, but also warm their bodies. Moreover, during this period of time, there are many students running on the playground, which is very lively. There are also many beautiful female classmates walking together, which is very tempting for many boys. Thinking of running on the playground, being seen by those beautiful female classmates with a healthy and comfortable posture, they cast a surprised look at them. Just a look will make many boys feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Shan Kaikwon glanced at Baiyuksha with the corner of his eye, and then he said lightly, "Run 10 laps during the long break today." After saying this, Baiyuksha really looked over here. Shan Kaikwon was secretly happy. When Ji Kanan heard what Kaikwon said, he immediately knew that he was pretending again. As a good brother, he certainly supported Kaikwon, and immediately told him about Kaikwon's feat last night. "I remember you ran 17 laps last night, right? That's amazing." Shan Kaikwon praised Ji Kanan in his heart, saying that he was indeed brother Nan, and he gave him an extra 10. "It's just 17 laps, it's easy, nothing to brag about, try not to tell others, I like to keep a low profile." Shan Kaikwon continued to stare at Baiyuksha from the corner of his eye. I understand, brother Kwan." Ji Kanan was very respectful. Shan Kaikwon said again, "Later, bring that guy, Wang Lang Lang up. I will teach him how to run, and tell him how to run professionally." Then he asked Jiang Ning, "Jiang Ning, are you going to run?" "No, you go." Then Shan Kaikwon mustered up the courage, and asked Baiyuksha, "Are you going to run? Sitting in your seat for a long time is not good for your health." Baiyuksha said, "Chen Xiao and her sister will call me later, and I will go with them." Shan Kaikwon was very surprised. He didn't expect Baiyuksha to be willing to go to the playground. Doesn't that mean they can meet on the playground? "Okay, I'll go first. See you on the playground later." Shan Kaikwon puffed out his chest, his body as straight as a javelin, and ran to the back row to find Wang Lang Lang in a very proud manner. Zhu Yuantang lay on the table, and Jiang Ning covered her head with the hat on the back of her clothes. The hat was a bit big, and it covered her tightly. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Ning took a key gathering pill. Zhu Yuantang tilted his hat, his eyes showed from the hat, and said in a muffled voice, "Jiang Ning, have you eaten the sugar pill again? Is it sweet?" "No, it's bitter." "You're lying, I smell sweetness." "Oh, do you want to try it?" Jiang Ning took out a green pill, which was a pill he specially made to fill his stomach. If he ate one pill, he wouldn't want to eat for a day. Zhu Yuantang shook his head. "I don't want to eat this, I want to eat what you just ate. I've eaten it, there's no more." Jiang Ning put the pill into the storage ring. Playground. There was no night wind tonight, but Shan Kaikwon rode the wind. He gritted his teeth and ran hard on the track. He was racing with love. As long as he ran fast enough and cool enough, he could hold love. Shan Kaikwon rushed through the first lap at a very fast speed, and then, in the dense crowd, he accurately scanned Baiyuksha, who was walking with Chen Xiao and Chen Saiking. "Classmate, let's go." Shan Kaikwon left a word and ran like a wild dog in the chaotic crowd. He wiped out a handsome arc and rode the wind away. Chen Xiao said, "He runs so fast." Sister Chen Saiking said, "Why does he run so fast?" Baiyuksha said, "Maybe he wants to exercise. I heard that you can sign up for sports specialty students in the second year of high school." Another lap. Shan Kaikwon ran by, passing by Baiyuksha. He said hello again, without a cloud. "He works hard." Chen Xiao said, "He must have a good physical fitness." Chen Saiking said, "Very suitable for studying sports." Baiyuksha said. In the third lap, Shan Kaikwon's forehead was sweating, and his legs were heavy, but he passed by Baiyuksha and waved his hand. Chen Xiao and Chen Saiking thought of the same thing. He must love running. Baiyuksha, let him try to participate in the next sports meet. The fourth lap, the playground of number 4 middle school is a standard 400-meter run. Shan Kaikwon is really running for his life. He runs very fast, faster than everyone else running at night on the playground. After 4 laps, his throat felt like it was on fire, and his lungs felt like they were pulling a bellows. He could not bear it any longer. but this is only for laps. He cannot stop. A real man must run at least 7 laps. However, Shan Kei-kun is not stubborn. He thinks he is not stupid. Although he runs very fast, if he really finishes 7 laps, Baiyuksha and the others will probably be back to class soon. Shan Kei-kun suddenly had a new idea. He ran to Baiyuksha and said hello. At this time, Baiyuksha was walking in the inner circle of the track, next to the grass of the playground. Shan Kei-kun ran 4 laps, and stopped suddenly 8 meters in front of Baiyuksha. He turned his feet. His heart was beating very fast, because of the intense exercise. Adrenaline surged, and he strode onto the grass. Shan Kei-kun kicked his legs backwards, threw his hands down, pressed down on the grass, and stretched his body. Push-ups, 5th style. He resisted the fatigue in his body, and did 2 push-ups quickly and standardly. Chen Xiaoyu, really amazing. Chen King, he really works hard. These 2 sentences were no less than 2 shots of adrenaline for Shan Kei-kun. He held his breath, and did 3 standard push-ups in a row on the crowded playground. At this time, Wang Longlong's voice came from behind. Brother Quan, you are confused. You said you would take me running. Why did you leave me behind? Shan Kei-kun supported his arms at this time, and opened his mouth to say, I. Before he finished speaking, his voice was stuck, his arms were completely exhausted, and he lost his support and suddenly fell to the grass. Baiyuksha and the twins were startled, and so was Wang Longlong. Fortunately, Jiuo Kanan ran up in time. He half knelt on the ground, turned Shan Kei-kun over, and let him half lean up. Kei-kun, what's wrong with you? Shan Kei-kun looked painful, opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, and groaned with difficulty. I can't breathe, brother. Jiuo Kanan hurriedly patted Shan Kei-kun on the back. After a few times, Shan Kei-kun gasped for breath and finally recovered. After Shan Kei-kun's breathing became normal, his eyes refocused, and then he saw Baiyuksha in front of him, and a group of onlookers, who were pointing and talking at him. Shan Kei-kun recalled what happened just now, and there was only one thought in his mind. Damn, I'm so embarrassed. Shan Kei-kun returned to the class with a gloomy face. He had planned to shock Baiyuksha today, and show his strong physique, but he ran a few laps, and lost his face. How can he face Baiyuksha in the future? Will Baiyuksha despise him in the future, after seeing his cowardly appearance today? Will she say that he is useless? Shan Kei-kun sat in his seat, and the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. He couldn't help it, so he took out his mobile phone, and sent a questions message to Ma Shichen. Brother Ma, help me transfer to Wang Longlong. Okay. Wang Longlong took Ma Shichen's phone. Brother Quan, what's wrong? Longlong, let me ask you, was I a fool on the playground just now? The reason why Shan Kei-kun didn't ask Jiuo Kanan was because Brother Nan was his good brother, and he would definitely say good things and comfort him. But Wang Longlong was different. Relatively speaking, he would speak more truthfully. Brother Quan, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? The truth. Of course the truth. Just tell it to me. Wang Longlong replied, it's not a question of whether he is an idiot or not. It's just too damn funny. The way you were out of breath was just like that dog with its neck pinched and its tongue sticking out. Chen Xiaoyu and Baiyuksha from our class were stunned at the time. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Shan Kei-kun was extremely sad and angry. He put down his phone and felt hopeless. How would Baiyuksha look at him in the future? He lost so much face and was seen by so many people. Shan Kei-kun felt that there was no hope in his life. He leaned on the desk, thinking about his bleak life. At this time, there were about 3 or 4 minutes left before the last evening self-study class, and an uninvited guest suddenly came in through the classroom door. Shenzhou walked to class 8 with a bag in hand and a smile on his face. He looked at the students in class 8 and shouted, hello, handsome boys and beautiful girls in class 8. I brought something that everyone likes again. He took out 2 gloves from his backpack. My gloves are magical. Don't you freeze your hands when you play with your mobile phone in winter? You can't touch the screen when you wear other people's gloves, but my gloves can. This is specially designed for playing with mobile phones. Look at this fingertip. It is made of special materials. You don't have to worry about freezing your hands when you play with your mobile phone in winter. It allows you to play with your mobile phone in a warm way. Shenzhou introduced his small products on the podium and took out his mobile phone to demonstrate to everyone. In the 4 seats in the back row, CUIU said impatiently, "Why is this thing here again? Everyone listen to me, don't buy it. Every time we buy a product, the girlfriend he will find in the future will be more beautiful. CUIU bewitched, you don't want someone like him to find a beautiful girlfriend, right?" Jiuo Kanan said, "Don't worry, Kaikun will definitely not buy it this time." Chapter 138, Don't you have eyes when walking? Don't miss it. If you pass by, it's okay if you don't buy it. Come up and experience it. Shenzhou shouted in front of the class like a street vendor, without any stage fright. CUIU in the back row spat inwardly, damn, he doesn't care about his face to make money. In the front row, Zhu Yuantang lay on the desk, staring at the gloves on Shenzhou's hands, her eyelashes fluttering, a little curious. She had seen this kind of gloves on the internet before. Of course, Zhu Yuantang would not buy them, because Shenzhou's gloves were ugly. Before winter, Zhu Yuantang thought that it was too cold in winter. Would playing with the phone freeze her hands? She was worried. She thought about buying a pair of gloves and another pair of gloves for Jiang Ning. However, in winter, it was not cold at all. This place in the class was a warm throne, very warm. Then when I got home, it was still not cold, and my hands were not frozen at all. But others were obviously very cold. Shan Kaikun in the front row was often so cold that he shivered with the table. Zhu Yuantang was puzzled, and finally she attributed the reason to herself. It must be that she ate well and became stronger, so she was not cold. Zhu Yuantang knew that Jiang Ning was not cold either. She had tested Jiang Ning several times, and she was burned every time. A genius like Zhu Yuantang must know the reason. Jiang Ning must have become stronger, because he usually eats almost the same as herself. It is really worth celebrating. Zhu Yuantang took out a warm mobile phone from the pocket of her down jacket. The screen of the mobile phone was very clean, without a trace of fingerprints. This is because every time Zhu Yuantang finished playing with her mobile phone, she would give it to Jiang Ning. He was very capable. Every time he passed it over his hand, the whole mobile phone was as good as new. It was really amazing. Zhu Yuantang sent a message to her mother. In order to celebrate her and Jiang Ning becoming stronger, she asked her mother to grill 2 grilled wings tonight. No, 3. Last time Jiang Ning bought an oven for her family, combined with her mother's superb craftsmanship. The grilled wings were bright in color, covered with honey, sprinkled with white sesame and spices, and were extremely tempting. She took a bite, and her teeth were fragrant. The taste was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang was almost burned by his own saliva. Jiang Ning looked strange. "Are you okay?" "Just kidding. How can I be okay?" Zhu Yuantang swallowed hard. Shenzhou on the podium was still shouting, but the gloves were not selling well today. The price of 23 yuan a pair was a bit expensive. Shenzhou subconsciously looked at Shan Kaikun who was sitting in the class. He remembered very clearly that this brother always supported him and bought several times. He made 40 or 50 yuan just from Shan Kaikun. But Shan Kaikun didn't buy it today. It was really strange. Shenzhou was a little unhappy. The feng shui of class 8 was not very good today. In the past, he could still get 2 orders from class 8. If he bought a few more, he would be so cool. When Shenzhou was thinking about it, a voice came from below. "Let me see." Shenzhou looked over and saw a boy about 1.8 meters tall walking towards him. However, what puzzled him was that this guy had a special body proportion and his hair was too long, almost 10 centimeters. If it were usual, Shenzhou would have laughed at him. What the hell? Not tall enough, but hair makes up for it? If he was in junior high school, he would definitely drag him to the toilet and rub some of his hair. But now he is in high school, and Shenzhou is doing business on weekdays, so he naturally can't be too arrogant. He smiled and said happily, "Brother, come and see my gloves. I guarantee you will use them." Meng Jiui walked to the front of the podium, pinched the gloves, and put them on to play with his mobile phone. The touch is quite sensitive, just right for him to play with his mobile phone. "Make it cheaper. I'll give you a number, 20. Meng Jiui negotiated. Upon hearing this, Shenzhou complained, "Brother, my gloves are of good quality. The purchase price is only 21 yuan. I sell them to you for 23 yuan. I make 2 yuan. Isn't that conscientious enough? What you said, let's just make 20 yuan. Meng Jiui didn't believe that he only made 2 yuan. If Meng Jiui hadn't opened online banking and wanted to use the gloves now, he would definitely buy them online. He had to play with his mobile phone when he went home late at night, so he had to get these high-tech gloves. Shenzhou didn't get angry when he saw Meng Jiui like this, but took out a pack of cigarettes from his clothes. In front of the whole class, he took out a cigarette and handed it to Meng Jiui. Brother, have one. He looked like a familiar social person. No, no. Meng Jiui refused. Take it. Shenzhou put the cigarette to Meng Jiui's ear, and then he put his arm around his neck in a familiar manner. Brother, don't bargain. Let's be friends. Sitting in the back of the 4 seats, CUIU said, Shenzhou is really awesome. He just gave away the cigarettes. If our class teacher knew about this, he would be beaten to death. There are still relatively few people in this age group who smoke, which seems to be very unique. Jiuo Kanan said, it's indeed a bit arrogant. What's so good about cigarettes? I never smoke. CUIU said, just pretending. Who would smoke if they are serious students? But seeing Meng Jiui took the cigarette, CUIU was secretly happy. He and Meng Jiui like Jiang Yanan. Now that Jiang Yanan is not here, he can find a reason to tell Jiang Yanan about Meng Jiui smoking. How can he compete with him for Jiang Yanan? Jiang Yanan will definitely think that Meng Jiui is not a good person. Isn't Meng Jiui in trouble? Hu Jun, a simple and honest living committee member, said, I have never liked smokers since I was a child. I have seen a film about the harm of tobacco and the miserable conditions of those patients. It is really scary. Even now, when I see someone smoking around me, I hold my breath and walk away to ensure that I do not inhale any smoke. Ma Shicheng said, is Jun still afraid of smoke? Although he does not smoke, he basically does not care whether others smoke or not. When Hu Jun heard what Ma Shicheng said, he glanced at him with disdain and said with a certain sense of justice and high sounding, I'm not afraid of smoke. I just want to have a healthy lung and one day donate my healthy lungs to benefit others. Ma Shicheng looked at him differently. He did not expect Jun to have such an ambition. His vision is really high. Jiuo Kanan praised, Jun is a man with great ambitions. Although CUIU felt that Hu Jun was a little lacking in brains, it was indeed a good thing to have such people in society, so he also praised him. Hu Jun enjoyed the gazes of several people and felt a little proud in his heart. What is greatness? This is greatness. Sacrifice yourself and make others successful. Wang Lang suddenly shouted, Brother Jun, you are confused. What if your lungs are donated to that smoker? Hu Jun's smile was frozen. Can you say less, Wang Lang? Shenzhou successfully sold the gloves to Meng Jiui for 23 yuan. At this moment, he was holding the money given by Meng Jiui and looking at the classmates in class 8 lightly. There was a feeling of condescension in his heart. When these people were still relying on their parents for living expenses, he was already making money on his own. What is this called? This is ability. He looked at other classmates as if he was looking at children. What's the use of having good grades? Although my grades are poor, I can make money and I can make more money in the future. A little comparison will tell you who has a bigger pattern. When you have more money in the future, recruit 2 younger brothers and let them help you sell goods. Wouldn't it be more impressive? What kind of ability is good at studying? Making money is. With these thoughts, Shenzhou prepared to leave. Class 8 had a bad feng shui today. They only sold 1 item and earned 8 yuan, but it was enough for dinner. On the west side of the classroom, Mao Zhe stuffed his phone into the hole in the desk. He just glanced at the time and there was still 1 minute before class. It was the last class of the evening self-study. There was no teacher to supervise, and the class monitor Huang Zhangfei also asked for leave. It was a good time to go to the toilet. It was okay to come back a little later, and you could enjoy the quiet campus outside. Mao Zhe made a good plan. He leaned sideways and struggled to pass through the narrow gap between the desks from behind Pang Zhao's huge body. As soon as Mao Zhe left his seat, he became lively. He was anxious to go to the toilet, crouched, ran up to the podium in a few steps, past Shenzhou who was carrying a bag, and rushed to the door. At this moment, a strange girl suddenly came in through the classroom door with an average appearance. Maozhe had no time to break. Facing the girl he was about to hit, he subconsciously took emergency shelter, and his arms curled up in front of him like a kangaroo. Maozhe was about 1.68 meters tall, a little taller than the girl. When he bumped into her head on, his curled up hand suddenly touched a place that shouldn't be touched. The girl was knocked back and screamed. Maozhe looked up and saw the girl's face clearly. She was not from their class. He said angrily, "Which class are you from? Don't you watch your way?" The girl didn't answer, but looked at Shenzhou on the podium. Shenzhou's face darkened. The girl at the door was his girlfriend. Damn, his girlfriend was touched by another man in front of him. Can he tolerate it? No. Shenzhou was a scoundrel in junior high school. He was a scoundrel of the same level as Deng Xiang, who came to class 8 to play Deng Kaikwan last time. During this period, he only sold things with a smile to make money. Now that his girlfriend was touched by someone, his nature was immediately released. At worst, I won't do business in class 8 anymore. Shenzhou put down his backpack, sternly looked, and walked quickly behind Maozhe. He went up and slapped Maozhe on the back of his head, angrily saying, "Damn it, don't you have eyes when you walk?" Chapter 139 A Shocking Battle. At the back of the classroom, Cuiu saw this scene and quickly patted the people sitting in the 4 rows, repeating, "I'm awesome, I'm awesome, I'm awesome." He touched Maozhe. Cuiu was shocked and surprised. Happiness came too suddenly. Compared with others, Cuiu knew who Maozhe was better. If we talk about the people in class 8 who are the most untouchable, the first one must be Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning is the uncrowned king of class 8. Then the next few people are Wu Zhaoqi, Song Sheng, Pang Jiao, and Maozhe. Once these people are provoked, they will suffer serious consequences. And Shenzhou, the existence that Cuiu couldn't stand, actually provoked Maozhe. At this time, Shenzhou slapped Maozhe, and the whole class stopped running instantly like a big machine, and everyone looked at the door of the class. Maozhe was hit on the head, and he already knew who the person was based on the sound. It was that hawker. Maozhe's face was gloomy, and he slowly turned his head and met Shenzhou's unruly face. "What are you looking at? You bumped into my boyfriend. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this room." Shenzhou had already torn off the smile he usually pretended to wear, revealing the image of a scoundrel. "Explanation?" Maozhe spat out the 2 words, and his forehead twitched. He swung out a claw like lightning, sure scratching Shenzhou's face. Wang Lang in the back row was shocked and said, "Fuck, Foshin shadowless claw." Cuiu looked at this scene, feeling relieved and a little annoyed. What made him relieved was that Shenzhou was caught, and what made him annoyed was that he had been caught by Maozhe in front of the classroom before. Shenzhou was caught by a claw, which was unbelievable. How long had it been? How long had no one dared to attack him? When was there a fight where he didn't kick others unilaterally? Immediately, Shenzhou was like a king whose dignity was violated. He punched Maozhe fiercely, and the gunpowder barrel exploded from then on, and a big fight began. The 2 of them wrestled in front of the class 8 classroom. The students of class 8 watched in amazement. Jiao Kunan, who was in the back row, saw the 2 people fighting and said tentatively, "Do you want to stop the fight?" After all, Maozhe was from his class. If he was beaten by someone from another class in front of so many people in the class, wouldn't they be a bit inferior if they told others about it later? Cuiu said, "Maozhe may not lose. He had fought against Maozhe several times and never got the upper hand." Cuiu thought he had some talent for fighting, but for some reason, he couldn't escape Maozhe's claws when playing with Maozhe in the past. In addition to Pang Jiao's strong performance at the New Year's Eve party, Maozhe was able to tie with Pang Jiao, who weighed more than 160 kilograms, which was enough to show that he was not bad at fighting. Today, the class monitor Huang Zhengfei asked for leave, and Maozhe was very unpopular. Although the fight was huge, no one in the class stepped forward to stop it, and no one even said a word of advice. At this time, the class bell rang, and the melodious bell sounded like a war song, cheering for the fight between the two. In the front row of the classroom, in the middle of the battle, Shenzhou and Miozhe fought from the classroom door, all the way to the podium, and then to the back of the multimedia. The students in the front row stood up to watch, while the students in the back row were blocked from view. Wang Lang said anxiously, "What are you still fighting about? Go and watch." He quickly found a good seat, and a large group of people in the back row followed him, stretching their heads to watch. The atmosphere was very explosive, like a Stars concert. In the front row, near the south, Zhu Yuantang watched the movement in front, and she told Jiang Ning, "They are fighting." Zhu Yuantang said this, her eyes fixed on Jiang Ning. She used to hate fighting the most, especially in class. When she was in junior high school, she was often affected, knocking over tables, dropping books, breaking water cups, etc. But now she doesn't have the insecurity she used to have. Staying next to Jiang Ning, no matter how hard the fight is, she won't be affected. Yes, they are fighting. Jiang Ning was also very calm. His position was not bad, just in time to witness the two people's fighting posture, and even the expression on Shenzhou's girlfriend's face at the classroom door was also clearly seen. Shan Kaikun looked back at Jiang Ning, and Bai Yuxia also turned his head. The class monitor asked for leave today, and no one could take care of it. Ma Shiqing, who was playing games in the back, was startled. He looked up at the crowd in front and frowned. Wang Lang, who was sitting on the table in front and watching, noticed him and shouted, Brother Ma, great, it's biting." What? Ma Shiqing was immersed in the game just now. He only knew that the class was in chaos, and couldn't see what was going on. Miozhe and Shenzhou are fighting. Wow. 7-star Mantis Fist. Shenzhou used a 7-star Mantis Fist. Oh my god. Miozhe was hit. Is Miozhe still okay? Miozhe, stand up. Wang Lang clenched his fists, his arms trembling. Miozhe was not knocked down. Miozhe used his signature move, the Foshan Shadowless Claw. This claw was as fast as lightning, and like a tide, continuous, one move after another. Shenzhou was completely unable to defend himself, and the situation was about to be reversed. Ma Shiqing was confused. What's going on? Brother Ma, it's too late. Let me explain it to you. Wang Lang pulled out a book and rolled it into a microphone. Is Shenzhou going to die? At this critical moment, Shenzhou suddenly kicked out a Nanshan kick. The so-called Nanshan kick. One kick, the whole Nanshan nursing home shakes 3 times. Miozhe was not in a hurry. His claws formed a Teikai shape. Oh my god, he made a seal. What is he going to do? Oh my god, he used the ultimate Foshan Shadowless Claw. The claw shadows filled the sky and turned that kick into nothingness. Wang Lang's voice echoed throughout the back row, and everyone looked at him. Shenzhou and Miozhe were almost fighting at the water dispenser, and Wang Lang seized the opportunity to continue explaining. Shenzhou kicked the blackboard wall. What was that? Could it be the legendary Buddha jumps over the wall? But the kick missed. Shenzhou was still no match for his opponent. At this time Shenzhou suddenly shouted, holding the sun and the moon, and picking the stars, "There is no one like me in the world." In an instant, the armor hero possessed his body and instantly transformed into the Emperor's armor. Shenzhou only attacked, and did not defend, and defeated Miozhe again and again. Ma Shiqing was confused. Lang, what are you explaining? Wang Lang's face changed. Brother Ma doesn't like this. He held the microphone, and changed the way of commentary. His voice suddenly became low. Miozhe and Shenzhou fought to the edge of the podium. The avenues were all wiped out. All the ways of the heavens were trampled under their feet. With a wave of their claws, thousands of worlds were born and destroyed. Who is the peak at the end of the immortal road? Seeing Miozhe, the way is empty. Jiuo Kunan said, it's too fake, not real and not exciting. I want something more beautiful. Wang Lang. Miozhe stroked Shenzhou's face with one hand, and scratched his skin. Shenzhou closed his arm and eyes slightly. He cried out, his breath was like orchid. Ouch, what are you doing? Facing such a beauty, even the Buddha would be tempted. Miozhe rushed forward, and was about to take her down in one fell swoop. Shenzhou suddenly struggled and whimpered. Maozhe was so happy that he thought Shenzhou had submitted to him. He chuckled. Shenzhou on the podium was furious when he heard it. He withdrew and stopped fighting. He shouted at Wang Longlong, "Can you please stop talking? Fuck." Wang Longlong laughed dryly and put down his book and microphone. After this interruption, neither Maozhe nor Shenzhou got any advantage, and they called a truce. Shenzhou didn't want to stay in class 8. The fat boy behind him just explained that he had become a laughingstock. If he stayed any longer, he would only be laughed at by others. Shenzhou left with his girlfriend. Maozhe glanced at him, was silent for a moment, and also went out. In the last class of the evening self-study, almost everyone in class 8 had a smile on their face, and there was laughter and joy, except Maozhe. Maozhe sat in his seat, looking at the smiles on the faces of his classmates and the strange looks they cast from time to time. For a moment, Maozhe felt that he was a joke. Fighting with others and being watched by classmates would only be a joke. He had some sad thoughts. Then, this idea was extinguished by him. Maozhe was lonely. He disdained to blend into the atmosphere of his classmates. He felt that kind of friendship was meaningless. Anyway, the 3 years of high school passed in the blink of an eye. He never envied others. Maozhe's father had many friends, but what else did those friends do besides looking for his father to drink and borrow money? When he was a child, his father emptied the family's money in order to lend money to others, and he and his mother were hungry and had no food to eat. When he was in elementary school, he couldn't even pay the tuition. Later, his parents divorced, and Maozhe lived with his mother. Because he didn't have a father, he was bullied a lot, and at that time he was also regarded as a joke. Maozhe refused to admit defeat, and he quietly sharpened his nails. In a battle, he caught 3 people in a row, enjoying their crying. From then on, Maozhe awakened. Since then, few people dared to bully him. As long as anyone provokes me, I will scratch them, so that I'm invincible, and will never be hurt. Just like today. What about Shenzhou who sells things? Isn't he being scratched by him, and retreating step by step, with bloodstains all over his face? Maozhe is lonely, but he is not lonely. The evening self-study is over. Maozhe returned to the rented house, turned on the light, and sat at the desk. He picked up his mobile phone, clicked on questions to send a message. Yanenai, are you there? I'm here. Seeing Yanenai's reply, Maozhe smiled knowingly. He and Yanenai agreed that in order not to affect their studies, generally speaking, they would only chat after school at noon, and after the evening self-study. Looking at the 2 words "I'm here," Maozhe had a warm feeling. Today, he had a fight with Shenzhou. The injuries he suffered were not worth mentioning. But before they left, the figure of Shenzhou and her girlfriend leaving together made Maozhe feel uncomfortable. At that moment, he felt particularly lonely. But now that Yanenai is here, he is no longer lonely. He typed, "Yanenai, let me tell you something interesting. There was a fight in our class today." Yanenai, what a coincidence. There was also a fight in our class today. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that there would be a fight in your high school in Nanshi. Maozhe was surprised by his and Yanenai's luck. This is fate. Well, your Linsao is more developed than our Nanshi, and there are fights too. What a coincidence. Yanenai replied. Maozhe, this shows that we are in tune with each other. I saw on the internet that there is probably a self of the opposite sex in the world. I think Yanenai, you may be the me of the opposite sex. Oh, you are so annoying Maozhe. He. At this time, Maozhe received an official notification on questions. He saw that his yellow diamond was renewed for 3 months. Yanenai, last time you topped up my VIP account. This time I'll give it back to you. Maozhe looked at the yellow diamond logo and was deeply moved. Yanenai was so nice, a good girl who knew how to repay kindness. He would never miss such a girl. Yanenai, Yanshu, I feel a little uncomfortable today. Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Can I help? Maozhe was so worried. He was afraid that Yanenai would be hurt. It's okay. You will be fine in a few days. Ah, you really don't need my help? Maozhe felt a sense of powerlessness and pain. Really, I'm going to bed first. I'll be fine after a good sleep. I'll find you tomorrow morning. Remember to go to bed early. Jiang Ning I finally sent. Good night. After Jiang Ning I sent that message, she went offline. Myro ZHE knew that Jiang Ning I must be really uncomfortable. She has always been a vigorous and resolute woman. While being gentle, she also has a kind of open-minded righteousness and never tells lies. Myro ZHE stared at the screen blankly. His eyes were dazed for a while. She must not want me to worry, so she went to bed, right? She is so nice. Myro ZHE was moved and clicked on Jiang Ning I's space. Her space was not very popular, with very few comments, very clean. Just like her. Myro ZHE patrolled her message board as usual. Very good, no other boys had stained this territory. Myro ZHE left a message. Hey Aomi Miyazaki once said that it was raining in the city where you live, and I really wanted to ask if you brought an umbrella. But I held back because I was afraid that you would say you didn't bring one, and I was powerless. Just like I love you, but can't give you the company you want. Good night, Jiang Ning I. Don't worry, the protagonist's plot is coming later. Chapter 140, Enemy with the Whole World. After New Year's Day, according to the Gregorian calendar, it is now 2014. The Lunar New Year's Eve is set on January 29th. The first grade of Yuzhou number 4 middle school is not strictly controlled. There will be no extra tutoring during the winter vacation for the first grade of high school. Students can enjoy a whole and perfect winter vacation. Jiang Ning sat in his seat, holding a fountain pen and pointing at the test paper. He was explaining the math problems to Beiyuxia. Zhu Yuantong, his deskmate, held her chin with her hand, her little face full of confusion and puzzlement. Beiyuxia asked her a question just now. Zhu Yuantong has always been helpful, of course she would not refuse. So she told Beiyuxia her way of solving the problem, but Beiyuxia still listened in a daze. Zhu Yuantong thought, I explained it very simply, using all the basic knowledge, and only omitting those unimportant steps that can be understood at a glance. Why can't Beiyuxia understand it? Is it her problem or my problem? Zhu Yuantong was a little discouraged. Is she not suitable to be a teacher who teaches and educates people? Jiang Ning can obviously understand it. Beiyuxia is too weak. Zhu Yuantong was sure that he had no problem. Jiang Ning put away his pen and said, have you learned it? So this is how to solve it. I know it now. Thanks. This is a small strawberry mousse cone that my dad bought for a business trip. Here it is. Beiyuxia took out a palm-sized paper box from her off-white backpack. It's a crispy cone on the outside and chocolate on the inside. It's very soft and tastes great. Beiyuxia said. Jiang Ning took the box and glanced at Shan Keikwun. Just now, when Beiyuxia started to ask questions, Shan Keikwun turned around and followed along, very faithfully. Shan Keikwun didn't have much expression on his face. He knew that Jiang Ning would not only explain the questions to Beiyuxia, but also to Zhenglu at the back table. Besides, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong were usually a couple. So, there is absolutely no possibility that Jiang Ning is interested in Beiyuxia. Shan Keikwun was full of confidence. His eyes were wise, as if he had seen through everything, like an elder who had seen through the ages. Jiang Ning opened the ice cream cone box, gave one to Zhu Yuantong, and gave Shan Keikwun another one. Do you want it? Shan Keikwun took it quickly, saying repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. This is Beiyuxia's snack. He usually doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, only when Jiang Ning finishes explaining the topic and gets a gift from Beiyuxia can he ask for a prize. Jiang Ning is really righteous and capable. Shan Keikwun took a bite of the ice cream cone. The taste is quite good, and his mood became sweet. When Beiyuxia and I get married in the future, I must invite Jiang Ning to attend the wedding. At that time, I will drive to pick him up in person, no matter where he is. Shan Keikwun thought happily, and soon, he finished an ice cream cone. It was really delicious, worthy of being the snack chosen by Beiyuxia. He quietly hid the packaging of the cone in his pocket, intending to remember the brand of the cone in his heart and buy it for Beiyuxia later. By the way, do you know that this final exam is a city-wide exam? Shan Keikwun said. Beiyuxia looked at him and was obviously very interested. Where did you hear that? Shan Kaikwon saw Baiyuksha's reaction, and he said happily, I have a classmate in junior high school who was admitted to the experimental class of number 2 middle school. He told me. When he said this, Shan Kaikwon looked proud, as if he was the one who was admitted to the experimental class of number 2 middle school. You also know that his class is the best class in Yuzhou. The news must be more informed than us. It's basically true. After Baiyuksha heard it, she took out her mobile phone. Wait for me, I'll ask my dad. Her father is an associate professor at Yuzhou University of Finance and Economics, and has a certain network of contacts in the education circle of Yuzhou. Instead of guessing whether Shan Kaikwon's news is true or not, it's better to let her father ask. Anyway, her father dotes on her very much, and will definitely help her with this little thing. After a while, Baiyuksha nodded. Final exam, 1st grade, citywide exam, even 2 county and Guiyang County will participate. I told you. Shan Kaikwon said proudly. Zuyuantong, Jiang Ning, I will use all my strength. Jiang Ning smiled. Okay, let's see how high you can get in the city. He remembered that Zuyuantong ranked 3rd in the city in the joint exam for the 1st grade of high school. Humph, that must be a very good result. Zuyuantong wanted to say 1st in the city, but she didn't want to expose it to Jiang Ning so early, and wait until the test results came out to shock him. In the past, Zuyuantong was afraid of being in the limelight during the exam, so she would always hide some of her strength. Now that Jiang Ning is here, she doesn't have to worry about being disturbed by the outside world, and she can fully exert her strength. Baiyuksha listened to the conversation between the two. Her results in the high school entrance examination were not good. She performed a little worse than usual, and as a result, she failed to enter the 2nd middle school, and she was only in an ordinary class in the 4th middle school. Compared with her parents' achievements, her results were somewhat unworthy. Her parents did not blame her, but comforted her instead. Because Baiyuksha used to spend most of her time on other things, such as dancing, painting, music, etc., and did not spend much time on studying, which led to her average grades. After entering high school, she began to catch up, especially after becoming the deskmate in front of Zuyuantong and Jiang Ning. Whenever she encountered something she did not understand, she could get a detailed answer, and made rapid progress. Therefore, Baiyuksha said, this time I want to challenge the top 50 in the grade. Top 50, that's good. Zuyuantong clenched his fist. Jiang Ning said, keep it up. Baiyuksha always felt so calm when she saw their reactions. Shan Kaikwon came over. The top 50 in the grade is nothing. You will definitely be in the top 10 this time. Zuyuantong, Jiang Ning, you guys should be careful. Baiyuksha may surpass you. I'm very optimistic about her. When she surpasses you, don't cry. Zuyuantong heard this. Okay, Jiang Ning, did you hear me? You have to work hard. Jiang Ning said, don't worry. Baiyuksha, Shan Kaikwon, can you please not make me hate you? Yuksha, don't worry, even if you are against the whole world, I will stand on your side. He said sincerely. Baiyuksha couldn't stand it. Why should I be against the whole world? Shan Kaikwon repeated, I will help you. Several people talked about the final exam, and Chen Kan from the class suddenly ran over. He stood in the aisle, with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. He was standing, while others were sitting. This high position gave him a sense of looking down on others, and his momentum was even greater. Chen Kan first looked at Baiyuksha. His eyes were full of regret, and his heart ached. They had agreed to form a study group together, but before the group was established, Baiyuksha went to Zuyuantong. On the day of the seat assignment, Chen Kan suffered a great blow. He had made a great vow to win back his best friend Baiyuksha. Now, several months have passed. He has worked day and night. He has risked his life. He has studied hard, and finally, the final exam is here. Today, Chen Kan will climb higher and higher, and be ahead of the enemy everywhere. He will take back everything he has lost, and those pains cannot defeat him. Chen Kan said arrogantly, Zuyuantong, you will taste the taste of failure. After saying this, Chen Kan stopped talking nonsense, turned around, and returned to his seat. The final exam is imminent, and the demonstration just now is equivalent to the military order he issued. He now has to seize every minute, and start working hard. After Chen Qian left, Shan Kequan sneered. What is he pretending to be? Zhu Yuantang pondered for a while and asked Jiang Ning, what does failure taste like? Bitter. Jiang Ning said. Oh, then I won't eat it. Shan Kequan ran to the back row and stayed for a while. The news of the final exam spread to class 8, so the discussion about the exam in the class came from every corner and many students were looking forward to it. Jiang Ning was thinking about other things. He went to Hukishan Villa the day before yesterday and visited the herbs he planted. The herbs were nourished by the spirit gathering formation, and Jiang Ning used the catalytic method. Last time, Jiang Ning asked Xiao Shuangshang to collect a rare stone. After grinding, it can make the land nourish the herbs more. After a series of preparations, the growth of herbs is very gratifying. He predicts that a wave of herbs will be harvested before the new year. At that time, the key gathering pills made with those herbs will speed up the cultivation speed by more than twice than the pills he is taking now. Wait until he breaks through the 7th level of key training, so as to explore the area above Hukishan that has been deprived of the laws of heaven and earth. But before that, he must first familiarize himself with the Shinyuan shuttle exploration method to ensure maximum safety. Although Jiang Ning has mastered secret techniques beyond his current realm and can even defeat cultivators at the foundation building realm by surprise, the side effects of those secret techniques are extremely huge. Once used, at best, all of the cultivation in the body will be lost, and at worst, the body will die. If possible, it is best to use puppets to explore the way, so that even if an accident really happens, it will not harm me. Immediately, Jiang Ning felt that he was a little too cautious. That area, let alone my current key training realm, even if I have the cultivation in my heyday, I'm afraid it will take hundreds of years of training to break through the barrier between the two realms. For now, the most important thing is to break through the 7th level of key training, and to instruct Xiao Shuangshang to arrange a team to speed up the search for the materials needed for the puppets. Jiang Ning thought about his future training plans. He was still in the key training stage, so he was not in a hurry. After finding the Tai Yunsu, there was no need to worry about Zhu Yuantang's condition, and she could be replaced with Maro at any time. Jiang Ning was just thinking about what excuse to use for her to wear the Tai Yunsu. Every time his parents called, he would ask them if they wore the protective jade pendant he gave them. Jiang Ning would also mail them some local Yazhao pastries. He added some extracted spiritual objects to the pastries, which could strengthen the body after taking them. The food sent by their children would definitely be eaten by their parents. Due to the layout of Changqing Liquid in Wencheng, his parents were invited to join the company. Why were they willing to join? Because Jiang Ning's father was a little bald, the company directly gave him a bottle for trial use, and he was no longer bald after using it. Jiang Ning's father resolutely joined the company and brought Jiang Ning's mother with him. Now he has become the manager of a region in Wencheng with his own skills. It was during the period of the rapid expansion of Changqing Liquid, with many opportunities, and Jiang Ning felt that his father had the potential to do business. In the previous life, after his parents stopped working, they opened a small shop, and the business was very good. However, when they were preparing to expand, they became ill and were admitted to the hospital. Now when his parents called, they were obviously much better than before, with more confidence. They said they would work hard for a year and buy Jiang Ning a house in the city of Yazhao. It is obvious that Jiang Ning's monthly living expenses have increased a lot, from about 600 to 2000. At this time, for most high school students, 2000 yuan a month for living expenses is still quite a lot, and they can't spend it all on food and drink. Jiang Ning remembered that when he went to college, he only had 1000 yuan a month for living expenses, but at that time, it was really a bit stretched. Jiang Ning was thinking about these and planning his future development path. Zhu Yuantang, his deskmate, suddenly knocked on the table and said, "Jiang Ning, do you think I treat you well? Tell me if you have something to say." Jiang Ning didn't even raise his head. "Then help me get a glass of water, just this time, and when I have a holiday, I will treat you to hot pot." Zhu Yuantang lazed on the desk, hoping that Jiang Ning would give her charity once. Chapter 141 You Can't Escape. Okay. Jiang Ning went to the water dispenser to get some water. Ma Shichen was holding his enamel teacup over, like an old man in the countryside. The paint on the surface of the enamel mug was very contemporary, with the words "labor is the most glorious" engraved on it. Jiang Ning praised, "The cup is nice." Ma Shichen said complacently, "I bought this on purpose from the internet. Others use thermos cups and glass cups, but Ma Shichen doesn't. He wants to create his own style to show his uniqueness." Besides, the enamel teacup can also be used to soak instant noodles, which is very useful. It's just that every time, after soaking the noodles, you need to clean it, otherwise it's very unsightly. Only when Ma Shichen is in a good mood will he show the whole class how to eat instant noodles with a teacup. Jiang Ning, you get the water first, I'll wait for the next wave of boiling water, he said generously, then took out his mobile phone and stood by the water dispenser to play. Thank you. Jiang Ning took a cup of hot water. Before leaving, Yuwen was discussing celebrity matters with Jiang Yanan, with a slightly fanatical expression on her face. He returned to his seat. Woo, Jiang Ning, you are so nice. Zhu Yuantang was holding the cup, very happy. It's great. Someone sends me to school. The class is warm. I can learn knowledge at a glance. I can play with my phone in class. Someone buys me food. Someone takes my hot water, and sometimes I have snacks. Zhu Yuantang can't imagine what else in the world can be happier than this. Jiang Ning ignored Zhu Yuantang, but looked at his classmates. Ma Shichen was still in front of the water dispenser. The water dispensers in high school classes are mostly ordinary ones. After boiling water, others need to wait for it to boil again before they can get another cup of boiled water. It's okay in summer. Everyone drinks cold water without waiting. But Yuzhao's winter is cold and dry. If you can drink a cup of hot water, it is still a very comfortable thing. This also leads to a water dispenser that is a bit difficult to meet the needs of classmates. Many times, when you rush there, the boiled water has been taken away by others, and you often need to stand by and wait. If you don't wait, the next wave will be finished and may be taken away by others. Ma Shichen stood there, swiping his phone, while waiting for the water. At this time, the voices of girls discussing came from not far away. Professor Du is so handsome. How can there be such a charming man? You must find a boyfriend according to this standard. Yes, this is simply a template for a boyfriend. You must watch You Who Came From the Stars. This is a super good drama, and Professor Du in it really loves me to death. Ma Shichen listened to these noisy voices, and there was only one word in his mind: noisy. He moved his eyes to the noisy place and saw Yuwen, Jiang Yanan and two other girls holding their phones, happily discussing celebrities over there. Ma Shichen couldn't stand those brainless fans. Some time ago, he was playing in Tiba and just made a normal comment. Then he was sprayed by a female fan of a star. The female fan was very arrogant. Her words were vulgar and dirty, and she insulted Ma Shichen's parents to the extreme. Ma Shichen asked himself if he had offended the other party, but he was offended so much. He couldn't stand it, so he immediately sprayed back. As a result, the fan's fighting power was extremely amazing. He fought with him for hundreds of floors, but he couldn't decide the winner. He was definitely an elite fan who had experienced many battles. But Ma Shichen was quick-witted. He searched the nickname of that person in the forum on the whole network, and found the question's number and other information of the girl. He unexpectedly discovered that the other party was actually the owner of a celebrity fan group. He searched the group, and found that there were more than 700 fans in the group. This was a disaster. Ma Shichen found Wang Longlong, and asked him to use a small account to disguise himself as a girl and sneak into the questions group. The group was very active, and there were often some outrageous remarks about celebrities, which showed that it was well managed. 3 days later, Wang Longlong became the group administrator. On a quiet night, while the group owner was asleep, Wang Longlong kicked all the group members according to Ma Shichen's instructions. The next morning, Ma Shichen took out a small account again, found the girl, added her as a friend, indicating that he was a fan of his brother, and scolded Wang Longlong with her. Then, Ma Shichen and the girl discussed important matters and worked together to re-establish the questions group. The girl took great pains to find more than 200 group members and invited more than 100 fans in various communities, and the questions group returned to the level of more than 400 members. As a veteran, Ma Shichen became the only administrator in the group. Seeing the development of the group, it was thriving. Ma Shichen kicked out all the group members in the dead of night. Then he confessed everything to the girl. The girl who used to be arrogant in Tiba broke down and cried on the spot and cursed Ma Shichen in a crying voice. That night, Ma Shichen turned on the questions phone hands-free and did not turn off the network for his mobile phone at night. He set it to automatically disconnect from the network after the traffic consumption exceeded 30 meters. He listened to the girls crying and slept very peacefully that night. At this moment, Ma Shichen recalled his glorious past, and a sneer appeared on his lips. He was just getting water here, and other people's star chasing didn't bother him, so Ma Shichen didn't pursue it. At this moment, Yuan said again, think about how good Professor Du is. Why are the male classmates around me? It's hard to say you can't compare people. It's so infuriating. I really want to live in Professor Du's country. I heard that there are long-legged paths there. When Yuan sighed, she inadvertently fired a map cannon. Ma Shichen attacked. Then why don't you go? You can also find a long-legged oppa. Yuan looked at Ma Shichen with unhappy eyes. You are also very self-aware. Ma Shichen said, Yuan, you must find a long-legged oppa. I believe you can do it. Yuan smiled presumptuously. I think I can. A friend of mine's sister married a long-legged oppa who is about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, rich, and treats her well. Ma Shichen said, oh, yes. A 57-year-old aunt in our village married a prince of the oil country, and the prince has a curvature superluminal spacecraft. Even if Yuan is a fool, she knows that Ma Shichen is talking nonsense, and her face is not good. What's it to you if I chase stars? I said our village aunt. What's it to you? Ma Shichen retorted. Ma Shichen left triumphantly, leaving behind the angry Yuan and Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng came over to get some water, glanced at the 4-star chasing group who were in low spirits, and silently took a glass of water. Originally, Yang Sheng wanted to help, but since Ma Shichen did it for her, it saved her the trouble. Besides, she had a full workload recently, and she was still thinking about how to deal with it, so she didn't have to bother Yuan and the others. After Yang Sheng got the water, she passed by Jiang Ning and shouted, Jiang Ning, help me with a question later. Jiang Ning, okay, no problem. You organize the wrong questions, and don't scatter them all. I will teach you one by one. Although Jiang Ning's current grades are second in the class, Zhu Yuantong, who ranked first, doesn't know how to explain the questions, so he usually helps his classmates. Jiang Ning is different for different people, and he won't say much to classmates with whom he has an average relationship. Yang Sheng, on the other hand, is a bit careless, but she is good in other aspects. Every time Jiang Ning finishes explaining the topic, she will invite Jiang Ning to eat spicy hot pot outside. Well, spicy hot pot for 8 yuan a bowl. The back row of the classroom. The desk shared by Wu Zhaoqi and Song Sheng. The milk box next to the desk is missing. After Song Sheng lost the milk before, he refused to admit defeat and brought another box of milk to drink in the class. Then the next day, half of the milk was missing from the box. Song Sheng was furious. Another day later, the remaining half box of milk was gone. Song Sheng was furious. If you want to steal, then steal. Why don't you steal it all at once? How can you insult people like this? Song Sheng wanted to bring another box of milk, but in the end he humiliated and gave in. He only brought enough for himself every day, and didn't leave any box in the classroom. Just now, Shan Kaiquan came to spread the news, and Song Sheng heard about the citywide unified examination. He immediately raised his mind. The final exam is very important to Song Sheng. It is the first step for him to establish a good student image. It is also the only way to change seats. He has had enough of Wu Zhaoqi. If he hadn't heard about what Wu Zhaoqi had done in the past, and Song Sheng's current poor grades, he would have beaten Wu Zhaoqi to the point of calling him daddy. Yo, Shenjia, you've been working hard lately. Wu Zhaoqi looked at Song Sheng. Shenjia, why are you studying so hard? You're like this anyway. You haven't been to school for half a semester. What's the point of studying now? Come play basketball with me. Song Sheng was so noisy that he couldn't concentrate on studying. He said impatiently, can you shut up? I study hard just to avoid sitting with you. Next time, Sit by yourself when seats are assigned. Wu Zhaoqi was stunned for a moment. You look down on me. Songsheng, why should I look down on you? Can you get half of my score in the final exam? Wu Zhaoqi was angry. Just wait, I'll sit with you next semester. Songsheng sneered. Why? Songsheng's contemptuous smile hurt Wu Zhaoqi's heart. He took out his mobile phone. Mom, I want to get high scores. Isn't my family a textbook resource? A reply came from his parents soon. Wu Zhaoqi was his parents' son in their old age. Such children are often extremely spoiled. They are afraid of dropping them when they hold them in their hands, and afraid of melting them when they hold them in their mouths. Many outrageous requests will be met. Wu Zhaoqi looked at the message sent by his parents. He looked back with contempt. Little Songsheng, you still want to get rid of me? Impossible. Chapter 142. What's so great? As the final exam approaches, the learning atmosphere in Class 8 becomes more intense. This exam involves all the first-year high school students in the city, and the head teacher Shan Qingrang attaches great importance to it. In particular, he has given Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning many instructions, hoping that they will achieve good results in this exam. The students in the class have great ambitions, hoping to show their faces in the final exam and let other schools know how powerful their number 4 middle school is. Students are always like this. They can belittle their alma mater and say that it is not good in every way, but they don't want students from other schools to look down on their alma mater and even defend the dignity of their alma mater for this. Yuzhou number 4 middle school is not the best high school in Yuzhou city. It is much worse than the leader number 2 middle school. This is a rare unified exam, and everyone is ready to beat number 2 middle school. Several days have passed. There are fewer fights in Class 8. At this time, during the morning break, if it were in the past, the classroom would have been in chaos. However, today, most of the students are honestly reading and reviewing in their seats, or discussing questions with each other. Except for a few special cases, most of the students who can enter number 4 middle school are promoted by virtue of good grades, and their overall quality is still good. The students in the front row, Dong Qingfeng, Chen Qian, Huang Zhangfei, Shen Qinj, and Mao Zhe, are all seriously reviewing the content of this semester. Even Jiuo Kunan and Cuiyu in the back row have changed their previous playfulness and opened their books. If you do well in the final exam, you can have a good new year this year. Let your parents brag about it, and maybe get 2 more New Year's money to be generous. If you don't do well in the exam, you may encounter a different situation. Ma Shicheng in the back row has been playing games for too long, so he raised his head to stretch his neck. He looked around and found that almost all the students in the back row were studying hard. Ma Shicheng was stunned for a second, feeling betrayed by the whole world. Then, he saw Wu Zhaoqi, who was playing with his mobile phone in the corner at the edge of the classroom. Although Wu Zhaoqi's posture of playing with his mobile phone was quite arrogant, even a little swaggering, but Ma Shicheng still felt warm in his heart and suddenly felt that Wu Zhaoqi's face was not so hateful. In the cold Class 8, he had fellow Taoists, and he was not alone. Front row. Jiang Ning usually went to the small garden in front of building 3, but today he did not, but stayed in his seat. He looked at the book, occasionally turning 2 pages, and he did not review the subject content carefully. With his memory, the content taught in the first year of high school was not difficult. After a few glances, and mastering the question types, it was enough to cope with the exam. He just took a key gathering pill with Zhu Yuantang on his back, and now he was practicing the exercises to refine the medicinal power. Just like in the past, others studied, and he cultivated immortality. Cultivation is very similar to learning, and it is also boring. Advanced cultivation can only be achieved through countless retreats and hard work, refining spiritual power, and breaking through shackles. Only by enduring loneliness and solitude can there be a glimmer of hope to become a Yuanian great cultivator. Even the evil cultivators who take the wrong path still have to retreat and cultivate alone. Even the old demon of the Hehuan sect had to endure the emptiness. The world of immortal cultivation is very cruel. Being able to cultivate without distraction is already the best condition in the world. 99% of the cultivators need to go to the cruel world of immortal cultivation to fight for resources. If they are not careful, they will die. Whether in the world of immortal cultivation, or in the real world, Jiang Ning has never bothered about cultivation resources. The resources in the real world are enough for him to use for the time being. At least there is no big problem to cultivate to the foundation building realm. The later realms require him to be cautious. However, there is no need to consider so much for the time being. Jiang Ning faced the glass and looked at the sky above Huqi Mountain. The 4th middle school is several kilometers away from Huqi Mountain. After Jiang Ning broke through the 4th level of key training, his vision has been greatly improved. If there is no obstacle in the middle, he can even see the seconds of the traffic lights several kilometers away. The sky above Huqi Mountain is shrouded in clouds and fog, and Jiang Ning can only give up. His spiritual consciousness is too weak, otherwise he can penetrate the clouds and fog at any time. The temporary goal is to break through the late stage of key training. While Jiang Ning was refining the elixir, Zhu Yuantang stood up holding a big apple, took hurried steps, and rubbed past Jiang Ning from behind. Jiang Ning watched Zhu Yuantang leave, and then looked at Shan Keiquan at the front table. He was holding the test paper, and asking Bai Yuxia about the test questions. Bai Yuxia was a good person, and would usually help him answer the questions. Only when Shan Keiquan asked many times in a row, would she let Shan Keiquan look at the basic questions, and not learn difficult questions at the beginning. Thanks to Bai Yuxia's help, Shan Keiquan felt that he had made great progress during this period of time, and had a strong mysterious self-confidence. He felt that he could be in the top 10 in the class this time. When the results were announced on the day, the friends who were originally in the back row would definitely be shocked to know that he, Shan Keiquan, was transferred to the front row in order to study hard, not for any other intentions. At that time, he would take this opportunity to treat Bai Yuxia to dinner as a thank you. It happened that a casual restaurant that combined Chinese and Western styles opened outside the school. Every time Shan Keiquan passed by there, he saw some fashionable men and women sitting inside enjoying delicious food through the glass. Shan Keiquan had never been to any good places. He had never eaten at KFC in his life. He instinctively felt that the Chinese and Western restaurant should be good. It was suitable for dating and confession. Imagining the scene of Bai Yuxia shyly agreeing to his confession in the restaurant that day, Shan Keiquan felt that he was about to get drunk. He was already immersed in it. Bai Yuxia looked at Shan Keiquan's expression and frowned. Shan Keiquan, I don't think you need me to explain the problem. What kind of person is this? I was explaining the problem with good intentions, but he was still distracted. It's incredible. Bai Yuxia straightened up and went to look at the problem himself. Shan Keiquan panicked and apologized quickly. I really wasn't distracted just now. I was thinking about the problem, and I thought of a brand new solution. At this time, Zhu Yuantang walked in from the door of the classroom. She was holding a big apple in her hand. Jiang Ning could see that there were still water droplets on her hands. It seemed that she went to wash the apple. It was probably only such a big thing that could make her leave her seat in person. Jiang Ning, please open it for me. Zhu Yuantang handed the apple to Jiang Ning. The moment Jiang Ning's fingers touched Zhu Yuantang, a spiritual power swept over her fingers, drying the cold water droplets on them. Shan Keiquan said, can the apple still be opened? Of course, Jiang Ning is super awesome. Zhu Yuantang boasted. Jiang Ning smiled. Zhu Yuantang always asked him to open apples before. Jiang Ning held down the big apple and broke it in half with a casual move, revealing the fresh flesh. Shan Keiquan was stunned when he witnessed this scene. The apple in Jiang Ning's hand was very large and of top quality, not a small apple. As a result, Jiang Ning broke it open in one go with almost no effort. Oh my god, Jiang Ning, how did you do it? Do you have that much strength? Zhu Yuantang said excitedly. Hahaha, Jiang Ning is super strong. He broke anything open in one go. You know the beer bottle cap? He opened it with his hand in one go, without using a bottle opener at all. Jiang Ning gave half an apple to Zhu Yuantang. This was the apple given by Aunt Gu's company. A big apple cost more than 10 yuan, which was not as good as those apples that cost hundreds of yuan per pound. But among the apples that people often eat, it was already a relatively expensive one. After he gave it to Zhu Yuantang, he broke the remaining half into 4 halves. This apple was big enough and each piece didn't look small. He gave them to Shan Kaikwin, Baiyuksha, and Zhenglu at the back table in turn. Shan Kaikwin took a bite and felt it was very crisp and sweet, and especially delicious. He recalled the way Jiang Ning broke the apple just now and felt that it was quite relaxed and handsome. Shan Kaikwin decided to go to the supermarket to buy a few apples, practice quietly by himself, and show it to Baiyuksha when he learned it. Evening self-study. Jiang Ning brought 2 big bags from home. Tonight is the last evening self-study before the winter vacation for the first grade of number 4 middle school. There will be a 3-day final exam, and after the exam, there will be winter vacation. So all the books must be taken home today, otherwise they may be lost if left in the classroom. Jiang Ning knew Shanziro. Shanziro had taken action many times this semester, and he did not stop him. Everyone has his own destiny. Shanziro has long been accustomed to stealing. If he continues like this, he will go to the police station sooner or later in the future. He does some petty thefts, and as long as he doesn't steal from him, Jiang Ning is too lazy to care about him for the time being. Shanziro is quick and decisive, and doesn't leave many flaws. He is also a talent. The head teacher Shan Qingrang stood on the podium and announced, after the exam on Friday afternoon, everyone should pack up and go home directly. Don't forget your things. When you get home, remember to say in the group, Huang Zhangfei, thank you for your hard work in counting and reporting to me. 5 days after the exam, that is, on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, before 9:30 in the morning, students should come to school to collect their transcripts and talk about something. Shan Qingrang wrote down the date on the podium again. Don't make a mistake. Deng Qingfeng raised his hand. Head teacher, there will be no parent-teacher meeting? Shan Qingrang said, there will be no parent-teacher meeting. The students cheered below. Few students like to hold parent-teacher meetings. They always feel that it is a bit shameful to ask parents to come to school, and if the grades are not good, the parents will lose face. When Shan Qingrang took out the test number and asked Huang Zhangfei to post it, Baiyuksha whispered, I found out that when I was in elementary school, there were the most parent-teacher conferences. It was okay in junior high school, but there were no parent-teacher conferences in high school. Jiang Ning said, that's right. Shan Kaikwin said, I hate parent-teacher conferences the most. I used to ask the uncle next door to play my father and go to the school for parent-teacher conferences. In this way, even if the teacher scolded my parents, I wouldn't get beaten. Jiang Ning, you are still better. It's just so. I just have more ways. Shan Kaikwin thought Jiang Ning was praising him and was very happy. The exam number list was passed to Baiyuksha. After she took a look, she said, Su Yuantong, you and Jiang Ning are in the first exam room. Except for the first monthly exam at the beginning of the school year, all subsequent exams at number 4 middle school were determined by ranking. Zhu Yuantang was the first in the grade, so he sat in the first seat in the first exam room. Jiang Ning was 4th in the last grade, so he was in the first exam room, seat number 4. Zhu Yuantang thought that she felt a little far away from Jiang Ning because they were 3 seats apart. She said, Jiang Ning, can you work harder? You can't keep up with me. I'm going to teach you physics tonight. You can't go to bed before midnight. Of course, if you really can't learn it, I'll give you a few less points next time and connect it to your exam room number. Jiang Ning tapped Zhu Yuantang's forehead. Next time I'll try to get more points. HMPH, you're smart. Baiyuksha looked at the interaction between the two and felt a little envious. During this period of time, she knew from casual chats that Jiang Ning rented Zhu Yuantang's house. They usually went to school and went home together, and they could share learning experiences. It would be great if she had a friend like this. Shan Kaikwin told her, you're in exam room number 4, which is class 4. We're downstairs. Yeah, I know. Baiyuksha naturally knew where exam room number 4 was. Shan Kaikwin was a little unwilling. He wished he was also in exam room number 4, in the same exam room as Baiyuksha, and it would be best if he was in the same seat in front and behind, so that he could take care of her more during the exam. I can help her relieve the pressure of the exam, buy her drinks, and take care of her. She will definitely be touched, right? Girls like the boy who takes good care of her, and like warm boys. Thinking of this, Shan Kei-kwon set a clear goal. He has made obvious progress recently and is sure to be in the top 10 in the class. No, the top 5 in the class. In the last monthly exam, Bae-yuksha was 4th in the class. As long as he can be in the top 5 in the class, there is a great chance that he will be in the same exam room with Bae-yuksha. Shan Kei-kwon was suddenly full of confidence and his mood was full of joy. Even Jiang Ning, who used to think that his grades were very good, was not afraid. He felt that he was the type of late bloomer. When he catches up, he will become the legendary top student in one fell swoop. During the break of evening self-study, Shan Kei-kwon was immersed in beautiful fantasies. Suddenly, Chen Kan from the class ran over with a report card in hand. Bae-yuksha, we are in the same examination room. We will meet in class 8. Dunking Feng is in examination room number 5 next to us. Let's go to the examination room together. Bae-yuksha nodded. Okay. Chen Kan glanced at Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning again, with disdain in his heart. He naturally knew that the other party was in examination room number 1. But, so what? Next time, he will appear in examination room number 1. No one knows how hard Chen Kan has worked during this period. Chen Kan left fearlessly. Shan Kei-kwon felt sour when he saw him like that. What's so great about it? Isn't it just the same examination room as Bae-yuksha? I'm sitting at the same table with her. Look at his proud look. Isn't it just the 3rd place in class 8? I surpassed you in this exam. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, A Very Simple Purpose. The last evening self-study session of the first semester of the first year of high school was over. Song Sheng put on his school bag. His legs had returned to normal, but there was a fixed steel plate inside, which would need to be removed next summer vacation, and then they would be fully restored to normal. He was cautious, and did not dare to run hard. Only the strength of his upper limbs was intact. Song Sheng decided to go to the gym to practice hard during the winter vacation. Learning is important, but physical fitness must keep up. That is his reliance, so that he can live up to the name of a strong man. As long as he is strong enough, he can knock down his classmates with one punch, which makes people admire him. Before leaving, Song Sheng looked down at Wu Zhaoqi. Wu Zhaoqi was leaning against the wall and watching his mobile phone. Song Sheng didn't need to look at the content. He knew what Wu Zhaoqi was watching. He was watching a basketball game. Wu Zhaoqi often watched it in class, and from time to time his breathing was either rapid or slow to express his shock, regret, and cheers. These reactions made Song Sheng almost unable to study. If he hadn't known the fierce things Wu Zhaoqi had done before, Song Sheng would have beaten him up long ago. Watching the game is fine. Wu Zhaoqi also likes to sleep in class. The most outrageous thing is that Wu Zhaoqi drools when he sleeps. One time, his saliva flowed along the table and onto his book. Song Sheng was furious and almost tore up the book. These are fine, and he can still tolerate it. The key is that Wu Zhaoqi likes to sing in class, which annoys Song Sheng. If it weren't for what Wu Zhaoqi did before, he would really beat him. What makes Song Sheng most difficult to look back is the song that Wu Zhaoqi sang in class. It is said that he spent 2.5 months writing the lyrics and composing the song himself. It is a song about basketball, dance, and love. Wu Zhaoqi singing is fine. The key is that the song is particularly magical, and Wu Zhaoqi's singing level is also very magical. Once Song Sheng was doing a test paper, his deskmate Wu Zhaoqi suddenly sang. Song Sheng couldn't help it and actually hummed along, humming for more than 10 minutes. Damn. Then when Wu Zhaoqi found out, he looked at him with surprise and sang even more vigorously. He sang while holding a basketball. He told himself his dream that he would wait for the campus cultural and arts festival next year to perform a basketball song and dance in front of the whole school. You are performing. You are a worthless thing. Song Sheng stepped on the floor of the classroom and the unbearable past was replayed in his mind. He felt that if he continued to contact Wu Zhaoqi, he would no longer have the demeanor of a strong man. Fortunately, it was the final exam now, and he could finally change to a new seat next semester. And the little things during this period were just a small black spot in his brilliant life. It doesn't matter, he will leave here. And scum like Wu Zhaoqi can only stay in this corner. Song Shen couldn't help but outline a gloating smile on his face. Next semester, he will be able to see the next unlucky guy who will sit at the same table with Wu Zhaoqi. Thinking of those, Song Shen smiled even more. He carried a heavy school bag on his back and left with the steps of a strong man. He walked through the noisy class, from the back row to the front row, as if he was walking into a bright future. January 15th, the first day of the exam. Examination room number 1, experimental class 1. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang just entered the examination room and saw Ma Shicheng sitting in the examination seat number 2 with an excited face, playing games excitedly, and Wang Lang next to him cheering him on. Brother Ma did a great job. Brother Ma's operation is amazing. In the aisle next to the examination seat number 2, a boy of average height and appearance was standing by and chewing gum. He is Du Chuan, the college entrance examination thug hired by the principal of number 4 middle school at a high price. It's a pity that he suffered a Waterloo in the last monthly exam and only ranked second in the whole school. Now, his examination seat was bought by a boy from class 8 for 20 minutes at the cost of a Zuan Mei chewing gum. Brother, the time is up. Do you want to renew it? The chewing gum in Du Chuan's mouth was no longer sweet. Ma Shicheng looked around and found that most of the candidates in class 1 had arrived. He put away his phone. We had enough fun in the morning. We'll continue in the afternoon. Long, let's go. We are leaving. He said hello to Jiang Ning again and turned to leave class 1. This brother. Du Chuan felt a little regretful. He wanted to earn another piece of chewing gum. At this time, a tall and handsome boy walked in the door. The students in the examination room looked up and saw that the boy was Zhuang Jianhu. After him followed a chubby figure, Linzida, who always had a smile on his face. As for the girl at the end, she was the target of everyone's attention. She was Ding Xuan. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the classroom. The girl's figure was graceful and her beautiful face seemed to be out of tune with the entire examination room number 1. Even the boys in class 1 still felt amazed when they saw her. Many boys were most looking forward to what style Ding Xuan would appear in class every day. It seemed that every time she changed her clothes, there was a new surprise in the world. Ding Xuan walked into the classroom as usual. Her eyes were calm, and she didn't linger on anyone for a moment, including Jiang Ning who was sitting at number 4. Since she transferred to number 4 middle school, she had never greeted Jiang Ning once, as if she didn't know this person at all. Besides, she didn't know him in the first place. This exam was in the same examination room, and Ding Xuan had expected it. She still pretended to be calm. Ding Xuan performed very well, and her mood did not show a single bit. No one could know what she was thinking. Suddenly, a curse came from the back of the classroom. Where is my third's game? Who took it? Linzida's face no longer had the inexplicable smile that he had previously had. Instead, he was a little furious. Last night, he slept through the last evening self-study class. When he got home, he remembered that he had forgotten his game console in the hole of the desk. He was not worried at the time, thinking that it would be fine if he left it there overnight. But when he came to check, his game console was gone. What was this? Linzida's family was very rich. His aunt Lin Han controlled billions of investment shares in the family. As a male in the family, he would definitely get less than his aunt in the future. If a game console was lost, he could just buy another one. The key was that the game console contained his game saves and the achievements he had worked so hard to earn. If it was lost, those saves could not be found, and his hard work would be in vain. Linzida was so anxious that he could not find it, no matter how hard he looked. He was sweating in the middle of winter. Finally, the invigilator came, but he still could not find it. Linzida was furious. He swore that he would find the murderer and make him regret stealing his game console. The 3-day exam ended without any incident. In the last subject, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang handed in their papers together 20 minutes early. At number 3, Ding Xuan looked at the backs of the two, only glanced at them, and then lowered her head to write the test paper. I don't know if it was an illusion, but her sixth sense guided her not to act rashly during this period, not to contact each other, as if she would be severely punished if she offended the other party. This was exactly in line with Ding Xuan's thoughts. She was always very patient. Although Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang handed in their papers very early, they were not the first batch. In contrast, the examination halls ranked lower were the main force to hand in their papers early. Jiuo Kunan and Meng Jiui were arm in arm. When he saw Jiang Ning, he shouted, "Jiang Ning, do you want to go ice skating? I know a place that has opened an ice skating rink. It's cheap and fun." Jiuo Kunan is a boarding student. He is on vacation after the exam today. He is not in a hurry to go home. He plans to have fun all night and take a bus home tomorrow morning. "No, you go." Jiang Ning refused. He and Zhu Yuantang went to eat hot pot in the evening. Meng Jiui shook his hair, which was more than 10 centimeters long, and sprayed with hairspray, and felt regretful. "Brother Nan, let's go." Jiuo Kunan didn't want to go to the skating rink at first. When he was in elementary school, there was an ice skating rink in their town, but he was tired of it a long time ago. Going there now is really a bit out of date, just like going to arcades instead of internet cafes, which is too retro. But after Meng Jiui found him, she moved him with just one sentence. "The proprietress of the skating rink is so beautiful." Jiuo Kunan is naturally not that kind of vulgar person. He is a high school student with lofty moral qualities. He likes ice skating to exercise his body, not just to see the proprietress who is so beautiful that she will come down to teach the guests how to skate correctly. Jiuo Kunan urged, "Don't mess with your lousy hairstyle. Let's go." Chapter 144 Zhu Yuantang's dining skills. The final exam is over. In the afternoon, the weather is getting colder, the temperature has dropped to -8 degrees, and pedestrians on the road all put their hands in their pockets to keep warm. Zhu Yuantang walked in front of Jiang Ning to lead the way. She was wearing a pink and white down jacket, a bull head, and small cotton shoes on her feet, with a lovely youthful atmosphere. "Why are you walking so fast?" Jiang Ning asked. "Of course I'm going home to sleep," Zhu Yuantang said without turning her head. "Don't you want to eat something first?" "No, I want to save my stomach for hot pot in the evening." Jiang Ning, "Okay." Zhu Yuantang invited Jiang Ning to eat hot pot in the evening. In order to prepare for the battle in the evening, she had to conserve her energy and fight with all her strength. When she lived in the village before, every time she had a banquet in the village, Zhu Yuantang would always go hungry in the morning and empty her stomach. In this way, when the banquet was held at noon, she would eat a big meal and eat back the money she gave as a gift from her family. Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike out of the campus. Although Zhu Yuantang was a tiny girl, she was very flexible. As soon as they got out of the campus, she jumped onto the back seat, quite skillfully. Zhu Yuantang still sat sideways. She first grabbed the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes with her little hands, thought for a second, and said, "Jiang Ning, ride faster." Then she stretched her arms and hugged Jiang Ning naturally, passing her body temperature to him. Jiang Ning said disdainfully, "Don't hold it so tightly." Zhu Yuantang said, "It's not like I can't move." While saying this, she still loosened her arms around him a little. The mountain bike went along the street. The temperature was -7 or 8 degrees, and the fierce wind was like an ice scraping on the face. The pedestrians on the road were often fully armed. The occasional car passing by on the road attracted people's yearning eyes. Jiang Ning urged his magic power to dispel the coldness around him. After arriving home, Aunt Gu came back from get off work. Zhu Yuantang slipped off the car seat and was so anxious that she ran into the room at the speed of light, kicked off her cotton shoes, took off her down jacket, huddled in the quilt, and covered herself with the quilt. "Mom, I'm going to hibernate. Wake me up at 7 o'clock in the evening. In the meantime, just treat it as if your daughter didn't come home." Broken. Bye. Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes. After hearing the voice, Aunt Gu came to the door of Zhu Yuantang's bedroom. She first glared at her daughter on the bed, then walked over to help her tuck in the quilt to prevent her daughter from catching a cold. She picked up the cotton shoes and put them neatly. After doing all this, Aunt Gu turned on the small book lamp in the room, and the soft warm light filled the room. I don't know if it was an illusion, but my daughter's room was not as cold as before. Aunt Gu walked to the door, looked at Jiang Ning, and smiled kindly. Tang Tang is like this sometimes, but she is very well behaved at other times. Aunt Gu explained to Jiang Ning for the image of her daughter. Well, Aunt Gu, I know. Jiang Ning didn't care. He pushed the mountain bike into the house. Aunt Gu was holding a ball of wool and sitting in her daughter's room knitting. Occasionally, during a break, she would stop what she was doing, look at her sleeping daughter, and smile gently. The current life had only appeared in Aunt Gu's dreams. In Jiang Ning's room, the door was closed, the lights were always on, and the hazy smoke was filled. He sat cross-legged on the soft quilt, his consciousness spread in the room, just like Zhu Yuantang lying on the soft bed, enjoying the nourishment of the soul-sinking incense. Jiang Ning closed his eyes, and a faint light flashed from time to time at the center of his eyebrows. The frequency of the faint light flashing became faster and faster, and finally, like the light in the house, a faint red light spot was always on at the center of his eyebrows. Jiang Ning opened his eyes, and the faint red light spot at the center of his eyebrows suddenly shot out. A candle on the table was lit, and a small flame was born. The red dots lingered around the flame, making the flame sway. It's beyond my expectation. Who would have thought that the consciousness could reach the realm of burning lamp? Although the realm of consciousness cultivation is not as detailed as the realm of key training, there are also rough realm distinctions. The realm of burning lamp is the first realm. Only a very small number of cultivators with good talents and abundant resources can condense the consciousness to the point of burning lamp in the realm of key training. Jiang Ning was in the late stage of key training, the 7th level of key training, and then his consciousness successfully burned lamp. Unexpectedly, now that he has cultivated to the 4th level of key training, and has not yet broken through the 5th level of key training, he has mastered this skill. This is extremely beneficial to Jiang Ning's plan, which means that he can use the Shinyu and shuttle detection method at a lower level. For a while, Jiang Ning was in a good mood. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Xiao Shuangshan. He lived a few kilometers away from Xiao Shuangshan. After his spiritual consciousness broke through, his detection range reached 300 meters. This distance was not enough for voice transmission, and he had to communicate through the internet on his mobile phone. Jiang Ning told her that if there were any items related to the puppet within a range of 400 kilometers that he was undecided about, he could notify him at any time. Anyway, he now had a spiritual boat, and it only took more than an hour to go back and forth 400 kilometers. Xiao Shuangshan replied in seconds. I had planned to report to you about this news tonight, but now I will tell you that there is a rare ornamental tree plant. Due to the malicious competition of the opponent, the price has risen from 5 million to 30 million. At this time, 30 million was an extremely large sum of money. If an ornamental plant was sold at this price, it would be enough to become famous in the circle if it was publicized. Now that Changqing liquid is selling well overseas, the sales volume is extremely terrifying, and the cash flow reserves are counted in billions. Xiao Shuangshan remembered Jiang Ning's instructions and acquired those items. As long as she could get them with money, she would spend money as soon as possible to get them, just to deliver them to Jiang Ning as soon as possible. Xiao Shuangshan knew very well that these expenses were nothing at all. With the financial resources provided by Changqing liquid, they could completely afford it. Moreover, she now believed in Jiang Ning very much, and was even willing to believe that Jiang Ning might have other drugs hidden there. For example, beauty, vision, or other aspects. Any one of them would be a trillion-level market. So in order to help Jiang Ning, the Changqing liquid team spent a lot of money to buy rare items. This kind of movement was naturally inevitable and attracted the attention of many forces. The Anqing team spent money to buy the tree, but something went wrong during the handover process and was intercepted by other buyers. Xiao Shuangshan said. Later, I asked someone to check. It turned out that the seller was entrusted by someone to deliberately test our bottom line for the price. Jiang Ning asked, any news about the other party? Xiao Shuangshan replied, Anqing, Lin Zhongsheng Group. Not only this tree, but also several other things we were looking for at the same time, as long as they were in Anqing or Nanxi, were all bought by Lin Zhongsheng Group. Their group is involved in several surrounding provinces and has complex influence. Our team was established not long ago, and we cannot compare with them in terms of connections. I sent someone to negotiate, and the other party threatened with the shares of Changqingai Group. If I refused, they hinted that I would not be able to buy what I wanted in the surrounding provinces in the future. Shares are impossible. When our company was first founded, we set a rule that shares would not be leaked. Xiao Shuangshang said. Jiang Ning asked, can Changqingai Group's financial resources compare to Lintang Sheng Group? Xiao Shuangshang said, not yet, but analysts in the company indicate that cash flow will be able to catch up within 2 years. Jiang Ning replied, reserve the company's operating funds for expansion, as well as 12 months of employee wages and useful financial resources to compete with them on price. Money in place can make the gods and ghosts work. After hearing this, Xiao Shuangshang agreed immediately without any objection, saying, I'll arrange it here. However, there was one thing Xiao Shuangshang didn't say. If they fought a price war like this, Changqingai's reputation for being rich and powerful would spread more and more, and the price of other items might be raised when they were acquired. However, Xiao Shuangshang felt distressed and happy at the same time. Isn't your Lintang Sheng Group financially powerful and powerful? I'll use money to kill you and make you convinced. What kind of business tycoon is this? Jiang Ning put down his phone. He had naturally thought about what Xiao Shuangshang was thinking about. But when that day comes, his cultivation will be greatly improved, and the speed of the spiritual boat will be further increased. As long as the Changqingai team gives him a message, he can go directly to get the spiritual object. Whether it is taken by trickery or by force, it is all up to him. Chapter 145. This guy is very evil. At 6:50 in the evening, Jiang Ning went out to Zhu Yuantang's house to wake her up. Zhu Yuantang slept until the evening, and she was a little confused at first. Where am I? Who am I? She felt confused, as if the world was changing without her noticing. Then, her eyes focused, and she remembered something important. I'm at home. I'm Zhu Yuantang. I'm very hungry now. I want to treat Jiang Ning to hot pot. Zhu Yuantang thought about this, and jumped out of bed. She put on her down jacket and said anxiously, hurry up and prepare the horse for me. We are leaving. Jiang Ning reminded, wash your face first. HMM. Zhu Yuantang quickly stepped on her cotton shoes and ran to the stove to pour hot water. After washing her face, Zhu Yuantang took out a small pink bottle. The small bottle was given to her by Jiang Ning, and it contained skincare products. After washing her face every time, Zhu Yuantang would apply a little bit, and her face would not be dry or tight, and it would be very comfortable. After finishing, Zhu Yuantang ran to her mother and asked her to go eat hot pot together. Aunt Gu didn't agree. You and Jiang Ning go. There are 2 dishes left from lunch. I'll heat them up and eat them. Mom, let's go. No, you two eat well. Jiang Ning, you take care of her for me. Aunt Gu said, such a rare opportunity. It's just right for Jiang Ning and Tang Tang to go. She won't join in the fun. Jiang Ning, you should be careful when riding your bike at night. There are big trucks outside, driving very fast. Don't compete with them for the road. 1 minute at night is nothing. Okay, I remember. Jiang Ning led Zhu Yuantang away. Aunt Gu continued to knit. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang, who had just recovered his strength, and rushed to the city with great momentum. The two stopped in front of an ordinary hot pot restaurant. Jiang Ning, look. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the sign of the hot pot restaurant. This restaurant is called Bazzi Hot Pot, and it looks like where we live. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense swept the kitchen. The kitchen used disposable oil, not the kind that can be reused, so he confirmed, let's eat here. Jiang Ning locked his mountain bike and walked into the store first. Zhu Yuantang followed timidly behind him. Pushing open the door, the hot air from the air conditioner rolled in. The space inside the store was about 100 square meters. It was quite lively inside, and there were many customers sitting. Eating hot pot on this day was indeed a rare enjoyment. Hello, are you two? The waiter came up. Yes. Jiang Ning chose a seat by the glass wall. He found that Zhu Yuantang, who usually gave orders at home and was arrogant, immediately became a coward and restrained once he was outside. Jiang Ning took the menu and ordered fresh beef, tripe, shrimp balls, fish fillet, duck blood, and then gave the menu to Zhu Yuantang. At this time, Zhu Yuantang regained his usual agility and quickly selected a few dishes. "Sir, do you want a drink? 2 bowls of red bean wine, and a freshly squeezed hot drink." "Okay, the tabla and condiments are over there," the waiter pointed. After the waiter left with the menu, Zhu Yuantang whispered, "Jiang Ning, I'm going to mix the condiments. Will you come with me?" "I'm not going. You mix the same one for me." His taste is not different from Zhu Yuantang's. "Okay." Jiang Ning opened his consciousness and followed her to prevent her from slipping or being bumped by others. At this time, there was a large round hot pot table next to them. The waiter led a group of boys, most of whom were 15 or 16 years old, and followed a middle-aged woman at the end. The middle-aged woman was dressed very seriously and rigidly. Zhu Yuantang came over with 2 bowls of condiments. "Jiang Ning, the condiments I made are super delicious. I guarantee you will never forget them after eating them." Her family was not well off before, and she wanted to eat hot pot. Her mother would make hot pot at home on her days off. Although the process was troublesome, it was cheap and affordable. When Zhu Yuantang was helping her mother, she learned how to make the condiments more delicious. Hot pot restaurants offer more ingredients, so she can show her skills. The hot pot base was brought up, and the waiter turned on the fire. Zhu Yuantang's stomach growled with hunger. She had spent a lot of money to prepare for the battle. Seeing this, Jiang Ning drew out a spiritual power and transmitted it to the flame under the pot, making the flame hotter and eating more evenly. After a while, drinks and snacks were brought up. Before Jiang Ning entered the store, she checked the store and found that the red bean fermented glutinous rice was good. It was made with glutinous rice, red bean paste, osmanthus honey, and small glutinous rice balls. Zhu Yuantang put the food in her mouth with a spoon. "It's delicious. Jiang Ning, try it." She ate another piece of fried crispy meat, which was sprinkled with special spices, and it was delicious. Woo woo. Zhu Yuantang felt that all the waiting was worth it. She was hungry for so long. Now she felt that it was so delicious. She ate a few bites, and the dishes came up and were placed on the vegetable rack one by one. The pot was already boiling, and Zhu Yuantang put the dishes in it. She couldn't wait any longer. The waiter came over with the shrimp sliders and prepared to put them in the pot. Jiang Ning said, "No, we can put them in ourselves." The waiter said, "Okay. It's good to have someone help put the shrimp sliders in, but Jiang Ning can do it herself. It's better to eat it anytime." Zhu Yuantang ate it in a hurry, while Jiang Ning behaved more normally. He kept a normal rhythm, eating hot pot, while admiring her eating. What caught Jiang Ning's attention was a group of students at the round table next to him. There was a shelf in the aisle with a big cake on it, and people looked over there from time to time. Jiang Ning listened to their conversation, and understood that the other party was a freshman like Zhu Yuantang. After the final exam today, a student had a birthday, so he invited a group of classmates to eat hot pot. It should have been a happy birthday party, but the mother of that classmate followed, a middle-aged woman with a very serious and old-fashioned appearance. "You have to study hard. You can treat your classmates to hot pot today because your parents are worried about you. You can only come here to eat hot pot often if you study hard, find a good job, and make a name for yourself in the future. Remember what I said." The middle-aged woman was talking about his son tirelessly. As a result, all the classmates at the table were inexplicably embarrassed, and the atmosphere was very solidified. The group ate in silence, without any communication between each other, and only the mother taught her son. The son was even more gloomy. Today he mustered up the courage to treat his classmates to a meal on his birthday, but the bad thing was that his mother followed him. He was upset by his mother's nagging and wanted her to stop talking, but he didn't dare. He just looked at his brother and sister at the table by the wall and felt a little envious. That was freedom. Unfortunately, he is an only child and cannot understand. Zhu Yuantang ignored everything around her and concentrated on eating meat. She fished in the pot with chopsticks, like a large army passing through. Usually, she and Jiang Ning ate the same dish at the same table, but now they naturally did not need to use serving chopsticks when eating hot pot. "Jiang Ning, I can't find the beef I just put in. It was clearly in the pot. Did it disappear?" Zhu Yuantang felt wronged and hoped that Jiang Ning would help her find the beef. Jiang Ning listened and probed into the pot with his spiritual sense. In milliseconds, he locked the culprit beef. He picked it out and put it in Zhu Yuantang's bowl. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. She fished twice, but couldn't find it. Jiang Ning, you are so amazing. Jiang Ning said complacently. Oh, don't you look at who I am? Zhu Yuantang picked up a piece of bamboo shoots and gave it to him. A reward for you. She continued to eat meat and said incoherently, Jiang Ning, how are you going to spend the new year? Are you going home? I think so. Jiang Ning said that his parents should be back during the new year. Well, then we can't be together. I'll spend the new year at home, and my grandparents will come to my house. Zhu Yuantang used to spend the new year like this, bringing her grandparents from the village over to spend the new year with her family. In Zhu Yuantang's heart, the new year is a very serious matter, and she only spends the new year with her closest family. In the past 6 months, she and Jiang Ning have been together almost every day, and they have endless things to say. She wants Jiang Ning to spend the new year with her. But Jiang Ning has a father and a mother. Jiang Ning handed her a tissue. Wipe your forehead, it's sweating. No hands. Zhu Yuantang held the dishes in her right hand and the cup in her left hand. Jiang Ning had to wipe it for her. Zhu Yuantang ate for a while and felt that the dishes were a little bit unsavory. She suddenly looked up at Jiang Ning, with him reflected in her eyes, and her expression was very serious. Jiang Ning, can we set off fireworks together on New Year's Eve? Okay. Aren't you going back to your hometown? Zhu Yuantang asked blankly. Can't I come back? Jiang Ning has a spiritual boat, which travels thousands of miles a day, and can go anywhere in the world. Oh. Zhu Yuantang's dishes became fragrant again. As the 20th day of the 12th lunar month came, the flavor of the new year gradually came. The row of bungalows where Jiang Ning lived had a new family. The other party worked in a coastal city and rushed back from outside to celebrate the new year. They were among the ones who came back early. For example, when Jiang Ning used to live in the village, many people who went out to work would not come back until the 26th or 27th day of the 12th lunar month. That family had 4 people, a son and a daughter who had just become adults. Their peers were still in college, but they had already entered the society to work. The other party was dressed quite fashionably, and the jacket on his body was a branded product. Listening to their chat, a jacket cost 700 or 800 yuan, and there was a sense of extraordinary knowledge in their conversation. Only Jiang Ning could occasionally see a little bit of weathered color on their faces. If you can make money in Yuzhou, who would be willing to leave their hometown? On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, the sun at 8 o'clock shone through the window into the house. Jiang Ning got up, urged his spiritual power, and took a hot bath in 20 seconds. He walked to the door. At this time, there were several people basking in the sun in the open space in front of the row of bungalows. There were 2 more unfamiliar faces than usual. Jiang Ning knew that they were migrant workers who came back last night. The man in a leather jacket, who was in his 40s, squatted on the stone roller. When he saw Jiang Ning, he said to the people beside him, whose family is this child? He looks strange. The old man holding the rice bowl, drinking soup and eating steamed buns said, the Xiaogu family rented out the house. This young man. The young man is not short, but a little thin. The man in the leather jacket flicked his cigarette. When he spoke, his eyes kept turning, and he looked very scheming. The old man glanced at him. The grandfather was an old resident here, and knew the background of the leather jacket. This grandson used to be a gambler. When he lost the bet, he liked to go home and beat his wife to vent his anger. Later, his wife couldn't stand it anymore and ran away with the children. The leather jacket set its sights on the Xiaogu family. With an orphan and a widow, it was natural for people to worry about them in this world. But Xiaogu was very capable. He was driven out of the house. Once, the leather jacket talked to Xiao Tong Tong and said some bad things. Xiaogu almost chopped him with a kitchen knife. Later, the leather jacket stopped and went to work outside. Now, looking at his appearance, he still has evil intentions. The old man laughed and said, this young man is very evil. He is not a pretentious person. He is very strong. The stone roller you are squatting on now was brought from the field by him. He just stretched out his hand and lifted it up like a brick. The old man was amazed. He had never seen such a strong man. The stone roller must weigh 200 pounds, right? The man in the leather jacket was surprised. The old man said leisurely, I'm afraid it's more than that. The leather jacket couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The old man was a good person and there was no need to tease him. So his original intention to make trouble was also extinguished by him. The young man went to Xiaogu's house for dinner. It seemed that they had a good relationship. If he really went to cause trouble, if the other party took the initiative, he would not be able to stop him. That would be embarrassing. Sorry for being late. I will try to do it sooner next time. Chapter 146 The Outsider is Me. It was the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, and it was sunny. Today was the day to go to school to get the report card. Zhu Yuantang didn't stay in bed. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, he saw her sitting on a small stool, staring at the pot on the stove. Aunt Gu opened the lid, and steam rose up, and the aroma of noodles came out. Zhu Yuantang wanted to reach out, but was afraid of getting burned. Jiang Ning, you're here. Aunt Gu greeted him. Jiang Ning nodded. This semester, he ate almost all 3 meals a day at Zhu Yuantang's house. Jiang Ning didn't eat for free. He often bought vegetables, and Aunt Gu or Zhu Yuantang cooked, and he was responsible for washing the dishes. He asked, Aunt Gu, you didn't go to work today? I'll go later today. Aunt Gu said, and continued to cook. This morning's meal was relatively simple, with steamed buns, pickled vegetables and shredded pork fried with edamame, and candied date rice soup. In the kitchen, the three of them sat around a small table with bowls on the table. The hot steam from the bowls floated up from the bottom to Zhu Yuantang's face. In the heat, she held a hot, soft steamed bun in her hand, and with her other hand, she folded the round steamed bun into a semicircle. She held the chopsticks, picked up some pickled vegetables, shredded pork and edamame, put them on the steamed bun, evenly arranged them into long strips, and then rolled them carefully. In this way, you can eat both the vegetables and the steamed bun at the same time, which is particularly enjoyable. Zhu Yuantang looked to the left and saw that her mother had already rolled one. She looked to the right and saw that Jiang Ning was eating candied dates. Jiang Ning, I'll give you the steamed bun that I worked so hard to roll. Zhu Yuantang was kind. So nice? Jiang Ning was a little surprised. In the past, she was considered good if she didn't fight with him for food, but today she was so generous. He asked in confusion, the sun is rising from the west? Just tell me if you want it or not. Yes. Jiang Ning took it in his hand. Why are you looking at me? Zhu Yuantang saw that he looked strange. Eat it quickly. Jiang Ning took a bite, and the steamed bun tasted chewy and delicious. Zhu Yuantang's eyes curved. Jiang Ning had received her favor, so when she got the report card back, she would have an excuse to play on the computer in Jiang Ning's room. Play with confidence. After dinner, Jiang Ning wanted to wash the dishes. Aunt Gu said that there was hot water and she would wash it, and urged the two to go to school. Seeing Aunt Gu's insistence, Jiang Ning went out to push the cart. He pushed the cart outside, and a young man in his 18s or 19s who had returned from working outside shouted at Jiang Ning, "Where are you going, buddy?" "Going to school to get the report card." Jiang Ning said. "I thought you were on vacation." After that, the young man said with the tone of an experienced person, "Going to school is good. There is a future." This was a bit difficult to respond, so Jiang Ning did not answer. The young man became interested in the conversation. "If I were not old now, I would really like to go back to school. It's good now," Jiang Ning said. The young man wanted to talk, but Zhu Yuantang came out of the house and shouted, "Jiang Ning, let's go. Let's go." Jiang Ning left a word and pushed the cart to find Zhu Yuantang. The campus of number 4 middle school. Ma Shichen walked on the main road of the campus. Ma Shichen got up very early. In fact, he didn't know why he got up so early. Maybe it was because his parents nagged him about his grades last night and made him restless. Or maybe he cared about his grades a lot. He was a student after all. Ma Shichen was still looking forward to the results of this final exam. Then, Ma Shichen felt that he was very stupid. He had played for a semester, and during the unified examination, he handed in his papers early for every subject. How could he get good grades? But he always wanted a miracle to happen. Although he only wrote multiple choice questions and fill in the blank questions, as well as the first 3 big questions in the math test, what if he got them all right? In this way, he would get more than 100 points in math alone. Or, what if he got full marks in the Chinese composition this time? Lan Lan can create miracles, so he can do it. Thinking about these things, Ma Shichen gradually regained his confidence. Although he was addicted to playing games for a whole semester, his junior high school foundation was still there. Even if he didn't study much, he could at least rank in the middle of the class, right? He didn't perform well last time, and ranked in the bottom 10 in the class. Ma Shichen is absolutely confident that his ranking this time will definitely be better than last time. Last time he ranked 5th from the bottom, and now there are Wu Zhaoqi and Song Sheng, who was discharged from the hospital not long ago. As long as he keeps his grades unchanged, he will definitely climb to the 7th from the bottom. Moreover, Ma Shichen thought carefully and felt that he might have done well in the final exam that day. Ma Shichen kept cheering himself up and encouraged himself with various reasons. Gradually, he almost believed it. Ma Shichen walked confidently all the way to the front of the teaching building. He saw the square in front of the teaching building, where a dozen or so students were scattered. Ma Shichen often stayed up late to play games on his mobile phone, but he had a good foundation and had never been nearsighted. He saw at a glance that the display board was standing on the ground and slightly tilted. There were 2 big red flowers on the edge of the display board, which made it look very festive. There were many white forms on the layout. It was a report card display board. For the first monthly exam, the school also announced the results to all students. Ma Shichen clenched his fists, his legs trembling with nervousness. He took a deep breath, and the acne on his forehead bloomed again. He was the invincible Marja. Just a grade, a small matter. He raised his head and strode to the side of the display board. He had a strong aura and came fiercely. The 2 female classmates next to him couldn't help but make a list for him. Ma Shichen stood in front of the display board, like a king inspecting his territory. He skipped the grade ranking list and went directly to the class ranking list, where class 8 was located. This time, let me see where I am. Ma Shichen had a great cause in his heart. He raised his head and scanned from top to bottom. Zhu Yuantan ranked 1st in class 8 and Jiang Ning ranked 2nd. After only looking at the 2 names, Ma Shichen stopped and thought, looking for my name from the front to the back means that my ranking will continue to decline, and the disappointment will grow, while looking for my name from the back to the front means that my ranking will get closer and closer, and the surprise will grow. The wisdom of life should be counted from the back to the front. Ma Shichen felt that he had realized it. He moved his eyes to the bottom of the score sheet of class 8 with a warm smile on his face. He followed his gaze. His eyes were bright, filled with fascinating light, like the mighty king of beasts. Just this one look, Ma Shichen was stunned for a moment. Then he looked again, and his mind was buzzing. What's going on? The last one is me? I'm the last one in class 8. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where are Wu Zhaoqi and Song Sheng? Are they playing me? Ma Shichen perked up again, counting from the bottom to the top. His eyes swept over most of the table, and finally found Song Sheng, who was 9th in the class. Then, Ma Shichen found Wu Zhaoqi in the 3rd place. What the hell? Why can they rank so high? One has never been in class but played basketball, and the other has been hospitalized for several months. Ma Shichen couldn't believe it, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But, this is the fact. He can only accept it. The last one is the last one. Ma Shichen stood there blankly, and the bright light in his eyes gradually dimmed. His standing still was like the quietly standing grade board. One person, one board, standing opposite each other, speechless, like a couple whose relationship broke down and fell into a cold war. As time went on, more and more students came to see their grades. Ma Shichen's position was very conspicuous, blocking other people's sight. Someone urged, "Classmate, you should have finished reading. Can you please move aside?" Ma Shichen silently moved aside. Then, the grade board was occupied by other students again, and the students who came to see their grades gathered like a tide. Ma Shichen was pushed away, and he moved outside again, and finally, he moved outside the crowd. He looked at the crowd, at the expressions on their faces, the excitement, joy, ostentation, confidence, all of which had nothing to do with him. He seemed like an outsider. Ma Shichen was clearly standing under the light, but he was covered in gray. He was 16 that year, standing in front of the grade board like a minion. Chapter 147, The Dignity of Primary School Students. In the classroom of Class 8, Wu Zhaoqi was holding a basketball, leaning against the wall, and watching his classmates coldly. He had already known his grades, ranking 3rd in the class and 18th in the grade. The grades were very good, but Wu Zhaoqi was both happy and annoyed. He was happy that in the new semester next year, the seats in the class would be adjusted, and Song Sheng would not be able to escape his control. Song Sheng only ranked 9th, while he was a strong 3rd. He had the power to choose a seat before Song Sheng, and he also had the power to choose a seat after Song Sheng. So, how could he escape? What annoyed Wu Zhaoqi was that he copied the answers with all his strength this time, but he only ranked 18th in the grade. This made Wu Zhaoqi wonder if he was not suitable for studying. Why couldn't he pass the exam better than others, even though he copied the answers? Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were sitting in their seats chatting. Bai Yuxia walked into the class. She looked at the two of them and said happily, "Zhu Yuantang, you are the first in the city. No one in number 2 middle school and number 1 middle school in 2 county has better grades than you." Bai Yuxia spoke very quickly, showing her restlessness at the moment. The value of being the first in the city in the unified examination can be imagined. Zhu Yuantang even left the 2nd place in the city by several tens of points. If he keeps up, he will definitely be able to compete for the provincial champion. Bai Yuxia looked at Zhu Yuantang as if she was looking at a god of learning. Zhu Yuantang was very happy to hear this, but she acted very modestly. "It's okay, I performed normally. But Jiang Ning, you, did not live up to my cultivation, and improved to the 2nd in the grade, but there is still a little gap between you and me." Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Zhu Yuantang asked quietly, "How much is the scholarship this time?" Jiang Ning calculated, it must be more than the last monthly exam. In the past city-wide joint exams, with the quality of students from number 4 middle school, if they perform normally, they will not be in the top 10, let alone 1st place. Principal, you must be in a good mood and the reward will not be small. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Shan Keikun ran in from the classroom door. He wanted to laugh at Brother Ma, but hesitated for a moment, and decided that Bai Yuxia was more important. He ran over. "Bai Yuxia, you ranked 5th in the class, but ranked 36th in the grade, which is a dozens of places improvement." Bai Yuxia nodded. "I have to thank Zhu Yuantang for his help, and..." Halfway through, Shan Keikun thought to himself that there was also my care, and Jiang Ning explained the question types. Shan Keikun couldn't help it, and licked his face and said, "And when you explained the questions to me, it consolidated the knowledge points." Jiang Ning, "I underestimated you." Shan Keikun said again, "Bai Yuxia, thanks to your help, I ranked 22nd in the class this time, which is much better than last time." Bai Yuxia did not take the credit. "You are willing to work hard." Shan Keikun almost blurted out, "For you, I'm willing to work hard." But he didn't say it. He was thinking about how to invite Bai Yuxia to a restaurant outside, to eat in the name of gratitude. He saved 80 yuan during this period, which should be enough for a meal. After paying attention to Bai Yuxia, Shan Keikun ran to the back row again. He was cautious in front of Bai Yuxia, and when he got to the back row, he was able to return home in glory. "Oh, isn't this my brother Ma? You did really well in the exam this time." Ma Shichen lowered his head to play with his mobile phone, and ignored his sarcasm. Ma Shichen adjusted his mentality quickly. A temporary setback did not mean anything, just like the game he played. If one round didn't work, he could just start another round. When he is in the 2nd year of high school, he will make a comeback. All the ridicule and cold eyes now are just sharpening his stone. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the sharpness of a sword comes from the grinding of the ground. Shan Keikun took his grades, and showed off in the back row. His current ranking makes him the leader among the 4 consecutive seats, and he is the strongest. Shan Keikun was very proud. Song Sheng entered the class with a gloomy face. He paid special attention to Wu Zhaoqi's grades, and wanted to see him become the last. As a result, the last place was occupied by Ma Shicheng. Wu Zhaoqi jumped to the third place in the class, as if he had taken a tonic. What a result! It is completely inconsistent with his usual sloppy image. Song Sheng asked in a stern tone, "How did you get the third place?" Wu Zhaoqi hugged his basketball. "Why are you looking at me with that expression? That's my own score. How can you get the third place? You can't get the third place even if you cheat." Song Sheng didn't believe it at all. Wu Zhaoqi was shocked at first. "This thing is quite accurate. It actually calculated that I cheated." He was indignant again. He must be looking down on me too much. I really relied on my own ability to cheat and get the third place. Wu Zhaoqi wanted to argue with Song Sheng and change his impression of him, but at the last moment, Wu Zhaoqi held back. His parents told him in advance that he must be low-key about his grades. Just take advantage quietly and don't let everyone know. Wu Zhaoqi is not stupid. In his heart, this matter is still a big deal, and he will never admit it. He ignored Song Sheng and played with his ball. Song Sheng tried to no avail, and he sat in his seat with an uncertain look until the life committee member Hu Jun walked into the class. Cuiu shouted, look at Hu Jun. Fuck, this is a real bird, and it's moving." Cuiu hurried over, only to see a colorful parrot stepping on Hu Jun's shoulder, and the parrot was lying there honestly. "Won't it fly away?" Jiu Kanan asked. Hu Jun said calmly, "Of course not. I have raised this parrot to be smart. I often take it out to play. You are worthy of being my brother Jun." Jiu Kanan praised. Cuiu next to him rubbed his hands. "Brother Jun, your bird is very handsome. Can I play with it?" Hu Jun hesitated and was entangled. That was his baby parrot, which he was usually only allowed to look at but not touch. Seeing Hu Jun's hesitation, Cuiu came over and whispered, "Brother Jun, I know an ice rink." Hu Jun said, "Ice rinks are out of date. Only primary school students go there to play." Cuiu used his big move. "There is a proprietress at the skating rink who teaches the students how to skate." The righteous and great life committee member Hu Jun immediately said righteously, "Take my parrot and play with it." He put the parrot on Cuiu's shoulder, and the parrot cried, "Madam Boss, Madam Boss." Hu Jun quickly covered the bird's beak. The 24th day of the 12th lunar month is commonly known as the Little New Year. It has been sunny for several days in a row. Zhu Yuantang got up at 8:30. She heated up the leftovers from last night and 5 big steamed buns made by her mother. She ate 2 and Jiang Ning ate 3. After heating the dishes, Zhu Yuantang took 2 boxes of milk and put them in hot water to warm them up. After doing all this, it was almost 9 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang called Jiang Ning to get up. After the two finished their meal, Zhu Yuantang suddenly asked, "Do you feel that I have grown taller?" Jiang Ning was quite clear about it. He often scanned Zhu Yuantang with his spiritual sense and knew that she had grown a little bit in the past 6 months. "Let's measure our height." Zhu Yuantang took out a tape measure and went to the door. She also brought a thin mat. Although it was winter, the wall was not too cold because the sun was still there. Zhu Yuantang took off his cotton shoes, put his socks on the mat, and stuck to the wall. Jiang Ning, help me measure it." Jiang Ning was not in a hurry and first looked at the chalk marks on the wall. He said, "Is this the height you measured before?" Zhu Yuantang said, "Yes, it witnessed my growth into a giant." Jiang Ning ran his hand through her hair and the chalk popped out, leaving a mark on the wall. Zhu Yuantang put on his shoes and looked at it with him. 153, 3 centimeters taller than before. For a woman, 153 is still short. Jiang Ning knew that Zhu Yuantang would grow to 1.6 meters in her 3rd year of high school, around the age of 17. It was uncertain how tall she would grow in the future. Maybe she would be fixed at 1.6 meters, or maybe she would grow to 1.7 meters. Woo, she finally grew taller. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. She was happy for a while, and suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, do you think I'm good to you?" Jiang Ning said, "I'm pretty good." Zhu Yuantang said, "I gave you steamed buns yesterday, right?" "Yes." "Then Jiang Ning, can you repay me?" Jiang Ning was puzzled. "How?" Zhu Yuantang hesitated. "Just go to your room." "That? Which one?" This time Jiang Ning was really confused, not sure what she was going to do. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning didn't understand what she meant, so she bravely shouted, "Lend me your computer to play with." "Jiang Ning, you can play with it." His computer was a computer that Xiao Xuanshang's company purchased more and sent to him. The performance is definitely high performance now. Okay. Zhu Yuantang ran to Jiang Ning's room to play games. She sat on Jiang Ning's boss chair. The chair was wide, and after Zhu Yuantang sat on it, her shoes couldn't touch the ground. She didn't want to lower the seat. Some time ago, Jiang Ning went to the river dam and cut a few tree roots. He used his spiritual power to gather them into a wooden board. After adjusting the shape, it just stuck under the seat and served as a suspended stepping board. Zhu Yuantang's feet couldn't touch the ground before, and she was prone to numbness. Now she steps on the suspended board. However, most of the time, her whole body is curled up on the seat, covered with a small blanket. Zhu Yuantang operated the mouse with one hand and pressed the keyboard with the other. The game she played was League of Legends. Jiang Ning ate a pill and sat beside her to refine and practice. The herbs he planted are about to mature, and they can be picked for medicinal use in the next 2 days. For the next batch of herbs, he plans to plant Peking Yuandan. The quality of Peking Yuandan is slightly higher than that of Jukidan, and it is more effective for cultivators in the middle and late stages of key training. While he was thinking about it, Zhu Yuantang on the chair complained to him, Jiang Ning, someone on the opposite side said I was a primary school student. Help me beat them up. It's a little short today. I'll make up for it tomorrow." Chapter 148, How to Beat Someone Through the Internet. Jiang Ning looked at the monitor screen after hearing Zhu Yuantang's words. In the game interface, a bunch of nicknames were talking nonsense in the dialogue box, constantly shouting that Zhu Yuantang was a primary school student. "Kill him a few more times," Jiang Ning said. "He is almost super ghost. Now he is standing on the high ground. He dare not come out and just type there." Zhu Yuantang was so angry that his teeth itched. After saying that, Zhu Yuantang climbed up the high ground and killed the opponent in seconds. Hehe, Jiang Ning thought, is there a possibility that Zhu Yuantang killed the opponent and broke the defense? If he is in front of me, I will definitely beat him up. Zhu Yuantang clenched his fist and said hatefully, "No, let my number one general Jiang Ning beat him up." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was stunned. Zhu Yuantang's words gave him some inspiration. He suddenly remembered that he had met a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage. It was said that the great cultivator was a princess of the Zhongzhou dynasty. Jiang Ning and him were fighting, and the princess of the dynasty could actually use thunder to jump and travel thousands of miles away in an instant. If Jiang Ning hadn't used the space confinement spell to block the space and prevent him from jumping, he might have let the other party escape. Afterwards, Jiang Ning caught the man and forced him to tell him the secret method of thunder and put it in the treasure house of Law Insect. That secret method can analyze lightning and use it to jump. Jiang Ning used formulas to analyze it at first, but the workload was too huge, and his escape technique was no less than that thunder method. After weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. In the process of analysis, he found that the method was extremely mysterious and involved electromagnetics. If Jiang Ning could comprehend the method with the realm of a Yuan great monk, he might really be able to use electromagnetic waves to find people. However, the Yuan great monk's spiritual consciousness is at least 10,000 miles. Within 10,000 miles, he can find the person with a random scan, and there is no need for this secret method. Moreover, electromagnetic waves seem to be used in wireless transmission, and solid media such as optical fibers and network cables seem to use other methods to transmit signals. From this point of view, it is still impossible to use the secret thunder technique to find the person on the other end of the network cable. However, Jiang Ning is not a person who gives up easily. He has mastered hundreds of techniques for finding people, including tracing all things, and even some hexagrams. This hexagram is not the kind of hexagram that deduces the secrets of heaven, predicts the purple star emperor, exclaims that this person must have the appearance of an emperor, and then because of the prediction of the secrets of heaven, it backfires on itself, vomits several liters of blood, and greatly shortens its life. That kind of outrageous hexagram does not exist in the world of cultivation. Cultivation is against the will of heaven. It is impossible for a mere hexagram to backfire on itself. Hexagrams are mostly used as auxiliary formations to observe celestial phenomena, predict future weather conditions, or to find traces. Jiang Ning's ideal state is to be able to use magic to capture the signal, lock the other party, and then drive the flying boat over to teach them a lesson. Jiang Ning sent his hypothesis about spiritual power to Xiao Xuanshan, asking her to prepare funds and contact scientific research teams at home and abroad that study electromagnetics and signals, hoping that they would come up with a solution as soon as possible, and then he would use spiritual power and divine consciousness to conduct experiments to improve it. After receiving the message, Xiao Xuanshan replied, "In fact, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. With the current size of our Changqing liquid, perhaps we can directly contact internet companies and pay a little price to let them give you the other party's IP address. No, just follow my plan. The IP address may not be accurate, maybe the other party is surfing the internet in an internet cafe." Jiang Ning wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. What he wanted was the secret method of instantly locking onto others and then finding them. Thinking of these things, Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantong, who was gritting his teeth. The internet has magnified human nature, and there are countless strange things. The last time Jiang Ning was looking for spiritual objects in Tiba, he was slandered, but he didn't care. However, on the internet, even if someone spreads rumors and slanders, or is defamed and bullied online, it is still difficult to obtain evidence. It is very likely that, after wasting countless efforts and money to find the other party, the real name of the other party's account is an 80-year-old grandmother. Jiang Ning does not believe in IP addresses. Because of this, he wants to plant a spiritual mark on the other party through the network cable. When he studies the secret method of network cables, he will definitely punish all kinds of keyboard warriors in the world. Although Zhu Yuantang was scolded as a primary school student, she is addicted to the internet. She plays for a whole morning and does not even cook lunch. Jiang Ning went to her house, used his spiritual power to cook 2 dishes, and brought them to her computer desk. She ate in between matches. During Jiang Ning's training, Aunt Gu called. "Jiang Ning, Tong Tong didn't answer the phone. Tell Tong Tong that Chachu will come to our house later. I will go back later." Okay. Zhu Yuantang's game was about to end, and Jiang Ning told her about Zhu Chachu. "What? Chachu is coming." Zhu Yuantang tapped the mouse and said arrogantly, "I'll show her how powerful I'm in the game." Zhu Yuantang clicked the opponent's crystal, then she stood up from the leather chair, but stumbled and fell towards the screen, and was about to hit the screen. Jiang Ning held her collar by the back, and gently lifted her with spiritual power, and put her on the bed. Zhu Yuantang escaped a disaster, and just wanted to thank her, but she felt discomfort in her calf. "Hiss, my leg is numb." Zhu Yuantang rubbed her leg, her little face painful. "Jiang Ning, help me rub it. I lost consciousness, my leg is gone." Zhu Yuantang stretched her leg in front of Jiang Ning. In the past, her mother would rub her legs when she had numb legs. Zhu Yuantang was sitting cross-legged on the chair, playing games for a long time. It would be strange if her legs were not numb. She was not wearing shoes, and she was wearing cartoon stockings on her feet. Her petite body was slightly curled up, and a part of her calf was trembling. Jiang Ning gathered spiritual power and gently moistened her calf. Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt a warm feeling on her legs, and the pain in her calves instantly dissipated by more than half. "Wow, Jiang Ning, you are amazing. There is another one." She changed her posture and put out her other calf. Jiang Ning did the same to help her relieve the numbness. Zhu Yuantang put on her shoes and took 2 steps. Her legs were completely back to normal. She looked at Jiang Ning again, thinking that this was too good to be true. Jiang Ning not only gave her a computer to play with, but also helped her rub her legs. In the future, she must have Jiang Ning's assistance when playing games. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning came to the door. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the distance, there was a blue figure riding an electric car on the river dam. The figure was getting closer and closer, turning off the dam, and driving towards this side. Zhu Chachu stopped the car, took off her helmet, and her hair was loose. "Chachu, you look good today." Zhu Yuantang stared at her. Zuchachu's clothes were slightly upgraded compared to before. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense and saw Zuchachu wearing a light blue down jacket, white wide leg jeans, and blue and white velvet sneakers, which made her look even cleaner. Zuchachu has an outstanding appearance, with soft lines on her oval face, without a trace of aggression, but with a sense of coolness. However, today, she seemed to have some unrelieved worry between her eyebrows. Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang again, with red lips and white teeth, and lively eyes, which made her look eccentric. Compared with Zuchachu, Zhu Yuantang has not grown up yet. Chachu, come and watch me play games, and show you my superb skills. Zhu Yuantang invited. Zuchachu nodded, feeling strange in her heart. Last time, she thought that it would be a long time before she came here again, but it was less than a month. The reason was that her mother entered the Changqingai group to work. She was usually responsible for purchasing the company's daily ingredients. Now her work is very easy, and she has a lot of free time. Her mother knew that she could get in to work thanks to Aunt Gu's introduction, so she came here today to thank Aunt Gu. Zuchachu was also very grateful. She didn't ask for much, just wanted her mother to relax a little. When she came here today, Zuchachu, who used to love studying, deliberately didn't bring a vocabulary book. Okay. Zuchachu followed Zhu Yuantang and walked towards Jiang Ning's room. The first thing she felt when she entered Jiang Ning's room was that the room was very neat and clean, and the quilt on the bed was not wrinkled at all. The room was full of vitality, and there were several flower pots placed by the window, with plants blooming freely. There were also many things in the room, such as incense burners, jade bottles, drawing boards, building block cars, and a green wooden boat hanging in the air. Only the trendy chair with a wooden board underneath and the colorful computer case made her feel that Jiang Ning was still up here. The next moment, Zuchachu saw Zhu Yuantang get on the chair and put his feet on the wooden board, and she finally understood what the wooden board was for. Zhu Yuantang started a game, and Jiang Ning gave up his position by the bed to Zuchachu, and he went outside. Zuchachu watched Zhu Yuantang controlling the character and showing various operations, and suddenly her mobile phone vibrated. Zuchachu didn't have a mobile phone before, and Hua Fengmei saw it in her eyes, knowing that people of the same age basically had mobile phones, and it was inconvenient to contact without a mobile phone. Hua Fengmei took advantage of finding a good job and spent 1,000 yuan to buy her daughter a white Oppo phone for her convenience. Hua Fengmei was very relieved about Zuchachu, knowing that her daughter valued learning very much, and she was not worried that she would learn bad things after having a mobile phone. Zuchachu opened questions and saw a person with the note scammer who sent 2 messages. Girl, have you thought about it? As long as you send me a photo, I will return your questions to you. This is a 9-digit questions. I don't want too many exposed photos. Your ordinary selfies are fine. Don't blame me for not being particular. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Zuchachu looked at the 2 messages, clenched her fists quietly, and was a little angry. After she got a mobile phone, she registered her questions and applied for a 9-digit account. Zuchachu was very happy. She decorated the space carefully according to her preferences, set a name for the group, and added the contact information of 2 girls in the class. As a result, because she accidentally clicked on a website once, her questions were stolen. Zuchachu registered a new account and added the stolen account, hoping that the other party would return her questions to her. She was even willing to pay for it. After all, that was her first questions registration, and Zuchachu was a nostalgic girl. But the other party kept hanging her, not giving her questions, but asking her to send all kinds of photos. Zuchachu certainly wouldn't send them, because she never took selfies, because every time she took photos, she always felt uncomfortable facing the camera. In order to get her questions back, Zuchachu could only pretend to be nice to the other party and endure the other party's vulgar remarks. No, if you are willing to give it to me, then give it to me. If you are not willing, it's okay. I want to delete it. Zuchachu wanted to give up a little, but she always felt angry when she saw the other party using her questions. The person before disturbed the only 2 girls in her list and sent random messages in the class group. Fortunately, Zhu Chuchu explained it to her classmates in time and asked the class monitor to kick the original account, otherwise I don't know what would happen. Seeing that Zhu Chuchu was unwilling to post a selfie, the person on the other side was obviously angry. What the hell? If you don't want to post it, then don't post it. How dare you delete me? Anyway, I know which class you are in. I'll ask someone to find out about you. Zhu Chuchu's face turned pale. Someone stole her questions and naturally knew her detailed information. If that person came to find her, the consequences would be unimaginable. The person on the other side was like a beast that had taken off its mask and revealed its fangs. I've seen a lot of stuff like yours. Hey, it reminds me of last year when I was a little itchy and cheated a high school girl's questions. That girl was very innocent. She is so naive. I stole her questions, and you know what? Her account is actually an annual super member with various member privileges and games like questions speed and no security. She said she had used this account for several years and put in countless efforts. She cried and asked me to return her questions, and then I asked her to post photos. Guess how many photos she posted and what they were? She wanted me to return her account so much. I was very happy to see the photo. I shared the photo with her class group. Haha, I fell asleep with a smile. Zhu Chuchu looked at the message on the chat page and felt cold all over. Fortunately, she never posted photos online, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. You will be punished. I deleted it. Although she was afraid that the other party would find her, Zhu Chuchu really couldn't stand the other party's words, which would only make her mood worse and worse. Retribution. What the hell? You don't want to give me face, right? You are in Yazhou number 2 middle school, experimental class 1. Zhu Chuchu, you wait for me. Pray that I don't find you. The man shouted frantically. Zhu Chuchu couldn't bear it anymore, so she blocked the other party and chose to delete the friend. After doing this, she looked back at the computer monitor screen and watched Zhu Yuantang's happy killing. But the sadness between Zhu Chuchu's eyebrows could not be wiped away no matter what. Jiang Ning outside the door had a calm expression. He naturally noticed the change in Zhu Chuchu's expression just now. Out of concern, he used his spiritual sense to check the other person's screen, and then he understood the messages. It seemed that Zhu Chuchu was in trouble. Jiang Ning walked into the house. He didn't say anything to Zhu Chuchu. He just casually hit her with a spiritual mark and strengthened the mark to monitor the sound. Jiang Ning always helped the people around Zhu Yuantang. Besides, these are not difficult. If Zhu Chuchu had an accident, Zhu Yuantang would inevitably be sad for a while. Zhu Chuchu faced Jiang Ning, and her fair face showed a smile, and the coldness melted a little. Zhu Chuchu didn't tell others about the threats she received on the internet. Besides, in this kind of thing, others can't help at all. She doesn't have any good friends except Zhu Yuantang, and others will only think she is making a fuss. The person who stole her account may just talk about it and won't take action. So she didn't say it to Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning. She doesn't like to trouble others. Although after 2 contacts, Zhu Chuchu thinks Jiang Ning is quite unique, but he can't find someone else through the internet, right? She should just bear these experiences alone and not pass on bad emotions to others. Notice, I have been practicing magic skills recently and accidentally went astray. Now I'm in flames. Wait for me to disperse the power and come back to practice. Human version. I was a sheep last night, resulting in less updates than usual. In the next 2 or 3 days, there will be no interruption. But I will only maintain basic updates. Everyone wait for me to resume. I have never forgotten that I owe you 10 updates. Thank you all for your support. Fist. Chapter 149 From the Peak to the Valley. Not long after, Aunt Gu and Zhu Chuchu's mother Hua Fengmei got off work. Hua Fengmei brought a bunch of dishes, ribs, con, sea bass, fruits and the like. These were the ingredients she bought in the morning. She was going to cook at Sister Gu's house to thank her for introducing her to work at Changqing Group. The two have been sisters for many years, and it is not appropriate to talk about money and gifts. This is the only way to express gratitude. Zhu Yuantang played games for most of the day, and her eyes were tired. She moved down from the throne and went out to find her mother. Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei were busy in the kitchen. They were preparing New Year's goods and could not take care of Zhu Yuantang for a while. So Zhu Yuantang ran to the door again. She looked at Jiang Ning and stretched her body. After she grew taller, her vision became wider and she felt refreshed. In 1 semester, she grew 3 centimeters. What kind of speed is this? According to this speed, she will grow 6 centimeters a year. After graduating from high school in 3 years, she can grow 18 centimeters, reaching 168, 3 centimeters taller than Zhu Chuchu. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang felt that her future was bright. When she became a giant, Jiang Ning would no longer be able to look down on her. Zhu Yuantang deliberately picked on Jiang Ning. She put her hands behind her back and walked to Jiang Ning's side. She first looked up at him and then said arrogantly, "Not bad, Jiang Ning, you're not that tall." Jiang Ning grew less than 20 centimeters this semester. Now his height is 182 centimeters. Among his peers in Anhui province, he is definitely an excellent height. Even in the future, when children are well nourished and their height soars, he is still not short. Not bad, Jiang Ning said. He was a little confused as to why Zhu Yuantang would mention this. After Zhu Yuantang finished speaking, she looked at Zhu Chuchu again and said, "Chuchu, you are still quite tall." Zhu Chuchu was very modest and spoke nicely. "How could that be? I would rather be shorter." Zhu Yuantang heard her words and said earnestly, "You are quite good now, and I will be as tall as you in the future." "Yeah, Tong Tong, you can do it." "Humph, I measured it this morning, and I'm 153 now, but you didn't see it. Now I will measure it again and show you." Zhu Yuantang boasted. After learning that she had grown taller, she wanted to announce it to the world, letting everyone know that she had unlimited potential. "Jiang Ning, wait for me." After saying this, Zhu Yuantang ran into the yard to get the mat and measuring tape for measuring height. Passing by the kitchen, she smelled the fragrance. Her mother was frying dumplings and making sugar cakes. Every Chinese New Year, her family would fry dumplings, which became a custom. It's dumplings, not meatballs. Fried dumplings are made by mixing flour, shredded radish, bean sprouts, and eggs into dumplings, and then frying them in a clay pot. Her mother's cooking skills are super good. The fillings are delicious, and the heat when frying is also very well controlled. If you eat the dumplings directly, they are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. They can also be cooked in soup or even fried with vegetables. They have many uses. Zhu Yuantang smelled the fragrance from the kitchen and refused with great perseverance. She just wanted to prove to Zhu Chuchu that she grew 3 centimeters taller in 1 semester. After getting Zhu Chuchu's amazement, she will enjoy the delicious fried dumplings. In ancient times, Guan Yu warmed up the wine and killed Hua Xiang, and now Yuantang was shocked by the applause. Zhu Yuantang hurried to the door. This time, she brought a full set of height measurement equipment. She glanced at Jiang Ning, who was playing with his mobile phone. At this critical moment, he was still playing with his mobile phone. "Jiang Ning, are you ready? I'm going to start." "Okay." Jiang Ning put away his mobile phone. Someone was chatting in the class group just now, and someone at him, so he went to see it. Zhu Yuantang took off her cotton shoes and stepped on a thin mat. She took a deep breath, held her head high, and felt as if the bright moon was in her arms. She felt that her head was touching the sky and her feet were pushing the ground. She was growing taller and taller with the sky. Zhu Yuantang held her breath and pressed against Jiang Ning with resentment, urging him to hurry up. It was very uncomfortable to hold your breath. Jiang Ning drew a mark. "Okay." Zhu Yuantang hurried away from the wall. "Chuchu, it's time to witness a miracle." Then she looked at the mark on the wall and was shocked. "Jiang Ning, did you measure it wrong? Why is it a little shorter than the mark this morning? I just measured it by rubbing your head. How could it be wrong?" Jiang Ning said. "No." Zhu Yuantang still didn't believe it. She asked Zhu Chuchu to measure her again, and it was still the same mark as before. Jiang Ning took out the tape measure and measured 151.5 centimeters. Well, 1.5 centimeters shorter than this morning. Zhu Yuantang's face was depressed, and she said aggrievedly, "How could this be? It was 153 in the morning." She couldn't figure it out, as if she had suffered a major blow, and looked like she had no desire to live. Zhu Chuchu looked at Zhu Yuantang. who was a good student, and explained, when you get up in the morning, the bones and joints of your body are relaxed, especially the gaps between the vertebrae of the spine are widened. After a day of activities during the day, due to the influence of gravity, the gaps between the vertebrae of the spine will become narrower, that is, there is a sinking effect, so you will be shorter at night than in the morning. Chachu's words made Su Yuantang's heart even more painful. It turned out that her 153 was fake, and everything was fake, just because of the test in the morning. The real situation was that she was only 151.5. Zhu Yuantang was tired. Zhu Chachu saw this and went to comfort Zhu Yuantang while Jiang Ning continued to look at her phone. The one who added him in the group just now was Meng Jiui, a strong hairstyle man. He not only added Jiang Ning, but also added most of the boys in the city, inviting them to go skating together. When it comes to this topic, the life committee member Hu Jun even stopped posting pictures of various animals and jumped out to make an appointment with Meng Jiui. The squad leader Huang Zhengfei looked at the happy scene and was very happy. He felt that his advice was still useful, and Hu Jun finally returned to normal. Jiuo Kunan replied, Meng Jiui, I wanted to find you to play during the winter vacation, but you were not in the town and went to Yazhou. Meng Jiui looked at this message and couldn't help feeling a faint sense of superiority. His family is from the countryside and he is in the same town as Jiuo Kunan. But his parents were the first group of people to go to the coastal areas to work. They are pragmatic and capable. The year before last, they took out 300,000 yuan and asked relatives to collect some money to buy him a 3-bedroom 1-living-room house in Yazhou City. From then on, he was a resident of Yazhou City. After the family bought the house, his parents had no other skills and still went out to work. Meng Jiui lived alone in the house in Yazhou, not to mention how free he was. Moreover, he usually has a lot of pocket money. He often hears his parents say that their mission has been completed. Rural families generally buy houses and cars for their children, and the older generation has completed their mission. For Meng Jiui, his life is very happy now. He plays games and watches cartoons every day. The only thing missing is a girlfriend. Meng Jiui is young, but he is very precocious in terms of feelings. He is a pure high school student, and he longs to be with one person for the rest of his life. So Meng Jiui wants to find an honest girl, go to college together, and get married after graduation. Although Meng Jiui competes with Cuiu for Jiang Yanan, he is very convinced of Jiuo Kunan's character and does not hate him because Jiuo Kunan and Cuiu are close. Brother Nan, I will go back on the 28th of the 12th lunar month. I will ride an electric car to play with you, and we will go to the fields to make a fire. Making a fire in the winter is a very pleasant thing. Wang Long Long, if you set a fire in the wild, you will be in jail for life. Shut up. Meng Jiui replied. Wang Long Long, brother Jiui, I also want to go skating, can you take me? He had previously approached Ma Shichen, but Ma Shichen had recently settled down in an internet cafe and was unwilling to go. Wang Long Long read classics at home every day, wrote his winter vacation diary for his class teacher Shan Qingrong, and expressed some of his class opinions to the class teacher. After a long time, he planned to come out to relax his mind and write a piece of writing. Working behind closed doors was not enough to write an article that would convince the class teacher. Okay, who else? Meng Jiui shouted in the group. He was looking forward to calling 2 girls so that he could show off his skating posture on the skating rink. Although Meng Jiui was in love with Jiang Yanan, he would not refuse other honest girls. Chen Qian interrupted, don't you study during the winter vacation? Ma Shichen suddenly jumped out. What do you study during the winter vacation? The winter vacation is for everyone to play games. Yang Sheng, you look so beautiful when you are the last one. Ma Shichen was furious. His scars were exposed. He swore that Jiang Sheng would be his enemy for life. The 25th day of the 12th lunar month, afternoon. Jiang Ning came to Yazhou building and walked into Xiao Shuangshang's office. Xiao Shuangshang knew that Jiang Ning would come, so she invited Jiang Ning to the sofa. I have donated to Yazhou Power Supply Bureau, she said. Jiang Ning nodded. Before, he used thunder and lightning to practice his body, which inevitably consumed some electricity. Now he gave it to Yuzhou Power Supply Bureau, which was nearly 10,000 times the return. Now Jiang Ning practices his body directly in the factory area of Changqing Liquid Group, where the voltage is very abundant. I have already contacted the donation you mentioned last time. When a company becomes bigger, it is inevitable to do charity, which can not only improve its reputation, but also increase its social status. Xiao Shuangshang also has this intention. It is expected that 20 primary schools will be built in mountainous areas. She pushed the plan document to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded. Establishing primary schools is secondary. The main thing is to establish charitable organizations to ensure the treatment of teachers who support teaching. There are often primary schools built in some mountainous areas, but often no teachers are willing to go to class, resulting in the final abandonment. Because the salary of volunteer teachers is too low, perhaps at the beginning, many young teachers will go to mountain villages to teach because of their passion, but most people need to eat. Passion cannot last long, and will always be taught a lesson by the cruelty of life. Jiang Ning is willing to believe that there are many volunteer teachers with high morals who are willing to stay, even if the treatment is poor. Jiang Ning still wants to increase the treatment. With high salary, more teachers will stay. Okay, I'll arrange it. Xiao Shuangshang pushed another document over. This is the material for my counted that Lin Zhongsheng Group intercepted. Jiang Ning picked it up and glanced at it. It recorded the price of the materials, the reasons for being intercepted, and the most likely place for the materials to be stored. According to their investigation, some of the treasures were presented to the old man of the Lin family, who is also the current helmsman of the Lin Zhongsheng Group. Xiao Shuangshang said in a normal tone. Perhaps she would have thought that the Lin Zhongsheng Group was a behemoth in the past, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. The Lin Zhongsheng Group is involved in many industries, including real estate, national chain brand stores, and manufacturing, but their core technology is not outstanding and their competitiveness is insufficient, so they are only temporarily showing off their power in China and not making progress. Unlike Changqing Liquid, which has defeated major beauty brands in foreign countries and earned all dollars and euros, it is inevitable that Xiao Shuangshang does not think highly of the Lin Zhongsheng Group. Jiang Ning looked at the items on the list, which were all necessary for refining puppets. He said, "Have you read the network signal research document I sent you yesterday?" Xiao Shuangshang said, "Several teams abroad have taken it up and are expected to give results within 3 days. Not bad." Jiang Ning praised. Xiao Shuangshang didn't say anything. Their Changqing Liquid was selling like crazy abroad. This kind of miraculous product will have a volume of hundreds of billions in the future and enjoy a great reputation. In the past, several research institutes of international prestigious universities had sent invitations. At that time, Xiao Shuangshang rejected all of them. Now, she rarely took out the project. Those top talents, in order to catch the Changqing Liquid train, flocked to it. Several research institutes took over the project at the same time and calculated the results urgently. "Okay, I'm leaving," Jiang Ning said. Xiao Shuangshang got up and sent Jiang Ning out of the company and then looked at his figure and walked into the elevator. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have gone to the Lin family. Xiao Shuangshang thought to herself. She returned to the office with a smile. With Jiang Ning's means, those materials would definitely not escape his grasp. After Jiang Ning left the company, he did not go directly to Ansheng, but came to Huqi Mountain. The herbs planted before have matured. He turned his palm, and 2 white pills emerged. This is the Peking Yuan pill made from those herbs, which is of great help to cultivators in the middle and late stages of key training. Under the nourishment of the Jiling Great Array, the efficacy of this Yuan pill almost caught up with the general quality of the Xiuxin world. It's time to break through the 5th level of key training. He activated the formation and gathered the spiritual energy here. Then, Jiang Ning swallowed the pill in one gulp, and the huge medicinal power spread and expanded in the meridians. At the same time, the external spiritual energy swarmed in. The 2 forces echoed each other, and Jiang Ning broke through the 5th level of key training. Jiang Ning spread out his hand and saw a black embroidery needle suspended on his palm, spinning. This is the Shenyuan shuttle, an extremely advanced exploration technique, and it is a special exploration method for space. Only those who have the magic control skills of the nascent soul period, practice the golden mystery division of the soul, and whose consciousness has reached at least the lamp burning realm, can master this secret method. Then, let me see what is so mysterious about that area. Jiang Ning summoned the flying boat and drove it straight into the sky. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, it only took a dozen seconds with the speed of the spirit boat. Jiang Ning was in the clouds, staring at that area. Although he did not use the key observation technique, he had already known that place very well. Jiang Ning knew that his physical body would never be able to step into that area, or in other words, whether it was a living thing or a dead thing, they could only look at each other through this door. However, now he has the space-related secret method Shenyuan shuttle, which can do a little exploration. Let's experiment first. Jiang Ning thought to himself. Even if the Shenyuan shuttle is ineffective, it will not have much impact on him. Jiang Ning attached a wisp of divine consciousness to the Shenyuan shuttle. He pinched out a series of spells, and arranged a three-dimensional formation on the spirit boat, small teleportation traction formation. This is a spell that matches the Shenyuan shuttle, which can instantly recall the Shenyuan shuttle. Some powerful cultivators can find others, based on a trace of divine consciousness. Even if this investigation is fruitless, Jiang Ning does not want to leave a flaw. Shangxin hide. Jiang Ning cast another spell, to hide the Shenyuan shuttle. Jiang Ning's hearing covered the embroidery needle. He pointed his finger, and the tail of the Shenyuan shuttle trembled, slowly pierced into that space, and sank into it. Instantly, a sense of rejection came from the heaven and earth, and the Shenyuan shuttle seemed to be stuck in the mud. This is the law of that world, the rejection of foreign objects. Jiang Ning forced the Shenyuan shuttle to move. He calculated that the Shenyuan shuttle could only last for about 3 minutes, otherwise it would collapse. 100 seconds later, the Shenyuan shuttle passed through a very long distance, and a bizarre noise came from that end, and there were some human voices in the ears. Jiang Ning extracted several key words: source stone mine, family marriage source stone. It's not the Zeuxan civilization, but the source power civilization that was once hostile to the Zeuxan world. Although he could hear these sounds, Jiang Ning had no way to get in there, except the Shenyuan shuttle. He could only watch, but not use it. It was useless. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Ning activated the small teleportation array, and recovered the Shenyuan shuttle. Strangely, when the embroidery needle returned, it came with a colorful fragment. Is this a fragment of the law? And it's not an ordinary fragment of the law. Jiang Ning looked surprised. The fragment of the law can help people understand the laws of heaven and earth. If it is placed in the Zeuxan world, it will be a treasure that will attract Yuan cultivators to fight for. If there are enough fragments of the law, even if the resources in the current world are scarce, Jiang Ning can still easily rebuild to the Yuan realm. The colorful fragment of the law is a fragment with a higher sequence among the fragments of the law. It is said that it can conceal the secrets of heaven. Will I get a fragment of the law by traveling between the two worlds? With this thought, Jiang Ning once again fired a divine shuttle and entered that world. But this time, the divine shuttle did not bring out the fragment of the law. Jiang Ning experimented many times, controlling the divine shuttle to perform various strange operations, torturing his consciousness and exhausting it, but still failed to bring out the fragment of the law. Jiang Ning held his forehead and said, was it because I was too lucky the first time? Could it be that everyone who travels between the two worlds can only get a fragment of the law? If that's the case, maybe we can try to let other people's consciousness travel into that world. Bring back the fragment of the law for me. Jiang Ning thought about the possibility, but there were too many difficult steps, and he needed to perfect it step by step. At this time, the phone vibrated, and he waved his hand, and the phone floated in front of him, and there was still a signal at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Jiang Ning, where are you? Are you coming home for dinner? If you don't come back, you can only eat leftovers. Zhu Yuantan threatened. Jiang Ning replied, I'll go back right away, wait for me. He no longer cared about this area. The flying boat turned around and flew towards the river dam. The campus life will not be abandoned later. It will be very exciting. Chapter 150 Professional team leaves no trace. As the new year approaches, the streets in Yuzhou are more congested than usual. The pedestrians look thriving with their vision of a better life in the future. These are the best years. Jiang Ning received a call from his parents in the morning. His parents will not return to Yazhou for the new year this year. Now Changqing liquid is expanding rapidly, and it is time to race against time. If they work a few more days, they can buy a house for Jiang Ning in Yazhou City earlier. His parents booked a high-speed train for Jiang Ning to Wencheng on the 28th of the 12th lunar month. They are now the managers of the Wencheng Changqing liquid branch. Although it is difficult to buy tickets during the spring festival, they still bought the tickets with the connections they have accumulated during this period. They are just a little worried about whether Jiang Ning can take the high-speed train alone. Jiang Ning held the phone and said calmly, "Mom, please refund the ticket. There is a classmate in our class whose hometown is Wencheng. I will take their car to Wencheng on the night of the 28th of the 12th lunar month." Compared with taking the high-speed rail, he now has a flying boat, which is more convenient to go. "Is your classmate a nice guy?" "Yes, that classmate is popular in the class. He and I often play together. There are only 2 people in his car, so it's just right for him to take me." Jiang Ning made up a reason to avoid his parents' worries. Go back and give him 200 yuan. His parents reminded him that, although he was a classmate, he couldn't ride in someone else's car for free. Just like they thought at the beginning, Jiang Ning stayed at his uncle's house. Although his uncle was not short of money, they would give Jiang Ning's uncle 1,000 yuan every month as his son's living expenses. "Okay, I know, Mom. When you get there, I'll ask your dad to drive to pick you up." "Oh, my dad has a car?" Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised. His father's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. "The company's special car," Jiang Ning's mother said. Jiang Ning knew that his father had passed the driver's license test very early. He often saw his father browsing various car information. He could easily give 1 or 2 opinions on the advantages of car models. It can be seen that he really wants to own a car. But because he had to buy a house for Jiang Ning, he could only suppress his hobbies and devote himself to heavy work. Until the end of his previous life, his father still couldn't own a car. Jiang Ning talked for a while and hung up the phone. He walked outside the door. Zhu Yuantang and Zhu Chachu were basking in the sun. They sat on a small stool and whispered. Most of the time, it was Zhu Yuantang who was talking, and Zhu Chachu listened quietly. Maybe it was because the new year was coming soon. Hua Fengmei often came to Aunt Gu to help recently, and Zhu Chachu came with her. "Yesterday, I heard from Aunt Gu that the company invited many well-known people to attend the annual meeting of Changqing Guy Group. Those things have little to do with Aunt Gu. She is just a small chef. She only knows that she will have a holiday after the annual meeting." Jiang Ning walked towards the dam. He planned to go to Ansheng today to take back the puppet materials of Lin's Hangsheng Group and refine a puppet. After he got the 5-colored law fragment, he found through research that the fragment really had the effect of shielding the secrets of heaven, but the shielding of the secrets of heaven was quite limited. Even if Jiang Ning refined the fragment into himself, he still could not break through the barrier between the 2 worlds. He can still conclude that no matter the real world or the creatures in that world, it is impossible for them to communicate with each other. Therefore, Jiang Ning now faces 2 choices. One is to directly refine this 5-colored law fragment, and his cultivation realm will rise to the perfect realm of key training. In the world of cultivating immortals, the cultivation level can only be improved step by step and step by step. Only a few spiritual objects can instantly improve the cultivation level by several small realms. The law fragment is one of them. Its greater role is to help comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, 1 fragment is not enough for Jiang Ning to comprehend the law. If you choose to refine the fragment, you can get benefits in the short term, but in the long run, Jiang Ning will find it difficult to get a 2nd law fragment, which is equivalent to a one-time deal. The second choice is that Jiang Ning takes a risk and refines the law fragment into the puppet. Jiang Ning had consulted the puppet master in the sect. No matter how low level the puppet is, once the law fragment is implanted, it will retain some of the characteristics of the law fragment. At the same time, because the puppet is a dead object, the restrictions are smaller. In addition, the puppet is shielded from the secrets of heaven. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope for entering that world. In order to grasp this glimmer of hope, Jiang Ning decided to give it a try. Even if he failed, he could get a high-level puppet. If he succeeded, he might be able to obtain lore fragments continuously. The most urgent task is to complete the refining of the puppet. The materials of Ansheng Lin's Han Sheng group are indispensable. Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning's figure going away. She quickly stood up from the small stool and shouted, Jiang Ning, where are you going?" Jiang Ning turned around and looked at her small body. "I'm going out for a while. I will be back before 10:40 in the morning. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning, and there is plenty of time. Well, don't come back too late, otherwise I won't eat up your buns at noon." Zhu Yuantang said toughly. "When have I ever broken my promise?" Jiang Ning waved his hand and walked towards the dam. That's right. Zhu Yuantang thought about it and realized that Jiang Ning always kept his promises. After Jiang Ning left, Zhu Chuchu asked, "Is he always so busy?" Zhu Yuantang said, "Yes, I have no idea what he is busy with every day. Humph, he is so mysterious and doesn't tell me. If he doesn't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Does he think I will be curious? It's impossible. Anyway, I won't ask. Don't even think about me asking. I'll wait for him to confess one day. If I don't like him, I won't cook for him," Zhu Yuantang said confidently. Zhu Chuchu automatically ignored most of the toughness in her words and quickly extracted the key points from them. Jiang Ning is usually very busy. Zhu Chuchu came to Zhu Yuantang's house for a few days and found that Jiang Ning often disappeared and his whereabouts were mysterious. "Does he have relatives in the city?" "Yes, he moved to my house and someone helped him clean up the room." Zhu Yuantang recalled the past and she was a little sad. At that time, she only regarded Jiang Ning as an ordinary tenant who could help her family reduce the burden. After hearing this, Zhu Chuchu said he should go to his relatives in the city. The two chatted one after another. Jiang Ning sat on the spiritual wooden boat and went straight up to an altitude of 2,000 meters. He swallowed a pill to replenish his spiritual power. At this moment, the spiritual boat was invisible, isolating the cold and hunting wind in the sky, and his hair was not messed up. Ansheng is about 150 kilometers away. Jiang Ning drove the spiritual wooden boat, and it took about 17 or 18 minutes to travel. The spiritual boat passed the Yazhou high-speed railway station. Jiang Ning's eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could see the faces of people under 2,000 meters clearly. At this time, the high-speed railway station was extremely busy and crowded. Middle-aged white-collar workers in suits, old men, young couples, and couples with children formed the scene of the world. Jiang Ning stepped on the spiritual boat, and his spiritual power surged. The boat's speed increased again, tearing through the air and passing the high-speed railway station in an instant. Outside the high-speed railway station, on Zihei Avenue, the longest urban road in Yazhou, a black luxury car drove smoothly. Ding Xuan, who was in the co-pilot seat, fastened her seatbelt very standardly. Her aunt Lin Han was in the driving seat, and Lin Zida was playing the game console in the back seat. Lin Zida was brushing the game achievements over and over again. His game console was lost during the last exam. In order to find the game console back, he asked the school to adjust the surveillance and even spent money to collect fingerprints from the table hole, but still failed to find the murderer. Lin Zida had no choice but to buy a new game console. Ding Xuan suddenly said, "Aunt, I heard that my eldest aunt and uncle are coming to Yazhou." In their Lin family, the grandfather has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Her father Lin Han too is the 4th child. Lin Han is her youngest aunt, the 5th child, and the eldest aunt Lin Zhe is the 3rd. "Yes, they should be leaving Ansheng now," Lin Han said with a smile. With a large family business and many children, it is hard not to have all kinds of dirty things. "Why did they come to Yazhou?" Ding Xuan asked. She had a vague guess. "It's for the Changqing liquid group," Lin Han said. She saw what Lin Zhongsheng group did recently. How could she not understand her elder sister's plan? But she was not optimistic. Ansheng has developed rapidly in recent years, and their family group has developed rapidly. Some of them were inevitably blinded by this speed, thinking that they really relied on their own strength to lead the group, to develop to this day. Lin Han was stationed in Yazhou, and of course she knew the horror of Changqing liquid better than most people. In a few years, the size will exceed that of Lin Zhongsheng group. Ding Xuan's expression did not change, and she quietly watched the traffic in front. My elder sister wants to invest in Changqing liquid, Lin Han said with a smile, and there was no need to hide it from Xuan. She and her elder sister have never gotten along. Her elder sister Lin Zhe despises her for being a vixen, while she thinks her elder sister is old and ugly, and the two often quarrel. She is really brainless. She used those means before, but now she really thinks she has grasped the opponent's weakness and dares to bring a team to Yazhou to discuss investment. Lin Zhongsheng Group has a professional foreign investment team and a market analysis department, and often invests in some potential companies outside. As soon as Changqing Liquid became popular, Lin Zhongsheng Group came to discuss acquisition, but was rejected as expected. Later, Changqing Liquid Group grew and became stronger, and the elder sister Lin Zhe assigned people to come to Yazhou to apply for a job and join Changqing Liquid Company to smooth over the layers of relationships and get close to the original liquid formula. After getting the formula, the Ansheng experimental team immediately started research, but it turned out that it could not be imitated at all. It was a fake formula. Later, Lin Zhe was unwilling to give up and offered a high salary to recruit R&D talents of Changqing Liquid, but still could not get in touch with the real formula. In order to obtain the formula, Lin Zhe tried everything, but he couldn't crack it. Recently, the eldest sister Lin Zhe has set her sights on the materials purchased by Changqing Liquid and has spent money to intercept them. So far, she has spent more than 300 million. She came to Yazhou this time to threaten to invest in Changqing Liquid. There are not so many conspiracies and tricks, such as suspicion of the other party's psychology, the use of various high-end tactics, etc. But to achieve the goal, use the simplest, crude and mean methods to attack. Ding Xuan did not respond to her aunt's words. Whether it was the eldest aunt or the young aunt, they were all her elders, and she should not discuss them. Lin Han knew Xuan's psychology. She didn't stay on this topic for long, but said, "When do you plan to come back after the new year, when you go back to Ansheng this time?" "Before the Lantern Festival," Ding Xuan said. After returning to Ansheng, there will definitely be many former sisters who will invite her to play and attend various parties. She has always had a good popularity. "Okay, tell me before you come back, I'll pick you up at the station." Lin Han's trip was to send Xuan and Lin Xiaopang to the high-speed rail station. During the new year, she still stayed in Yazhou to keep an eye on the project. Lin Zida in the back row shouted, "Auntie, don't you want to consult my opinion?" Lin Han sneered, "You can't even lose a game console, so you're no good." Lin Zida complained, "The person I found told me that the murderer might have worn gloves when committing the crime. It's amazing. He can be so professional in stealing a game console." Ansheng. The spirit boat descended, maintaining a height of 200 meters, and Jiang Ning stood on the spirit boat. There was a manor built on the ground, with a pond, rockery, green plants, and houses. In a modern steel city, this kind of manor can definitely be called a pure land in the city. If living in a villa is equivalent to reaching the peak of life, then the manor under your feet is probably equivalent to an entire villa area. The cost of the converted manor is at least hundreds of millions. Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness probed out, and after breaking through the 5th level of key training, his spiritual consciousness range was nearly 500 meters. The spiritual consciousness was swept down and penetrated the wall of the house on the ground. The next moment, a large amount of information was fed back from the spiritual consciousness. Jiang Ning drove the spirit boat and scanned along the manor. Soon, he found the materials for the puppet, but compared with the list provided by Xiao Shuangshan, there were still a few materials missing for the puppet refining. "Well, just take these first." Jiang Ning's flying boat descended, and he landed on the ground in a hidden way, looking at the 2-story building in front of him. The buildings in the manor are generally not high, and compared with the dozens of high-rise buildings outside the manor, they are not worth mentioning, but this is often a symbol of status. Jiang Ning walked into the small building and heard the voices of several men, especially one of the old men, whose voice was as deep and powerful as a bell. The others could only listen to him timidly. The spiritual power hand opened the compartment on the side, and when he saw it, the quaint wooden shelf was filled with a dazzling array of things. Jiang Ning activated his spiritual power and put the few items he needed into the storage ring. After doing this, Jiang Ning saw an old iron kettle on the charcoal fire, with a landscape carved on the surface of the kettle, and the lid of the kettle was made of copper, and mountain spring water was boiling in the kettle. It's quite a taste. Jiang Ning sighed. He sat down on a wooden chair, lit a spiritual fire, surrounded the old iron kettle, and boiled the mountain spring water. He waved his hand and the kettle with steam flew over. At the same time, a porcelain cup popped out of Jiang Ning's storage ring. He took a cup of boiling water and took a sip despite the 80 to 90 degree scalding heat. The water boiled in the old iron kettle tasted soft and sweet. It would be better if it was used to make tea, but he didn't have the time today. Jiang Ning finished a cup of tea, got up and walked towards the living room. After setting up the soundproof magic circle, Jiang Ning suppressed his consciousness. In a moment, several people who were discussing the world and the study all lost consciousness. He found a burly old man, who was the owner of the manor. Jiang Ning popped out a pill and helped him take it. This was a pill that Jiang Ning had made in his spare time. It can't be said to prolong life, but it can definitely make people healthy and energetic. The other party was rich, so Jiang Ning accepted his collection and exchanged it for elixirs that could not be bought with money on the market. He would never let the other party lose money. However, if he faced someone whose family was poor, but had the materials Jiang Ning needed, Jiang Ning would not give him elixirs, but would give him gold to improve their family conditions. Jiang Ning settled the matter and drove Ling Zhao away from the manor. He took out his mobile phone. Xiao Shuangshang had just sent him a message. Do you still remember the Lin Hangsheng group I told you about last time? Today they came to Yazhou and planned to invest in our company. They brought some materials that were intercepted before, probably to negotiate with them. Xiao Shuangshang sent a lot of detailed information about the visitors. Where do they live? Jiang Ning asked. He had previously thought that the manor was short of some materials, but it turned out that they had taken the initiative to send them to Yazhou Century Hotel. Yeah, I see. Jiang Ning put away his mobile phone. He was not in a hurry to return to Yazhou. He planned to go shopping in the urban area of Ansheng and bring some local delicacies back to Zuyuantang. P.S. There will be no merging of the two worlds, no revival of spiritual energy, and no story about the ancient martial arts family. It is no longer the traditional urban cultivation of immortals. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.